is obviously a little bit more optimal for Locker CCTV than it would be for Staff open area.
And Shade's playing Kaid, which is a pretty big indicator for a basement defense. But Todd kicks things off nicely for Ditch.
And that's the hard breacher. Obviously, they've still got one more. The Thermite on Fisher Guy. Advantage Bliss with 1 minute and 8 seconds remaining into the round. Jigsaw still over towards those elevators once again. Keeping control of beepers and those main stairs. 1 minute left in this first half. Here on Bank, our final map of the season finals. Can Bliss convert their advantage?
45 seconds now on the board. Jigsaw's in a bit of a rat's position over towards Talers. He might be able to play a powerful role late round, but he's been droned out.
Pinged, yeah.
That is a huge yellow ping. I'm assuming that's digital on the drone to spot that out. If Chiefs can suffocate Jigsaw, that's a big, big play to get them back in the round, but Repix over towards main finds God Legion.
Only 30 seconds left into the round. This is where it's worthy time, though. This is where you're still going to be so careful. Top blue for Todd. Swing out or hold. He will swing and takes out the backside of Worthy. He did get shade, though, prior to his death, but we're into red time now with a 2-man advantage to Team Bliss. 4 versus 2. Fish will fall. Ethan now in 1 versus 4. This is shaping up to be a 3-3 half.
5 seconds to go.
Just have to swing from beepers. Ethan can't watch all of the angles. He falls to Jigsaw. 3-3 first half here in the season final. 3-3 scoreline from that first half. Now we switch sides. Bliss will be attacking here on Bank. Chiefs will be defending. And this will be our final second half of the year. Although maybe overtime could still be on the cards.
I was just about to ask you, do you think OT's on the agenda?
Well, the 3-3 scoreline, I think just that gut feel generally says yes. I think it might be a little bit harder for the Chiefs to sort of run away with things in the second half, being on the defense on Bank. I think that if they can be successful on Locker CCTV, that might be the difference. But if Bliss can crack that basement defense, then it'll be either OT or a Bliss win. I think there's a heavy emphasis on Chiefs being able to hold out down below Locker CCTV. Now, obviously, they've got the smoke, who's going to... There's 2 ways that Fish can sort of play this. Obviously, he can play over towards blue stairs and then fall back, play then on site, throw out those gas babes, deny, or he can be a little bit more forward pressure and basically hold out on blue stairs for quite some time. But I do wonder, that do the Chiefs switch it up in any way that maybe Bliss will get caught off?
Well, Kaid's in play, that's to be expected. Jaeger's pretty much a staple. Malusi doesn't have Nitro anymore, so that's interesting. Only 1 in hand, and then you've got the Smoke Babes from Fish. So if they want to play super hardcore util denial over towards the server plant, it's not the most realistic of prospects for the Chiefs, honestly. You would expect at least 2 or 3 Nitros plus the smokes. So I'm not sure exactly what the approach from the Chiefs might be on this occasion. Heavy emphasis on barbed wire. I don't know where that would have been placed, but maybe we'll see a bit of aggression over towards the staircases, try and prevent Bliss from getting free control, but pretty uncontested thus far.
Yeah, and Bliss obviously just doing, at this point, the checklist in terms of clearing out top-down approach. Just make sure there's no roamers around above, outside of basement. You got so much time anyway, you may as well just be sure. They're looking to open up that elevator hatch. Try and get a little bit of control over towards main stairs. Now it's open hatch as well. Then eventually square hatch could be on the cards too, which indeed it is. No hold though over towards blue stairs. No hold over towards server either. In fact, this is almost a very much identical sort of hold to what we saw from Bliss, but a little bit more so presence on site rather than, say, over towards like elevators, for instance.
70 seconds, time now getting critical. Every additional second that the Bliss members take to bait plants is an additional second that a Smoke Babe's going to be up preventing them from going for a default plant. So they've done a good job in baiting out the first 2 left, means that will be probably about the 30-second mark when the smokes dissipate. Honestly, that's not a bad timeline for Bliss. I think they're in a good position. They'll just need to ensure that they bait out this denial perfectly. Ethan might be on the agenda to hit something, but gets turned out.
Well, that's the thing. Even after the gas babes, then you've still got the Nitro Cell to worry about from Ethan. A couple of nades from Worthy. So much utility to sort of almost have to wait out think Todd just getting a little impatient, maybe trying to time that.
Ooh,
Baits
that's
out
big.
that Nitrocell. I think actually with the gas babe. There is another one, of course, that is going to go out. After this, though, is what red time only that will be left for Bliss to plant. They need to basically just send in. Now Shade's got no health. Repix almost has to then just solo bodyguard. This is going really bad for Bliss, so much so that Ethan can just throw his body on the line and just swing, try and catch. Oda gets it down onto Ethan. 10 seconds remaining on the clock. Oda just has to go big onto the side, but he loses out that battle. Digital with the kill onto Oda. Digital finds a second one as well, 2 versus 3. Dig has been amazing to try and stall out this round. Jigsaw takes out Digital, but denied by God Legion.
Out of time.
Just in the nick of time, what an explosive flank from God Legion. And that's not the first time he's made a play from that exact position. That is a key moment in this match.
$4-3 to the Chiefs. They defend Locker's CCTV. It looked like they were going to defend it successfully, but easily.
5 seconds to go.
And yet, it actually didn't towards the end. Repix, Jigsaw, all they had to do was prevent Todd from being denied, and God Legion snuck on through and denies at the last second in a 1 versus 3.
Need to locate and
Which,
defuse
that in itself is surprising, because I thought Chiefs were doing an amazing job in just stalling out.
Yeah. Bliss did a really good job to get in that position, and very surprised, honestly, they were able to get themselves into that spot. Now, also very disappointing that the flank, either drone wasn't established, wasn't watched, wasn't called, whatever the case may have been. Props to God Legion, huge play, huge play, and demoralizing for Bliss. They were in the position despite odds against them, HP low, time not on their side, to get themselves there, to then immediately just be shut down. They probably just would have been like, wait, what?
Attackers have discovered
Yep.
the location
And
of a bomb.
now they're gonna lick those
10
wins.
seconds to insertion.
It would have been a freebie. Chiefs probably would have maybe repeated down below. They could have then just, you know, had another free attempt. But now, obviously, the Chiefs are locked out of Locker CCTV for a little bit of time. They do have to come upstairs. It will be staff open area here for their second defensive round. And this is where Bliss need to be aggressive. Jigsaw on the Finker, you need to be finding kills. You need to be opening up points of entry by getting like that 5 versus 3. Because I don't know if I'm trusting Bliss sort of late round with these executions at the moment. And how are Chiefs going to play this? Are they going to play in these sort of like little rat positions, like God Legion, maybe over towards like Archives, for example?
Maybe. Ethan leading into the Kaid, looking to Electro Claw. The push back over towards Lobby. Bliss wanting control up above. Jigsaw has already led the army of Repix. Square control obtained. Why are you laughing? Is it because I said army and it's just one person?
Well, you said the army of Repix. Like, is it his army or just an army of Repixes? Like, there's multiple?
He is the army. He's a one-man army.
Oh, I like that one.
He hasn't done much so far. Not much really has happened at all. 1-6 from Jig, able to deal with Util. Vert now as well on the agenda for Bliss. It's been slow goings thus far, but it doesn't need to be any faster.
Well, to be fair, for staff open, right, it's probably just going to come down to that sort of trade of kills late round, 30 seconds left. They start pushing in, and it's just the kill feed's slowly lighting up as they trade back and forth, and it's just a matter of who wins that trade system. Chiefs on their attack, they had that 2 versus 1 system where they really pushed in, always forcing those 2 versus 1s, therefore winning the trades. What are Bliss going to be able to do? Hopefully they don't just take 1v1s, or even at worst, you know, a player swings into an area and they're outnumbered.
What?
Somehow Todd with a weird angle onto Worthy.
That was...
Actually, maybe from his perspective, it wasn't as weird.
Yeah. Where these live flashes before his eyes, and he's struggling to get himself into this second half just yet shut down in rounds 7 and 8.
Well, I did mention that Archives position as well, and that's basically, I think, a bit of a difference between the two. Bliss a little bit more, their defense orientated over towards Elevators, whereas you can see it's pretty much clear from the Chiefs' perspectives, but they've gone over, say, towards like Teller's Archives and tried to keep it across the map there. 35 seconds left, 1-man advantage for Bliss. This is basically as best a scenario as you could ask for.
Job's not done yet, though. Oda with diffuser in hand, 30 seconds to work with. He either needs to take it to Archives or take it to the double door near Kitchen. Either or, he's going to be contested. 20 seconds on the board as Fisho rotates below.
Well, he'll probably just come up blue stairs and try and flank him behind, catch someone like Oda. Or even falls to Repic, so at least now 2-man advantage. Also, technically, it's a 5 versus 2 on site. Jigsaw just pushes straight through the Soyuga. He does not even care. Digital, though, and God Legion finding kills back 2 versus 2. Adrenal Surge will get Jigsaw and Todd back up to a pretty decent health margin. Diffuser, as he said, it's up, it's going down from Todd, but Digital can just swing and deny! They've done it again! The Chiefs deny the plant! Bliss just a little careless at the end, and as I said at the start of the round, the late round execution, I'm not sure if I can trust them. And it's happened again. And now the Chiefs are pulling away. It's a 5-3 scoreline.
Back-to-back denials in red time. Devastating for Bliss. What a start from Todd. But unfortunately,
5 versus 3, but it was time, guys. They only had 15 seconds.
No kit, no clue.
Easy deny as well. Yeah. Very much time for a timeout. A tactical one at that now from Team Bliss. No surprise as to why. The last 2 rounds have just gone like just flying by their heads. It's been, both of them have just been so close, both winnable. And yet they've allowed both rounds to slip by, and now the Chiefs have a 2-round advantage. The Chiefs 2 rounds away from ultimate glory of 4 grand final victories in the year. 4 from 4, not bad. Could be happening if Bliss don't turn things around after this tactical timeout.
Yep. It's been a rough couple of rounds for Bliss. They've been putting in the hard work when it matters in terms of actually being in a position to get a diffuser stuck. But they've just been unhinged by the smallest of issues or the rattiest of flanks on both occasions. And that must just be so frustrating, so annoying, because they've done the methodical part of the round, the quote-unquote, you know, boring part of the round where they just have to go through the paces and get stuff done.
Clear out, you get utility.
When the action starts and you can have a bit of fun, doesn't mean going their way, unfortunately. And Chiefs, they're thriving in it.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
So that was their one and only tactical timeout call from Team Bliss. Down now 2 rounds, but yet they started the day up 2 maps. And the reverse sweep is now maybe just minutes away from eventuating. Of course, for those that have maybe only just joined us, either moments ago or maybe at the start of the map, a recap. We started the day on Villa, it was 7-4 to Bliss, then Clubhouse, which Chiefs played pretty well. They were up 6-4, they had 2 match points, but Bliss fought back, won 4 rounds in a row, won it 8-6, and went up 2 maps. And since then, Cafe and Chalet both 7-5 to the Chiefs in 2 very close maps. And now to Bank, where again, that 2-round differential on the favor of the Chiefs, as they've had over the last 2 maps. This time, this is for the win. This is for everything.
All the chocolates.
All of them.
And it's not even Easter. That was nowhere near as funny as you made it out to be.
I didn't say it, you said it.
But you giggled.
I didn't giggle. I pointed at
You
you.
held it in.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
Anyway, let's turn our attention to the game because that's what people are here for. Lobby seems to be a important point of interest for Bliss, looking to gain control of that and shade alongside up above. Now, keep in mind, this is actually the first third floor defense we've seen thus far, so a lot to unravel here. Oda, quick control. Bot Banana, flashing out Kanto, might be followed up with by a grenade. It will be Repix, but it still gets caught.
Wow. Look at the amount of ADSs sitting in that corner. They're finally cleared. Digital's got a decision to make now as well, because he's obviously feeling the pressure. Does he just give up that elevator position pretty early on into the round? Or does he just continue to hold? Right now, he continues to hold.
I mean, there's not that much pressure on him yet. Yes, there is a decent amount of perceived pressure, but he can just sit here for now. Minute 30 in the round. Bliss, they've done decent work, but they need to step it up to that next level. They need something to dislodge this position. If they want to commit to Banana, which at this point they're going to have to, Digital is going to be a key part in this round. The hatch isn't even popped, so Digital's playing for his life. Shade elsewhere, though, does find Worthy. That's big.
Well, that's why I mentioned if Digital should maybe leave that position. He can't even really drop down. What? Hello? They misdroned him, Todd! He went up the stairs! They must have thought he just left! Big elimination! But he's pinched and surely can't get out of this position. It should be 4 versus 2. Flash, Digital can't avoid it, full white, and a little toe. The big toe sticking out. Todd will finish him off. Visho guy fell elsewhere. God Legion in 1 versus 4.
Wow.
No plant denial this time, just a clean sweep up above. 5-4 scoreline.
Bliss make it work. Digital in the position to dislodge it. Did a little bit of work, but not quite enough. I think as well, and we didn't get to see it, so I'm not going to harp on about it too much. Worthy, he has been non-existent in this half at the moment. Now, Chiefs have gotten away with it a little bit, but I think Bliss is starting to clue onto that. They're shutting him down, and if the rest of the team can make sure that, you know, the draining's maybe a little bit more touched up and these positions are cleared effectively, with no Worthy on the board, I mean, your chances of winning the round do significantly increase because you take away that clutch ability, you take away some of that pressure.
Yeah, but as we know, regardless of how Worthy is performing prior to those tense moments, you know he's always going to show up when he is needed the most. How many times has that happened?
How many times have you said that?
Every single time he's shown up when they needed him the most.
When they need him the most.
Every time he is there. I mean, yes, he's 0-3 since the rehost, which was obviously at halftime. I'm pretty sure he actually started all right in the first half.
Yeah, he was fine.
He was fine in the first half. You know, Digital's popped off apparently in this second half.
Yeah, that's
so
wah I don't
far.
want to rag on him too much, right?
Yeah.
Because obviously someone else needs to and has been stepping up
Yes.
for Chiefs, not only in this half, in this map, in this match, but the entire year. And that's why the Chiefs have been consistent.
Well, all I'm saying is if this goes to 5-5, I'm guaranteeing you,
Seconds left before
Xenox
insertion.
guarantee that Worthy will pop up and make it 6-5.
5
Calling it.
seconds remaining.
That's a big call.
Calling it. That's like calling 2 rounds. I'm basically saying Bliss is going to win this round as well, which, you know, remains to be seen. We are heading back down to Locker CCTV. I don't even want to say they didn't do too bad. They didn't actually do all that great. It was just more so
It's a strange round.
a very weird late round execute collapse from the Chiefs, and then yet still the denial. It got to a 1v3 in favor of Bliss. They just couldn't get that plant down.
What's the approach, though, from Bliss on this occasion? Do they try and get into server faster, make sure that that denial is not lingering for as long so they're not forced into that push? Repic's trying to get control of... Where is that even from?
Is Hatch open?
Yeah.
No, it's not. I thought maybe for a second, but no.
Is it from top blue, maybe? That was... Yeah, okay, well.
Can top blue get that angle?
Yeah.
Had to have been
I'll
from
just
somewhere
pretend I
else.
didn't see it.
You didn't see it.
Exactly. Don't even have to pretend.
Of course, Adrenal Surge will deal with most of that damage, so Repic's pretty much still full health anyway, and obviously still 2 more Adrenal Surges available from... Oh, Todd's just gone down.
Oh my. Is that a nitro from below, Ethan?
Yeah.
No?
No? Maybe? No.
No one's used a nitro.
Oh, EDD.
Ah. Wow. Not every day you see a cap can be so
Yeah.
impactful and competitive.
Obviously, again, though, Adrenal Surge gets Todd back up. He's still alive. So Bliss now have had 2 moments in this game where things could have gone really badly, and they've been able to at least survive. That's the final Adrenal Surge. No more from the finger of Jigsaw. 1.5 left, but they still haven't even got close to dealing with down below. They're having a hard time up above.
Shade, though, will be able to open up server into sight. Gold Legion attempts to EMP, or at least thinks about EMPing, but way too late. Exothermic already detonated. He is stuck in the dead middle of sight. He needs to be very careful.
There's a couple of aliens behind him. Don't worry about being careful. Be aggressive. Catch them off guard. God Legion. 2 big shots to put a dent into the attack of Bliss. 4 versus 3. And Todd is low. Still a minute remaining, but time on the side of Chiefs.
Worthy's alive. Needs to take down Jigsaw, who's about to swing bot main. Has a position over towards what used to be bars, but both players, it's a stalemate. Jigsaw, I know he wants to swing this and get the kill. If he does, it's a 3v3.
Well, you can't stand there forever as the attacker. Worthy can stay there as long as he likes, does not need to move. Gives it a little shoulder peek. 30 seconds remaining in the round. Oda gets tagged up, but so does Fish. Digital able to confirm Todd. Easy one for Jigsaw. Still knows that Worthy's over the wall bolt entrance. 24 seconds left, though. He can play for time. Don't need to get aggressive. Although Digital does. Now makes it a 1 versus 2. Jigsaw, the rookie, takes out 1. That's the MVP down, but Ethan is an MVP in some ways as well. Big clutch Match point, grand final point, reverse sweep point for the Chiefs.
It's another super close round for Bliss, but even after the attack, they can't get it over the line. Chiefs with match point in the box position to take the 4P. What a play from God Legion. This has got to be one of his strongest positions of all 7 maps. Basement, bank is his element.
Has been dropped.
Bliss have been absolutely valiant today.
Left.
Impressive. And downright, it's almost saddening to see them maybe lose in this fashion, but the champs are here. Looking for their 4th
Attackers need to locate
grand
and
final
defuse
victory.
bombs.
Season final point. 6-4 scoreline for what is the 4th map in a row that we've had this kind of scoreline, guys. It was 6-4 on Clubhouse, it was 6-4 on Cafe, 6-4 on Chalet. But we remember back to Clubhouse, and Bliss brought it back. Can they do so once again?
I think so, to be honest. So many of these rounds
They've
have
been close.
So close. The scoreline in the second half did by no means reflect how difficult
10 seconds to
these
go.
rounds have been for Bliss to just get over the final hurdle. They've run 99 meters of the 100-meter sprint and then just absolutely face planted 3 rounds in a row. Like, simple as that. And that's a testament to the Chiefs. They're playing so well, and Bliss is finding life so challenging, so tough. But if they can just rough it out for 2 more rounds, manage to pull off those wins, maybe they're a chance in OT.
The sad reality of this as well is they've actually been starting well in these rounds too, getting a lot of opening picks, getting themselves in positions to win these rounds. But not this round.
There's your man. Wow.
5 versus 4, courtesy of Worthy. First kill of the second half, but it's one that puts a big dent into the hearts of Bliss fans. Now needing to attack into the Chiefs' defense, down a man.
I'm dry.
2 minutes left. Bliss, they must win this round. No second chance. They've had a lot of chances in this best of 5. They had a 2-0 lead. But now the pressure has never been higher. Jigsaw, he has had a really good second half. But he needs another good one, another good round. Bliss will slowly get control up above, which is strong for them. Oda over towards the lobby can establish some hard breach in towards the likes of Archives, apply some pressure from that position again. Open area though. So there's a long distance between where these attackers currently are and their final destination.
Minute 20 seconds remaining in the round. Is this how the story of the season finals ends? Will it be the Chiefs winning their 4th championship of the year, all 4, a clean sweep, or can Bliss extend their life here on Bank? Jigsaw, you see him go to half health, you know he needs to stay alive. Adrenal surge activated. 1 minute left, potentially 1 minute left for the year. Worthy drops down, basement elevators.
50 seconds now. The pressure mounting. Ethan's going to be a big position if they push over towards Beepers, and Digital has the cross from Archives. Good angle. Bliss 4v5, backs still against the wall, and they haven't found a trade back as of yet. Where do they go from here? Chiefs have the positional advantage, the man advantage, and the momentum going their way.
Digital. Almost just catching a player of Bliss. It's Jigsaw though, of course. You expect him to stand up in this moment, but Rapids falls, God Legion, and the numbers now start going to the side of Chiefs. It's blue everywhere. It has been all year long, and may forever be in this region. 3 was not enough. They are the champions once again for the 4th time, and for the final time this year. The Chiefs are the kings of OCE.
The fairy tale run is complete.
The
flamethrower sees yet another appearance. Oh my word. What a year it has been for these 5 players, for Chiefs as an org. And this might only be the start of something even more special.
They were challenged oh so mightily, they were challenged and they rose to the challenge. The reverse sweep from 2 maps down, they did not fret, they did not give up. We know the story, they always say they don't look at the score, it doesn't bother them.
It's a current secure.
Light me up.
50,000.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
Thank for OCN.
I feel the flame, the fire in your eyes make me afraid.
No, not to
I won't
Running
lose
around,
my
causing a
mind.
ruckus. Oh my
I feel
God,
you
what he done.
waiting for my fall.
He can go down with the SMG. They play pushing it from behind. He finds that check on the Drift. He slinks and finds still on the bounce. Oh, but he doesn't.
Meet me in the dark.
Surely he can't. Oh, a double. What is going on here? Oh, nothing there from Word. Oh, the bank slope. 1 versus 3. Now 1 versus 2. Can he make it a 1 versus 1? The 50. Oh, no.
Champions, you never count them out.
Both players are going to swing it right now. What have they done? They've just given one.
There are some new teams, there are some new names, there are some new talent, but it is the same old OCN. It's the same old shenanigans back again for another year. And I'm keen as ever to bring it to you as well. We've got a new face and a returning face, of course. Turtle, I got to welcome you into the broadcast to begin with, mate. How you feeling about the first one?
Oh, lovely to be here, but you're looking a bit red.
Yeah, mate,
Yeah?
it's quite saturated. Maybe I might be able to fix this as the show goes on. Who knows? I'm not turning into the Hulk by any means, but Vas, great to see you again, mate. It's been a hot minute. You're a bit dark, actually. See, I've gone oversaturated. You've gone undersaturated here. I don't think any of us are going to be able to get this one right, but how are you feeling, mate?
Bit in shambles. Is my mic on? Oh,
Yeah, mic's on.
That's
Mic's
a better
on.
start than stage 1.
It much better start.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. It's been a very long time since I've watched Siege, casted Siege. It's been like, what, since, I don't know, September or something. It's been a very long time, so I'm really keen to get stuck into it.
Well, you know what? We'll get stuck into it straight away. We'll start having a look at the teams that we have. Some new names, as we said, and some new faces coming into this one. But obviously, we've got, 4... All right, let's just split it like this. We got 50-50, if you want to put it like that. We got Knights, Team Bliss, Chiefs, and Wildcard returning as the familiar faces. And I guess there are some more familiar faces throughout there. But Turtle, overall thoughts as we look at this year's challenges, if you will.
Honestly, I think this year's even more competitive than last year. I think, these upcoming names, they got some really solid gunners, like Chiefs, Bliss, arguably, I'd say, top teams. Wildcard Knights up there as well. Even the, Ground Zero, I reckon. I don't know, it's going to be hard to call who wins this.
It's going to be a tough one, that's for damn sure. Vas, thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's really good to see some roster changes. I mean, we've seen, Apex South, we've seen teams like Wildcard and Knights kind of, I don't know, I'm liking the look of their rosters already, and it's just kind of foreshadowing perhaps, a really tight competition. Of course, there's a lot of question marks, as we were talking about earlier. There's all these brand new teams, there's a lot of roster changes, so really, stage 1, it could go to anyone.
We like to say it could go either way. You never know. Let's have a look at the prize pool. $25,000 dues split across, I believe it's 7 teams. Now we will make it toward 8 teams. I thought maybe the 8th team missed out completely. Fun fact for you though, the 8th team will now be playing in a relegation match against the top team from OCL. So that is a really nice little, I want to say intermission in between the stages. I think that will really set the tone to see what team is going to kind of tamper with their own expectations and, yeah, cop that fat L. But first place with $7,000. What would you do with $7,000, Turtle? Would you buy yourself a new PC? Maybe a new camera?
Yeah, maybe a new camera, maybe a new mic, you know. Maybe get a Lambo, put it down on a Lambo.
Yeah. Down payment on the Lambo. I don't know how that one's going to go, but certainly it could be fun and games.
One can hope.
One could only hope, and that's, I guess, at the end of the day, all we've got is the hope for this, that things don't go horribly wrong. I think we were talking to you before, and you've got your mic taped up, and things are looking great. It's just how we wanted to start this year. I saw you breathe. I went to let you talk there, but never mind. We'll move on. We'll go and have a look at the schedule because that is really what is on the agenda. The matches for today. The most important part of any year is to kickstart it in the right way. Playday number 1, Anami taking on Vertex. Vast, as we start to look down, do you have anything, I mean, from your own eyes that you would call match of the day?
I'd probably say Bliss versus Chiefs, right? Like, it's kind of the grudge match. I mean, you've got, Fisho and God Legion going to Bliss. So yeah, there's always been a bit of a rivalry between Chiefs and Bliss that started to build up in 2021. So I think that's definitely the match of the night.
Yeah, it's a big thing that we've kind of had a look at, which is, the shuffles that have been happening throughout the APAC area, and specifically in host. It's been pretty crazy how many players have kind of jumped ship and turned tides. However, we will have a look at the predictions. I believe Guz might even still be the reigning champion from predictions here. But Turtle, as you look, I think maybe that first game we are giving it the credit that it's due. This one is maybe a little bit closer than some of the others.
Yeah, first off, I just want to know how Guz is the reigning champ with those predictions, but like...
So bad.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that first game, definitely going to be a close one. Hard to call. Both new rosters, a lot of question marks there, but
yeah,
other ones are better cut and dry, I reckon.
Yeah, apart from, yeah, as you said, Guz's Bliss pick. Vast, what do you think about that? That's surely not on.
Yeah, I don't know. We say that, but then watch him, win it and then win the whole stage again. I don't know. Somehow he just, I don't know, last stage he, bit of a Rain Man with those predictions.
Yeah.
Nah, actually, that's the wrong mentality. I'm gonna win this.
Yeah, for
Can't
sure.
let that happen.
The actual analysts, you guys...
Can't lose the Guz.
There is a lot of pressure on you two right now to actually be the best, the very best that we have to offer here in OCE. But as you can see, I will just very quickly make this statement for anyone who is tuning in for the broadcast and weren't able to see the talent announcements. We now have a star-studded roster. There is a lot of people on the lineup. 8 to be sure. We've got Vast and Turtle obviously joining us as analysts. Manny and Hotto as the development talent, well, more so just the newer talent that we have on the cards. And then, unfortunately, we've got the returning faces of... I feel like it's kind of just like bread and butter at this point. Those 4 ugly blokes on the left of those predictions. But regardless, we do have a lot to get through because with a new season comes a lot of new kind of expectations. I don't really know what to fully expect here, gentlemen. I'm kind of coming into today with not a lot of preconceived conceptions, if you will. Turtle, I know we were talking before in the green room, or off camera, if you will, about the fact that it's really hard to kind of take anything that happened last year and to kind of cement it coming into this year as a storyline. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, like most of these rosters have changed up like 2, maybe even 3 players. Like nobody's really stayed the same. Like it's just going to be super hard to call. This first few play days is going to be like, I don't know, cementing who's going to be coming where on the stage, I reckon.
Yep, well, let's have a look at the first matchup because that is the most important part. Anami taking on Vertex. Vertex, there we go. It's not a first play day without a little bit of a speed bump here and there. Talent have this kind of split 50-50, but are you leaning toward anyone in particular here, Vast?
When I was trying to think about this game, I think it's pretty even. Like I think it's pretty fair to pick either or. I'm kind of leaning towards Onami just purely because I feel like they have a bit more experience. They have Gaul and AFX. as we know, and you know, players like Smacker, who's been in OCL for a while. So I feel like they have slightly a bit more experience. But yeah, I think it's pretty fair to like pick either or at this point.
All right, well, let's have a look at Onami, and I'll give you the floor here, Turtle, just to talk about what we may be expecting coming in to the very first Playday. I mean, it's kind of hard to have expectations, but if there were any, this is the, I don't want to even say this is the returning roster from Rhythm, but it is a core two that remain.
Yeah, like we got Ghoul FX, the last remaining players from Rhythm. Like we got Smacker, previous OCL player, like joining them from Warriors. Like he's been around the under 18 scene for a few years. Recently made his way into over 18 scene last year. Archie, probably the standout player for this roster. During OCL last year, he dropped 17 kills for 3 weeks in a row. Insane by any feat, even at that in OCL. I think like we've got to watch out for even Havoc. Like he's had some performances in OCL, but Archie's the player to watch out for on that roster.
Fast thoughts about this coming into what is our well, I guess it's the first season, but it is the first stage here.
For Onami?
Yes, for Onami.
Yeah, I mean, it's a similar situation of Vertex. It's kind of a lot of OCL players are coming to OCN now, so it's really hard to gauge. I mean, we've seen teams like Overt be able to impress us, and we've seen them be able to compete with the highest level teams in OCN. But yeah, it really is hard to say. Rhythm had a lot of difficulties in 2021. Like they struggled heaps. So I'm hoping that maybe with these changes, they're, going to take a different approach to, the game, their game.
Yep. Well, we're watching right now a little bit of insider information there, having a look at the predictions to see which talent is going to be incorrect. But we'll move across. Hopefully that the shake-off of the name from Rhythm to the Onami roster will potentially give us a little bit more to work with. Vertex, however, coming in. K-Kid and Supremacist, probably the only names I can remember from last stage, or I should just say last year. Vast, what are you making here?
I'll be honest, Matic, me and Turtle, we had to do a bit of detective work for these teams. We had to pull all our strings and just get as much info, because a lot of these names, I'll be honest, I just do not know anything about, which I guess is, kind of exciting, because it's nice to see, fresh faces and new players into the scene, see how they go. But yeah, Vertex, I mean, Kaken's the only remainder Ruffle player on this team, so at this point you can't even call them ex-Ruffle, they're a completely different new team. We do have two players, Zane, Jay Kenner, they're from OCL, some people might recognize them. They've been playing in OCL for a while now.
Yep.
On different teams. Supremacist, we all know Supremacist.
We do.
The big mouth from Rhythm.
Yeah.
So it's good to see him come back. And then we have Neptune. I mean, Neptune, I don't really know anything about. I'm just going to be totally honest. Is probably the worst analysis of a team anyone's probably ever heard. So, yeah, that, literally is all I can offer
Look,
at this point.
we've had Xenox on the broadcast before, so I can tell you right now, it is not the worst analysis of a team that we've ever had. But it's time to have a look at the map pool. And for those that haven't been watching any Siege up until this point, there are now 9 maps in the map pool. We head to Cafe. Turtle, I want to get your thoughts here as we head into the first match. What do you make of the new 9-map veto system?
I think it's great that team's back in after its little hiatus out of the pool. Skyscraper boarding coming back in. Their border hasn't particularly changed much, but it's changed enough where it's going to be a bit different to play. Skyscraper, haven't honestly seen it enough to really comment on it.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think we've we almost saw it last night. It was almost teased in there. Vast, do you make anything of this veto? It's really hard to take a lot of, or really anything that we had from last year's stats into this year, but do you make anything of Cafe as the actual map itself?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't really know why these teams would have gone to Cafe. I mean, maybe it's just, I don't know, just a comfort pick, but I was thinking that, today would be a really good opportunity to try to test out one of these 3 new maps. I mean, I think when, the new maps are, recently introduced, it's a really good opportunity, right? Because it means, if you practice on it heaps, it just allows you to have a more diverse veto, I guess, map pool as well. And I think it'd be like a really good opportunity to try to get a win. Maybe, you know, these two teams, I don't know, they want to save that for maybe one of the, you know, harder opponents of OCN like Chiefs, Bliss, Knights, Wildcard, or whatever.
Guess they are. You've literally just listed, you know, the returning teams from OCN of last year. All right, very quickly before we get underway, it is time for me to ask for you your final predictions now that we've seen Cafe. Does it change anything for you, Turtle?
Nah, I think it's going to be a close game. Overtime, probably like an 8-6 win to Onami.
That's nice and brief. What about you, Vast? Have we got an army pinned here, or are we leaning toward the Wolves?
I don't think the map veto changes anything. I mean, regardless of whatever map it would have been, it wouldn't have changed anything for me, to be honest. As we, you know, have said, we don't know literally anything about these brand new teams. But yeah, I think Onami are going to win. I kind of don't think it's going to go overtime. I think they'll win semi-comfortably.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see, because guess what? It's time to get underway with our first map of the OCN year 2022. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me on the broadcast. And now it's time for us to take it away with Dev Mata. Devy boy, welcome back in. Good to see you, mate. Good to see you.
Yeah, I'm super keen. We're finally back for OCN 2022. We've got some new faces. We've got some new teams. Yeah, couldn't be more excited.
And new faces, new teams. There's so much that's kind of changed coming into this year. But of course, yeah, there is a lot that is still, I would say, still the same in terms of what we're expecting. Some shenanigans to be coming out from a lot of these players and from us as well. It is a bit more of an enjoyable stream for us because the pressure is not as much on. You know, there's not so much weight on our shoulders. But of course, we have to deliver the good stuff. Cafe is where we head for the first matchup of the day. How are we feeling?
Good, yeah. This is essentially X-Rhythm versus X-Rufflecopter, so two teams that did play in OCN last year, just not under the names Onami and Vertex. And, well, a storied history that both of these teams have had. Funnily enough, Rhythm had an extraordinary Stage 3 last year, back now as Onami, and they actually managed to take down the then Rufflecopter, now Vertex roster. So I'm keen to see if they can achieve that again.
Let's get underway. First game of the 2022 season, and it starts right now. Cafe, Onami, and Vertex. Oh,
let's see what these guys have to bring in. Let's get OCN AF, I reckon. I'm loving the new rebrand, by the way. We have some, the talent announcement video got me super hyped up, no doubt as well. Chosen, our new theme song, would have gotten everyone at home hyped up too. Man, there's a hell of a lot of new faces here, aren't there, Rob? Like you were saying, I mean, the old Rufflecopter boys, now Vertex, just look at them. It's only Kaken and Supreme, I guess, technically, who have played in OCN before.
I mean, did Supreme ever play OCN? You know what I mean? He was there. He had a lot of banter about it, but was he truly there? That's really the wider question.
Well, I mean, if you want to dig into it, Supreme actually did, back in the day, play for Rhythm, now Onami, and alongside players like Ghoul. And so he does have that experience playing against some of these players. He knows how they think. Let's see what a lot of this young talent has to show. I know the boys on the desk were really hyping up Archie from Onami. I'm super keen. I haven't seen a lot of him play. In fact, I haven't seen a lot of these OCL and ranked gunners really shine before. And, well, it's a step up for all of those players as we jump in on Cafe. And why don't we talk about operator bans? Because we've just had them, been and gone. Hibana as the hard breach ban is a fairly unusual one for this map. Usually you just see a Hibana ban on something like Clubhouse or perhaps Bank. But here, Cafe, a lot less hatch heavy. And so you're probably going to be wanting operators like your Ace or Thermite for hard breach instead. Nonetheless, it's gone. The Valken Mirror staple ban's going to change the information game a bit, going to change those top floor setups with no mirror present. And of course, that Nomad ban from Onami tells us that they want to be getting aggressive and don't want to allow Vertex to lock them out of map control.
Now, this is actually, I just realized this is 100% my first cast of the 2022 season. I definitely covered the, I covered the, the APAC playoffs early this year, but I think it's been a hot minute since I actually got to cast some Siege, so this should be fun. At least we're not on Skyscraper, Border, something that I'm just completely unfamiliar with. I mean, if they threw a theme park in there, I'd be reprising the old cast from a while back now. That was, I am so happy that theme park is back in. Can I just say that? Like, I know it's gone to a 9-map pool, but I am so happy that we do have Theme Park back, because I was really enjoying that before it was ripped away from us.
Yeah, and we never got to see Theme Park post the util sync meta. You know, back then Goyo and Wamai and Jaeger were menaces. They've got nerfs since then, so I'm keen to see it. When we finally do see it, now we're on Cafe. But you know what I'm really glad to have back, Rob?
You tell
That is
me.
you. That is
Oh,
it is you, because we casted all of OCN last year together.
We did.
And then you abandoned me to go and become a hard host on APAC. So now we get to cast together, and I'm loving it.
I know. Look, there will definitely be some cobwebs, I think, that I'll have to be wiping away throughout this broadcast, but I am keen to get back underway. And nothing better than the first play day of OCN. Can't tell you how keen I am to kind of see how these teams progress and see what the new blood has to bring. I think I'm definitely going to go away and do some research. Supreme doing research of his own there. Caught Ghoul just on the upper side here. Going to be long to live. Neptune is on the other side of things. I believe that was out from the rappel. And already, just like that, Vertex with the man advantage.
A very good early pick for them as well on the attacking side. You want to take out these gadget denial like your Wamai, who would deny projectiles and allow an army to hold on to that map control for longer. Though the threats for Vertex are not yet completely dealt with. Archie below, he's the player that was highlighted in the pre-show to deal a lot of damage in his debut into OCN. C4 in pocket. He had the info. He could certainly make short work of Kaken or anyone who waltzed into Piano.
It's a bit of pre-fire, and I don't mind that from Kaken. Just keep them honest. Keep them as honest as you can. Waiting for the opportunity, needs to be very cautious. Pixel can be quite a menacing angle. Don't want to overextend by any means, but Havoc's first time on the OCN broadcast. Really nice use of the Rotero as well. Oh, but that's a lovely shot from Kaken. He never expected the re-peek, and that automatically gives a little bit of hope here for Anami, but things are starting to slip a little bit more into Vertex's favor. My God.
Neptune's found a double so far, but Jakena finding one. Smacker in a pivotal position here with the Roni. Finds one, can't land the second. Vertex clean up, and that's the first round for them without even needing to plant the diffuser.
Neptune, welcome to OCN, I guess. What a performance to kickstart things. A 3K, and made it probably one of the more convincing 3Ks as well. Winning your ones, it's a big part of the conversations we've had for quite some time now. And that's really, that's the kind of start you want as Vertex. That's the kind of statement you want. Onami going to what we consider to be probably the most comfortable site on Cafe for a lot of the defenders. But of course, because it's been in for so long now, meta's changed quite rapidly. And I do feel that is the right start here. Vertex have to be able to continue this momentum though as we head down into the basement. This might be a little bit more interesting. See Smacker there on the Mozzie. So might be looking for somewhat of an extension above, but no mute, no vigil. Wait and see. 45% only to Vertex at this point. Everyone's still backing in Onami from that community vote. If you want to get involved at R6 Esports OCE on Twitter, that's where those polls happen.
10 seconds left.
Gotta say, it is difficult to really determine which team is in the advantage because these are both brand new teams. Yes, Anami back when they were Rhythm beat Vertex back when they were Rufflecopter at the end of last year. But overall, Rufflecopter, now Vertex, was the better team than Rhythm, now Anami. I'm gonna keep adding those stipulations every time just because I'm trying to get it straight in my brain as much as you guys are. Overall, last year, I mean, Vertex, they were 4th place in OCN. They were ahead of many teams like Wildcard and Order who played in APAC South. Now, unfortunately, they bailed out early in the season finals, but they have really showed their mettle. They even took a win over Bliss in Stage 1. That said, Kaken is the only remaining player from that roster. I mean, the thing is, like, the Rufflecopter team got just poached to pieces, right? Like, you got players like Boydie went to Chiefs.
Yeah.
And what we've got now is a Vertex, which is a shadow of themselves.
Hang on.
Kills are going back and forth.
What's going on here? Neptune's already in. Neptune's already taken Kitchen, what is going on? How has this happened so rapidly? We looked away for 2 seconds. We're up on the top floor. Before we knew it, they already had control of that site. Incredible work from Vertex. They're already sticking this plant within a minute. This is absolutely unbelievable. There's no deny from Onami. What has happened?
1 minute into the round, the plant's down and Neptune's found another double kill. Vertex now just have to hold the post in the 3v3 after rudely interrupting my history lesson. Let's see if Onami can make this retake work.
Supreme. Oh, that's a really gnarly angle that gets caught out. Archie now going to do a little bit more. They're going to be careful. Neptune's still on the side. It is Kakin that's going to be holding down Bakery. Gould re-peeking around the corner. They must win this. Kakin, though, holds strong. Now they're going to turn their attention. Only one player left here. Kakin has to go massive. Holding from Bakery. Knows where that kid is being. Oh, that's a huge kill onto Archie. The 1v1 now. He is known, but he's just going to play ring-a-ring-a-rosy. Vertex, what on earth is that in the second round? Within 30 seconds, on site, within a minute, plant. And within a minute and 45 seconds from the start of the round, it's already over.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think I'm gonna have to stop doing history lessons at the start of each round if this is how it's gonna go, because I mean, I'm just trying to keep it all straight in my own goddamn head. And here we go. Look at that timer right here in the replay. Only 50 seconds in the round, and Neptune is on site and found a pick. Now, the timer went all the way down to 0 on that diffuser. That's 45 seconds of the post plan, and Onami couldn't get it done. What insane just providence from Vertex. They have no hesitation. They just get in there and get the job done.
Well, I'm sure that might end up being a calling card for Vertex if we keep an eye on them closely throughout this year, throughout this season. I actually, you know what? I'm going to make a bit of an outlandish claim already. I think that because we've got so much fresh blood into OCN this year, I'm going to go away. I'm going to figure out the statistics. I did it for APAC South. I'll do it for OCN. I want to see what this year is going to be like, because really when you think about what had happened from 2020 into 2021, you know, a lot of the same faces, a lot of the same players were still kind of sticking around in the upper echelons of Siege, but things have changed dramatically ever since really the last season in 21. So now all eyes are going to be on how this playstyle kind of changes. Are we going to see a much more rapid meta? Are we going to see a lot more, you know, physical mechanics from these players? I think we will. I think that's what we're kind of buckling in for now as we go back down to the basement site for a reattempt of Onami.
That drone coming through from Vertex in the bakery, we can see it right now, clearing that position. I mean, Onami, it's nice that you've got this hold in bakery with the alibi prisma and the barbed wire and the camera, but what does that count for when you have absolutely no player contesting, not even the drone? Vertex clears that. Speaking of drones, unmanned drones, Supremacist gets the Rotero on through and destroys that deployable shield.
A bit of damage here, geez, so early on. Bakery control fully in the hands of Vertex, and I love this from Smacker. Go ahead, try and re-peek. The timing just doesn't work out. Neptune 6-2 in 3 rounds. Keep an eye on this fella. He is certainly making waves already. Supreme popping that ugly head back up. Archie gone. And now with only AFX and Havocs left here for Onami, you have to almost be booking in another Vertex round.
Certainly looking like it. Havocs now flashed out. Kakin forcing that plant down, and the support man himself gets the job done. AFX finds a double and makes this doable. 2 versus 2. Havocs has got to go big.
Retaking Bakery here is such an important piece of this puzzle. Careful of bus stop out in front. AFX now. He's cleared out Kitchen. Knows that he's going to have to start to force this fight. But with Havocs going down, he has to go absolutely nuclear with the SMG-11. Waits for the timing. Is not being given any chance. Neptune from behind. And the tactical timeout is called by Gould.
It's going to have to be 3 rounds straight for Vertex. With 4 brand new players never in OCN before, they have shown up something stellar. And it is astonishing to see, but they are doing a fantastic job of exploiting the weaknesses in Anami's setups. You look at that kitchen site, right? Anami got a bit of presence in Bakery, but you've got no one even there to shoot drones and fall back. You've got no wall denial, which means that Vertex is waltzing into Bakery within the first 30 seconds of the round, and they've got Ace chucking those Selmas onto the walls, straight into that site. Immediately, pressure, pressure, pressure is what Anami is feeling. There's no need for a roam clear from Vertex when they have such a strong avenue direct to the bomb site.
And that's just like, that's it. If you're going to be given that, why would you not take it? Why would you not go ahead with both arms and welcome it in like a lost brother, you know? And at this point, they're really, really... This is going to be the teething issues that we will see throughout Playday 1 and 2, I feel. Things like, you know, Anami trying to get used to what is a complete overhaul of the Rhythm roster. Ruffle, the same for them can be said. Maybe we will end up seeing first two Playdays attacker sided just being so heavily favored for exactly that reason. But look, I don't want to jump to too many conclusions yet. I've already made an outlandish statement in terms of what we might expect for Stage 1. I don't really want to go and burn my own bridges at this point. So keeping our attention firmly here, I really want to give the shout out to Neptune. Come in and absolutely just wipe the competition. Most of the 1v1s within the first 30 seconds are opening up because of his avenues. So keep your eyes on that kill feed as he continues to light up.
7 kills so far and frequently involved in those opening engagements. People talk a lot about the LMG meta. Well, Neptune's perfectly happy using the Spear Assault Rifle on Finka instead. And well, overall, the kills in the opening of these rounds have been really, really early on. In the first round, it was only 1 minute in. Second round, 45 seconds in. So these teams are really, particularly Vertex, pushing the envelope at the start of these rounds.
What are you looking for there, Archie? What are you? I am always a fan of seeing windows being prepped, especially over toward Cocktail. That is where things get spicy.
Absolutely, but the thing that I think a lot of particularly casual or ranked players might not realize is the power of shooting out the glass as a defender from windows, particularly on a map like Cafe. Glass blocks sound far more effectively in Rainbow Six Siege than wooden barricades does. In fact, it almost completely blocks the sound. And so when you put 3 bullets, sometimes 4, into the glass panel, ideally without destroying the wooden panel, you can give yourself an advantage in the sound cues when someone's rappelling there. And that's what we just saw, alongside a prep for the run out.
Loving this from Zane right now. A lot of that utility being burnt by the Twitch drone. That's lovely. Good catch there by Marshall, who is on the ob sticks tonight. Expecting our former observer to join us in map 2.
Andy.
Andy! The OG, the homie. Speaking of OGs and homies, Neptune already providing quite the storyline. Once again, looking to open up.
Might not be an OG, but is certainly proven to be a homie at this rate. 7 kills on the board. And this is, believe it or not, the slowest round we have seen in the map so far. The latest opening kill. Still 10 players live in the server. Previously, well, we haven't gone a minute and a half without that happening. Look at this. Fantastic use of the Selmas there from Kaken, exposing these power positions. Now, there is a mute on the board. Oh my god, Smacker, what are you doing, mate? You can't just waltz through pillars and expect no contest.
You can attempt to, at the very least. Whether it pays off or not, that is a completely different story. Kaken spearheading this attack right now. No one contesting him. That is unbelievable. How has he been able to walk all the way up pillars and find a free kill on a Smacker who's looking down Classical? Attention has been averted for Anami here, and 30 seconds left.
That time it ticks down. Vertex will feel the pressure. This is the smallest advantage they've had going into an execute so far, and Anami will cling on the back of their tactical timeout to try and keep it alive, but it's going to be so difficult. Ghoul and AFX, the two OGs, the two rhythm representers, now have to hold against Vertex as the execute goes down, but double SMG-11 kills another one! Ghoul! What have you got?
Well, he's got about 5 HP to his name. Kaken rotating around. This is masterfully played. If he can make this undetected, Ghoul, no way he expects this. He is panicking, trying to find this angle. Kakin, is he too far away from the kit right now? This could get mighty close. 20 seconds, he hears the footsteps, and Ghoul looks the wrong way. Kakin to ensure a fourth on the trot here for Vertex.
But so close from Ghoul and AFX. You can see Kakin is fired up. Unreal to think that Kakin's only had one stage in OCN. He came from, well, the old Fury roster in OCL. All these other players now from OCL as well. This shows the power of what essentially the tier 3 league in OC can do.
It's kind of crazy to think about, like, the fact that all these players, you know, within a season or so of actually, you know, like being a completely new roster to OCN. I think Supremacist, I'm trying to think where Supremacist started here, Dev. Am I going crazy? Or did he start like kind of midway through last year in OCN? I think I'd have to go.
Supreme, I can't remember exactly, but I mean, Supreme has been on and off in OCN for a while now. He seems to pop up every now and then.
He does.
But I mean, he's had his fair share of matches in OCN. Of course, he's never played for a top 4 team in OCN before, and I think that's the step that he's looking to break. If Vertex keep this up, and if they can do it against some of the strongest teams in the league, then yeah, sky's the limit.
5 seconds left.
Imagine a 7-0 to kickstart Vertex's campaign here. Oh, there we go. Finally something goes the way of an army. Havix on a cheeky little spawn kill takes out the top gunner for Vertex so far. As we've seen, most players can really step up to the bat here. Zayn has been doing enough on that Twitch as well to, you know, warrant the fact that that support is going to be quite impactful.
I just want to say, I mean, Havix has been doing that to me in ranked since, well, God knows when. So nice to see that he can do it in OCN as well. And like you said, an army certainly needs it. Now we're back to Bar Cocktail. We haven't seen this since round 1. And Havix has gone causing some havoc here. Jakena goes down. That's 4 frags. In fact, all of the frag grenades that Vertex brought to the table now gone. If Havix can find this one, that's just insult added to injury.
Dare say he might. Seems a little sharp. Maybe unleash the beast for Anami, and that could well be the ticket back into this game. Especially as we hit the last 2 rounds of this defender side. So important that this is pulled away with a dub. Can't be going 5-0 down on your defense on Cafe. 4-0 down is already bad enough. That's some lovely information. Supreme's going to be able to pre-fire. This should be able to find the head. It just misses by a pixel. That's some lovely pre-work droning there from Supreme.
That said, not able to capitalize as of yet. Kakin jumps in on the drone as well and spots the player in piano. So Vertex have a lot of info, but you can see Anami are playing a lot more aggressively now. Here comes the smokes. What are they able to achieve with that? Cutting off Havix's lines of sight and forcing him back in the freezer does allow Supreme to drop.
Kakin. Waiting at the moment. I can definitely hear so much right now. Okay, there we go. That makes a lot of sense. Holding on, waiting for this contact. Supremacist. Supreme, waiting for this, waiting for the opportunity. This would be a pretty big round to bring back. Bit of contact, waiting for the opportunity, turning the corner. Supremacist can't hit the shots just yet. Sidearm for Smacker comes through. And now it's looking like an Anami round. 4-1, finally.
Finally a round on the board for the Anami boys. And you can see them certainly need a hell of a lot more than that, but it's a good start. After the hype up on the desk we had about Archie, just really have not seen him pull that through as of yet. That said, a round is a round, and it certainly helps when Havix finds 2 kills at the start.
Makes life pretty easy, doesn't it? Guess if we were to flip the storyline, it's similar to what Neptune was doing in the first 2 rounds. So maybe the ticket for Anami might be that early contact, but I guess it is a double-edged sword. Very much a double-edged sword. But from here, the storyline just becomes so confusing for me for Anami. How do they bring this back? How are they able to find their way back on Cafe at 4-1 down, potentially ending the second half at 5-1?
10 seconds
That's
left.
dire straits if I've ever heard of it.
If I recall correctly, don't quote me on this, if I recall correctly from chatting with some of the guys who worked on OCL last year, OCL was always pretty defender-sided. So if anything, this is particularly impressive to see how strong Vertex have been on the attack. And yeah, Anami have finally got a round on the board, but it's just one round, man. Like, Cafe, historically, a map where you'd expect the defense to go 4-2, maybe 3-3 would be all right. But 2-4 against you is, I mean, that's a grim scoreline. And even to achieve that, Anami would have to win this round, which previously, on their reading defense, trickled down to a 2v4, which Ghoul and AFX managed to make a 1v1. Still lost nonetheless. So Vertex very much still in the driving seat as they begin their final attack.
Zane hoping for something to be given over toward White Stairs. Got to be really careful out on this rappel. There are so many ways that you can get caught out. Obviously, I think there was actually a player sitting all the way back by truck just watching. Yeah, it was. Jake just sitting back and watching Garage to ensure that jump out does not happen successfully. Nor do I think Anami would be really willing to throw a body at this point. But desperation really does kind of force you into uncomfortable circumstances and make decisions for yourselves that you generally wouldn't. Once again, big fan of the Twitch being brought out here for Vertex. Unless you do that.
I mean, credit to Anami, they've clued into that Twitch and they've been watching out for it a lot more. As a result, shut down that utility fairly early on. From Anami, we've also seen a fairly different operator lineup. The Capcan sneaking in. The Jaeger, though, is gone compared to last time defending this site. So if anything, Anami just had to be really careful not to stay stagnant in positions they could get naded out from.
This is a job done for Anami at this point in terms of like the first phase of the game. They've been able to hold onto that top floor control for such a long time that by the time Vertex actually make a decision on where they're going to go, it is going to be too little too late. Havoc's made his way into washrooms, but it's not going to make a difference to how this round plays out. I still think Vertex are just going to be crumbling away. I would like to see a big play, though. That would be quite nice. Not like that, though. Not like that.
I mean, a big play, perhaps, but from the side you were not looking for. Vertex looking to further this lead. This control upstairs. Wait a second. They forfeited upstairs control. They've let Havoc's retake the hatch. She can find a second.
Oh.
No! Cake in! Crushes Havoc's hopes and dreams. With that, Vertex surely can take the round.
10 seconds left.
3v4. Oh, lovely work from AFX again on a double! Smacko shuts down Supremacist as he makes his way in. What a round to hold firm from Onami. That should never happen, but it does. AFX stands tall.
And while I said Vertex should surely have the round, the thing I did not account for was that there was less than 10 goddamn seconds left on the clock. You know who thrives in an environment like that? It is your smoke player, AFX. It's the second time he has regained the man advantage from a massive late round 2K with smoke. He did it before in the failed retake on Kitchen. He also did it on the previous reading defense as well. And he did it a third time. Third time's the charm. Anami, get that across the line. Gotta say, Havoc's, while he didn't quite get as much as he could have on that flank, simply taking out the finger and putting that pressure above was enough. And now Anami have somewhat redeemed their half. 2-4. Vertex still in the advantage.
I feel like that could have been absolutely mental. That could have been huge. But regardless, again, that's a massive round for Anami. And when we talk about the turning of the tides, round 5 really gives Anami hope. And it's, for me, it comes down to the first round on their attack. Cannot allow Vertex to stunt that momentum.
5 seconds
As
remaining.
we've talked about so many times recently, the meta shift has been really important in terms of how we see games play out, and momentum has been more important than ever. You know, taking that confidence, that control of a game is incredibly important. What I want to actually note is actually the fact Smack has gone onto Kali and off of the sledge. So they've brought AFX on Buck instead.
I just say that's kind of weird. Like,
Yeah.
Carly has always been seen as a Thatcher replacement. And that kind of made sense when Thatcher was banned all the time. But Thatcher is literally in right now. So if Smacker is playing Carly simply to clear util off walls, Thatcher is simply a better version of that. I mean, the only advantage in that regard that Carly has over Thatcher is that Thatcher nowadays only disables the gadgets instead of destroying it, whereas Carly will destroy it. Then again, Carly has her own weaknesses, and well, oh my God.
What?
Rob, what on earth is this?
Is that a run out from down below? What?
Did someone like sneak in bot white? I think Havix was the first to fall. Jakenna got the better of him. But then that was traded back, and then I think that was traded back again.
Yeah, that. How you going? Not a great start for an army who have sent it in down toward Garage, and just the trades are so favorable here for Vertex. They can now double down. I mean, I don't mean to be negative, but Carly is one, and if you don't hit an unbelievably nutty shot, really, I don't think that he's going to have that kind of impact that maybe they would with all 5 remaining. So, questionable to say the very least. With a minute 20 left, things are looking pretty dire.
One advantage of the Carly here over the Thatcher is that the Lance can destroy the shields, but my magnets have, I believe, just choked up the last of Smacker's Lances.
He's got another one.
Supreme. Yeah, in fact, he's... I mean, it doesn't matter at this point. Like, an army don't have any util to clear it. They're just going to have to frag out. Let's see what AFX can do.
Love that. AFX gets into a much more advanced position. They take control of Pixel, but the problem is, again, look at the time left on the clock. 45 seconds with 3 players left. You're only just starting to get freezer control now, and even then, it's only backstore. You still haven't got control of any player in there, and it's just a murder hole that's been created. They are looking for a rotate onto site behind the bar. But time is dwindling.
$20 seconds now, and that plant denied. The Vulcan from Goyo. However, there's potentially a plant going down. No, oh, Echo! At the last moment, Zane clutches it.
10 seconds remaining.
And now there's no choice. An army have fallen to pieces. Info was there in abundance for Vertex. And with that, they can continue their launch pad through this round.
That was beautiful. That was utterly beautiful. Really nice to see the ability of, you know, that Echo being brought in. And having a huge impact as well. I mean, big fan there. Big fan.
That definitely doesn't help for an army when I looked back on the replay and 2 players tried to rush up white really early in the round. And I mean, they ended up losing the trade, right? So Jakenna got the opening on the Havoc, then that was traded back, and then that kill was then traded back, leaving it in a 4v3 for Vertex. No doubt, the advantage plus they're on defense. Losing 2 players meant an army had far less utility. They didn't end up being able to clear the shield position at Pixel. They weren't able to hunt down those yokais. They weren't able to clear the... are they still called Vulcans? I'm going to have to check this. But
Pretty sure they are.
because they used to be called Vulcan shields, but they're no longer shields. I assume they're called Vulcan...
Explosives?
Not shields?
Vulcan not shields.
Vulcan canisters, maybe?
Yeah, that
I don't know.
that works.
I'll Google it while during this round. But I mean, yeah, man advantage is something an army's got to be really careful of because they're consistently losing opening picks.
Well,
moving out to locate a bomb.
they tried something brazen, they tried something brave, and it did not pay off. Now an army have to go back to the drawing board. The thing was, they had the util to kind of deal with that pixel angle. They then had the util with the ace trying to ensure that they have the lines of sight in to shut down any rotations on that back half on the eastern side. by opening up backstore, but yeah, it felt like that early engagement just was not what they were looking for. Even if they managed to go 1-for-1 there, you're still losing your Finker, and I don't know who I don't know who Havix was playing. I don't think it was the Jackal.
This is Yana, actually.
There you go.
Literally, most of your nade ops, the ops that are literally going to try and
Bomb
clear
located
that
by
pixel
attackers.
position. So
Yeah,
scary.
makes the point I'm making even worse, which that's not a good thing. When I make a point that actually kind of fits the storyline, that's really bad.
I've got out the patch notes. It changed Vulcan Shield to Vulcan Canister. So there you go. We can still
Canister.
call them Vulcans. But yeah, obviously the shield's been removed. But I mean, the area of effect of the fire and the duration of the fire has been drastically increased. It's so powerful if you use it in the right fashion, especially if attackers are slow to execute.
Now, I mean, riddle me this right now. Havix is already down in mining and has obviously tried to force an opening engagement, to which it's been half and half. Kakin down to half HP, Havix down to less than half. I mean, both of them are, but really, I feel like he's... Oh, Jacob! Yeah, thanks. You like a haircut? God damn. Sorry, what I was getting at is I feel like the Jackal should really be on that third floor helping to dismiss that kind of roam game that they're holding.
Well, certainly not being able to achieve so much so far. Havix very, very low, likely to go straight out with one bullet, not even get downed, depending on how much damage that bullet does. Smack has got a really advanced position here, the reading door, but Vertex are not giving him anything. I'm seeing a lot of really good restraint here from Vertex. They're not being pushed, they're not being baited, and we're seeing that work so well for them. Jakenna going down is a struggle. They're not going to try and revive him. And Zane gets punished, peeking the breach. Good job from Ghoul, opened up the site.
This is dangerous though. Ghoul thinks that he's clear and Kakin pops up. Down goes Ghoul. Quick trade from Archie now. Working his way back into Laundry. Neptune in a 1v2 as Havix had already found Jake a little bit earlier. Neptune up above. Can deny the plant from default spot, but the bomb, the diffuser rather, making its way through the secondary default place. Neptune trying to find the timing here, and it's just that, Dev. There is no information, just a little too late, and now it's all raw mechanics.
But we've seen him do it already. Top fragging in the server for a lot of this game, recently overtaken. Seen him on the opening. We've seen him with Finker and what he can do. What can he do now with the UMP? 1.5 times scope. The site opened up already. More sight lines for him to utilize and more to be wary of. Havix is so low. Now one more bullet will finish him. There it is, but 12 seconds left means there is no shot, no chance. Archie can cover from above. Perfect from Anami, and that means they are guaranteed another round on the board, closing the gap.
Really lovely done from Anami there. I kind of thought things were a little bit dire there. And it's flipped on its head. The storyline from Pillars. Really great opening with those Selmas. Once again, they're having a great impact. And now we're kind of seeing, I guess maybe we can probably talk about that Habana ban where the Aces stepped into her place. And Ghoul's been opening those lines consistently.
I feel like Vertex has got to know something we don't about the Habana ban, because like I was saying during the op video, I just don't really see Habana's value over Ace here.
Yeah.
And the only world I can kind of see it being useful is if Mirror is up and you want to use Habana to try and destroy Mirror windows, which in itself is a slightly flawed tactic. There are a lot of really strong counters to that. And technically, you can use Ace for the same thing. You just have less Selmas than you would ex-Kairos. I don't really see the value in banning Hibana, unless if it's a target ban. And unfortunately, I don't know whether that was the intention for Vertex. But you know, regardless, the Ace has been so good. In fact, I would say one thing, Rob, that we've seen a lot of this game is uncontested hard breach. Like, how many times has the Ace from either team thrown one of their Selmas onto a wall and it immediately detonates? You know, no electric law from Kaid. No mute. Like, a lot of the mute jammers, I believe, are being used for drones rather than for wall denial. Bandit's basically dropped off the face of the earth with the race of Kaid.
Straight up.
We saw a Kaid last round, but still, I mean, that didn't seem to have an effect at all on breaching the reading wall.
No, look, and maybe we are seeing, like, maybe we're not getting the full picture. Maybe off camera we're seeing, you know, the Twitch and the shock drones are coming to full effect and opening up
Very
things like
true.
the mute jammers. That's always the element that's quite hard to tell. And I'm sure you've got your match tracker up there and can tell me how many rounds Twitch has been picked.
4 from Vertex and 2 so far from Anami, including this round, so 2 out of 3. So I mean that is the vast majority of rounds.
Yeah.
The other, I mean, I guess the only devil's advocate I could play there against hard breach is that, I mean, Thatcher's in, right? So not that any teams have run it,
True.
but the fact that Thatcher is in means that it's hard to kind of rely on a hard breach. I'm a big advocate of the Bandit. Get the Bandit in there. You can juggle as well. Bandit is also a nutty fragger, 3-speed with one of the best guns on defense, in my opinion, plus a C4 if you want it over the Barb. But nonetheless, we are seeing on this kitchen defense, the first time Vertex have gone here, keeping in mind, this has only been won by the attacking side this map so far. Anami have countered with a roam clear, which has appeared breezy.
And one of the points I was almost about to make, but it kind of becomes null and mute after Ghoul with the secondary hard breach device. Anami have no hard breach whatsoever outside of those deployable devices, if you will. However, they had originally picked Ace on Ghoul. Very last second repicked onto the Amaru. So we haven't really seen the Amaru come into impact either.
No, I don't know exactly why. Maybe they thought it was going to be a reading defense again. Amaru probably a bit more useful there. Oh, Havoc!
Oh no, that's.
I thought that was Ghoul's shot for a second.
Yeah,
but,
actually,
it's
where?
been a bit debated.
Oh no, it had to have been. It had to have been. That had to be a UI bug.
It said Havoc.
Yeah, Havoc was over in mining. There is no way. Unless
No way he got that kill.
It's not physically possible. So yeah, Ghoul, nasty.
I'm so confused right now.
Yeah.
I'm so unbelievably confused right now.
Yeah.
I can tell you that Havoc's kill count on the scoreboard went up and Ghoul's didn't. But whatever, let's just deal with this. 25 seconds, plant going down.
Jeez, how is it going down right now? It looks like it's just on the other side of Freezer. Smacker waiting for the opportunity, and it's just crumbled. AFX again in one of the most critical rounds has come up with a 2K again and again and again. Kakin on the retake. 1v2 with an extra player down, can kind of give the information. He'll deal with him first. Now he has to turn his attention to the player in Freezer. But not only that, there's another sitting in wait, but it won't make a difference. AFX. What a round to give Anami yet another breath in this game.
Huge play from AFX, who has been stepping up. He was never a standout player on the old Rhythm roster. I hate to say it, but I admit I don't ever think I saw him as a standout player. Thank you for the slow-mo replay. That's got to be a UI bug.
Yeah, it has to be. Has to be. Ghoul was literally over above like bus. It's just not
Yeah,
possible.
Havoc's. Yeah, Havoc's
Oh,
was
sorry,
on like
yes.
red. He was on like red stairs or something.
Yeah, I think
so.
he was actually in the building in red. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can. That just some things boggle the mind, right? Don't dwell on that too much, I guess. But AFX, like we were saying, he's had. He might not be top fragging the server right now. He's pretty damn close. Wait a second. He is top fragging? No, Kakin top fragging the server. He's pretty damn close. Yeah. But AFX has had an unbelievable number of impact frags, like impact multi-kills particularly, like you mentioned, like a lot of these 2Ks in the late round. And also, can I just say, like, we've had 9 rounds so far, and only a third of them have been defense wins.
Yeah.
So this has been a very attacker-sided map so far, which is quite uncharacteristic of Cafe, perhaps signaling a little bit the aggressive nature of these teams.
5 seconds.
Perhaps signaling a little bit the new meta.
Yeah.
Repick we're seeing come through. Impactful Smackers just repick to Flores.
Yep. I'm enjoying how, like, I really like the new UI and how we can see that because it's quite impactful. You know, as a storyline, we can really start to break that down and dissect how things are looking. Now, one comment I have to make, unfortunately for Neptune, I'm going to do it to him. I'm going to do him dirty. Hyped him up in the first 3 rounds. He had 7 kills in the 3rd round. We are now at round number 10 with only 1 additional kill. So he's really gone missing in that respect. Regardless, turning our attention to Anami's storyline. They have done phenomenal in bringing this back. What I always imagined to be a defender-sided cafe, really flipping on its head in this matchup. 4-2 first half to the attacker side, and it really feels like Anami are going to bring this one back.
Defender is exposed.
Yes!
We love it. We love it.
Wow, I cannot believe that none of the Anami players heard that impact. There were 2 on Repel, and usually as soon as you hear that impact, you know that someone's running out Bakery. There are a lot of ways you can get jumped out on when you're repelling on these west windows. There are the 2 windows that you're peeking. There are the 2 windows below the floor you're peeking. There's technically bus window and bakery door as well. Great play there from Jekena, and he gets away with his life as well, not able to be hunted down on his return to the map. So great stuff. Anami struggling now. Keep in mind, this is the bomb site that Anami lost last time. Fortunate for them that they have managed to equalize this man count, because remember, the plant denial was so good from Vertex last time, and we once again see the Goyo and the Echo present. Anami need to deal with this, and they need to make sure they don't leave the execute till last moment.
For sure. We talked about AFX having the impact. Havix, very much in a similar vein, has had those kind of, that impact on the frag, the opening, the trade that was needed has been there from Havix more times than not. And with 50 seconds left on the board, Anami have a fair bit of work to still do, although the utility is really starting to dwindle on the back of those Roteros and shock drones.
Oh, wow. That is very cheeky. I've never seen that yokai. I wonder how much it can actually achieve. It's inside the bar. Nonetheless, the 30 seconds gone. Wow, a very risky plant in the smoke from AFX. Zane goes for the blind fire. He gets it. And the sound call tells them that they have started planting once again. It's on Anami to cover.
Jeez, that's insane. How have Onami been able to stick that cake in, tries to step up. And now, Neptune, your story can come to fruition. Ghoul, injured on the ground. We'll be able to give the information in washroom. However, it won't matter. 30 seconds left now. Neptune clearing out all the angles. AFX and Smacker have since completely dissipated. Smacker waiting from the skylight. This is near impossible from Neptune. One of the hardest retakes in Siege with such an exposed position. Oh! But he finds the kill onto AFX. He's got one more. And now Smacker, can he do it? He's got the information. It's got to be confirmed. And that it is. Bit of BM on the end of it. What an effort from Neptune, though.
What an unreal comeback from Anami. Oh my god, there you go.
Yeah, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. I'm glad it was you and not me.
I think Ducky was taking bets on who was going to call them Akami first. What a comeback. I mean, this was a 5-2 deficit. They've evened it to a 5-5. That means that technically, Anami could come back and get all 3 points, rob Vertex completely of any result on the standings. And for them to come back from, keep in mind, like that was a 5v4 after the run out?
Yes.
What an impressive comeback from Anami. 3 rounds in a row they've planted. They've bested Vertex on all 3 of the bomb sites that Vertex have shown inclination to defend and forced this tactical timeout from their opposition.
Certainly a spicy start to OCN, Dev. We haven't even finished the map yet, and we're really seeing it.
And these are the 2 teams that only have, 3 players that actually played in OCN last year. Like, imagine when we get to goddamn Bliss versus Chiefs, bro. Oh. This is going to be ridiculous.
Bliss versus Chiefs is going to have a different added spice to it, you know. Bliss, unfortunately, losing Jig, picking up the likes of God Legion and Fisho, though. Like, this is these kind of storylines don't write themselves, but apparently they do in this matchup. Apparently they do.
Like, let's admit it, Rob. Like, we came into this and we're like, okay, we are OCN experts, not OCL experts.
Correct.
And most of these players in the server right now are former OCL players up until very recently. Like, Vertex only has Kaikin from last year. Anami only has AFX and Ghoul from last year. All these other players are foreign to us. I mean, Supreme, yeah, he's kind of like that. You know that meme where Mo from The Simpsons?
Yeah.
Pushes Barney out the door. That's Supreme, right? We keep getting rid of him. He keeps coming back somehow.
That's actually perfect. Chucky, I know you're watching right now. There's an opportunity for a fantastic meme. He cannot seem to get rid. He hangs around like a bad smell. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He does. But hey, I mean, Anami have certainly been turning up their nose at Vertex in these last couple rounds. Vertex needs a breakthrough. On the back of that tactical pause, what can they achieve? Because Anami, on the back of their own tactical in the first half, after losing 3 rounds straight, managed to find 2 in the half, which, as we can see, was enough to keep this run alive.
Certainly was. Really like the pickup. I think this is the first time we're seeing Thatcher. I'm going to look at your DevMarter stat tracker, TM. And I think, yeah, this is the very first time we're going to be seeing Thatcher brought out. And it's on AFX, who has really been gaming.
God. Can I just point out, another example of AFX having a really impactful play was last round. He didn't get a single kill, right? He was playing Twitch. But the big thing he did on Twitch was throw the smoke that eventually Anami planted in. And like it completely stumbled Vertex. Anami didn't go for a default plant. It didn't go for any of the spots where they already used the Yokais and the Vulcans. There you go with the pig. Immediately, there is a trade. But I mean, that's just the story of this game, isn't it?
Yeah, in it. In it, Dev.
In it.
In it, DevMarter. You like warm beer as well, by any chance?
Far out. Absolutely not. I had to stop myself from swearing just then. You insult me.
Pretty disgusting.
What?
Don't like the UK. Focusing up now, keeping our attention to the here and now. I mean, AFX and Kakin, I feel, have gone back and forth in this game in terms of the impact that they've had. AFX opens up, and within seconds, Kakin has been able to find that trade, and it's just been such a tight competition. Even though these rounds are well and truly favoured toward the attack, although it seems, it really has been close. A lot of 1v1s, a lot of 1v2s. But the plant has gone down consistently in both first half and second half as we turn our attention to the last minute for Onami's potential comeback.
Taking down Chicano is huge as well, because as this round ripens and we get closer to the end of it, those smokes would have been very nice to keep around. Instead, I'm going to be looking at players like Zane, who's got a C4, and someone like Kakin, not because of his utility, but because he's a bloody gunner. Like, he is insane. And, I mean, think that he's only played at an OCN level for a small amount of time. I think that he plays support roles. He's always one to look out for. But here's Smacker, potentially looking to make a play on the Nook. AFX finds another kill! This man!
He's really making such a large impact. Moving worlds here for Anami, who are now on the plant. Ghoul has found his way in, but it's Kakin!
I tell ya!
It is the story. It's the story of 2 Titanic players going head-to-head, clashing. Zane now steps up. Havix is off the board. 10 seconds left. AFX and Kakin still stand. No longer. It is Smacker left and Zane stands strong. A triple kill in the most important round so far. Match point Vertex.
Took them long enough. They were up 5 rounds to 2. They have been thirsty through this drought of 3 rounds in a row where we've seen Anami claw back. Finally, they get one back on the board. It was a gigantic effort from them. But piece by piece, they picked apart Anami. Zane, a fantastic 2K to close. The man who stepped up when he was called upon. Now, the final round of regulation, but Rob, I'm going to admit it right here. Vertex might have taken that last round on the back of their tactical, but I can't see Anami not pushing this to overtime.
Nah, this has to be. It would only be fitting. Imagine that. 3 play days of APAC South for you and I, Dev. Got a single OT. In fact, we've had a forfeit. We had an OT. OCN kickstart, first play day, first game, and it is OT. I could not ask for a better start to this campaign, this year-long campaign. And really just so many storylines for a lot of these players already forming. There's not a single player that's gone quiet in this game. Not one, Dev.
10 seconds left before insertion.
In fact, if there is anyone that we are going to rag on, because I feel like you've set me up for this, we hyped up Archie so much. We really did. And, you know, Blue Panda, who casted OCL last year, was telling me about how Archie played for 1620 Kings, who finished the overall OCL season in 2nd, and he was the standout performer for that team. Well, I mean, he's getting a bit of a reality check at the minute, but I mean, it's not just him, but the entire Anami, they're going to have to step up in this round to push it to overtime. Considering that this is a bomb site, Vertex have already won Bar Cocktail in their first round of this half, and that Anami only managed to win the previous attack thanks to that cheeky smoke plant. This is going to be a really huge task for them.
What? Did you just send 2 Roteros in on the exact same place? It's 1 mute jammer. It's not worth that much. Apparently it is.
I mean, I think they're trying to destroy the bar as well, Smacker is, because that bar is really powerful. A lot of players try and hide behind it. But yeah, I mean, shame on you. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I think that was the story of that one. Ooh. That said, Anami redeemed themselves a little bit. Great clear of the pixel position. Fortunately for Supreme, he managed to vacate the area before losing his life to that grenade. In comes the Twitch.
Certainly does. Shock drone waiting to have its full impact. Now you're going to see it go toward the back of the bar, surely.
Take out the jammer, surely. Oh, that was really good. Clearing out the... Okay, fantastic. Both of the Roteros are going to detonate now. Needs to get out of that way. But really impactful there from AFX. Once again, the goddamn man steps up.
Yeah.
Clears the Vulcan canister. That is huge. That's the primary plant and all.
It's pretty crazy to think that the Twitch has had such an impact in this game on Cafe when really 2021, I don't think I really saw Twitch picked more than once, maybe twice throughout an entire year, and already you can see the smokes that will have its impact. Havix with such a clean little cut for Supremacists. A huge way to start here for Anami with still 45 seconds left.
And as this round matures, Vertex will be relying so heavily on Zane. Zane is the player to watch here, as he has the plant and null ability for Vertex. What are Anami going to do when push comes to shove? Will they try and plant behind the smoke?
Oh, big.
No!
Big start for Vertex, as now they're going to push in a little bit deeper. Smacker can't get anything done. Zane with back-to-back double kills in the most important part of a game. He is about to close this out with the remainder of Vertex, a 4 versus 2. Zane with a triple kill, and it's K-Kin to close out with the canister. GG, well played in chats, and it's Vertex that get 3 points on the board here at the start of OCN.
They were certainly made to sweat, but they stepped up. And what a showing from Zane and K-Kin. Zane in particular, I highlighted that, I mean, he's got to be the man to step up. In that final round, it was his Yokais I thought were going to be the determining factor, but no, it was the MP5 SD in his hands and his sharp mouse hand. 3 headshots and a good cleanup for Vertex. Finally, after that drought of rounds, they come back and close it. 7-5.
What a way to kickstart the season. What a way to kickstart the year. What a way to kickstart the stage. Congratulations to Vertex, and it is wild to me that we're only seeing 4 OCN players in 2 rosters. I mean, what a way to really just make a statement to begin with. Over the moon for Vertex, obviously, you know, that really puts them in good stead for the rest of what will be, you know, today, next week, probably even for 3 weeks. That is the kind of start that you'd want. Anami, though, by all means, that second half was very explosive.
Yeah. Very, very good from Anami. They made a comeback out of a situation that we never thought they would have. Down 5-2, it looked very clear that Vertex was the better team, but Anami stepped up. And even when they lost a couple of rounds after their tactical timeout, they still persevered. Got to say, overall, though, very impressed by Vertex. They were very much the better team here. They held on, overcame the mental of losing 3 rounds in a row and being pushed all the way to round 12. So credit to them. Also, their strats, like, they're keeping up with the meta. They're used to the Goyo, the Echo, the Twitch as well. I really, really liked it.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see a new meta form even just for OCN. We'll have to wait and hear from the experts, which we'll bring in. Dev, see in a little bit, mate. But let's bring in back our resident X-Pros. Can we even call you that at this point, guys? Is it X-Pro for you, Turtle? Where do you sit?
You know, I haven't been in the server, but like I reckon if I would have gone off.
Yeah, you're an X-Pro coach. That's good enough for me.
Close enough.
Yeah, we can hear it in the background from Dev. Washed up gold 1 apparently for Turtle. That's a bit harsh. But
Jay.
seriously here, Vast, a very, very interesting start for our very first play day of 2022 for OCN. What do you make of that game?
I don't know how I feel about that game. It was really weird. It's like, I don't know, both teams look very similar in the way they played, like just a lot of aggression. But then we saw like a bit of, util from both of them. Yeah, it was a really fast-paced game, so it was kind of hard to see where both teams were making fundamental errors, because a lot of their errors were just kind of small things like lack of discipline. Like, I feel like both of these teams fell victim to like just peaking a bit too much when they didn't need to.
Yeah.
But it was also good because they were able to pull out some spawn peaks and run outs, and they played with confidence, which is still good signs. But yeah, I think maybe a bit of lack of discipline for both teams really kind of cost them a few rounds that they shouldn't be losing.
So overall, what are we thinking?
I knew it was going to be a close game, but yeah, I think Onami honestly had some very questionable decisions coming out of them. Like, Vertex was one of them. Like, one round, for example, they played a Kali, top 4, Thatcher was up. It's not like, 4-1 down, what are you thinking? Yeah. Like, it's not like you can't clear that stuff with Thatcher, or even with below with the, I don't know, questionable choice there, a few others, but yeah. Yeah, clean things up for next week.
Well, I guess that's it, Well, I'm looking at really, when I think about names that are returning, you've got Kakin, you've got Supremacist, you've got Ghoul, and you've got AFX. And Supremacist didn't even play the 3rd stage here. So really, how much weight do we put on the playstyle here, Turtle? How much do we really take from what they've done and kind of, almost set up expectations for future weeks?
I think they're going to need to tighten things up and get more in line, like straighten things out, because they're going to come and get up against like APAC South teams. Those guys aren't going to, let these things slide more like Vertex would. Like, Vertex is a new roster. These South guys have been around the block for quite a few years.
Yeah.
Like, they're not going to let things slide.
No, they certainly won't. Any thought on the Twitch there, Vast? It seemed to be having a mighty large impact throughout even the first half into the second half. I'll have a quick look for you and give you a hot little statistic from the DevMarter stat tracker. 4 rounds, 8 out of the 12 rounds it was played. What are you making of that?
Yeah, we're actually talking about that in the green room because, I mean, a while ago we were talking about we couldn't remember if Twitch drones actually could get the old Goyo shields. That must have been a new change, but yeah, the way AFX was using it was like just really impactful. I mean, not only was he getting Goyos, but he was getting, a lot of other utility. I think that was probably the best part of their util game was that Twitch. Everything else, they kind of struggled. I think both teams struggled like clearing, basics like ADSs and stuff like that. You saw a few things get caught here and there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's cool kind of seeing the meta shift, as you guys were saying. A few other regions have been playing a bit of Twitch.
Yeah.
And yeah, I like it.
Do you feel like in a way their utility has kind of come back into the forefront of the meta, Turtle, by any means? I mean, it's one map, right? It's kind of hard to say, and Cafe, I would say, is probably more heavy. Kind of like a Villa leans a little bit more towards some of that util usage, but it did seem to have quite a large impact in the, first to second phase of the rounds.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, Villa, Cafe, you got to clear a lot of stuff, so the first game, hard to tell. I don't think it's going to be as impactful, but I do think it's coming slowly back in. I think nades this season are probably going to be the most impactful piece of util. Like double nades, even triple nade lineups are probably going to be very common and very powerful.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll have to wait and see in the play days how that one does unfold. However, we do have Kakin ready for the interview, so let's bring him in for the very first time for the 2022 season. You are so spicy. Why are you like this?
The
you
chef
are
is
so
in the
spicy.
kitchen. The chef is in the kitchen. Come on, I'm whipping it up. Let's go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, excuse the messy bedroom. I've also got a fly screen here, but we'll leave that there. That's all good.
Kakin, what's with the recipe here? What are we concocting?
Oh, we were just frying some fish. I just I wanted to like reiterate. Like I was just frying out there. We were going crazy. The whole team was going insane, and like it's kind of I didn't plan it like this, but I clutched I think 2 1vx's in the kitchen or something like that. And like, in the kitchen, I got the Frank's Red Hot, the Peri Peri Mild, what is this? Tomato ketchup, and the American mustard. Mild.
Wow,
Yeah.
you are not shy of entertaining us whatsoever, mate. But before we get underway with the actual question, what's the cat's name?
Oh, you can see the cat. Hold on, I'll grab it.
Yeah, bring the cat into frame. There we
Yeah.
go.
My cat. It's Maggie. Her name's Maggie.
Maggie, that's going to be the biggest
I think
blow
she knows
play I've
she's
ever
on
seen,
camera
man.
because she's just like sitting here. Hey. Oh, I'm gonna get RSPCA called on me, like animal abuse, whatever it's called.
Jeez.
Anyway, continuing on, guys.
Fast,
Let's get these questions
question.
underway.
Fast, ask the question.
Ask the questions.
Yeah, so I mean, you know, in the space of a few months, you pretty much, you know, lost your whole team. I mean, you guys got picked apart, and you were the last, you know, person left. What were the difficulties being, you know, the last player on Ruffle, having to quite literally, you know, build a brand new team with only, you know, a few months till OCN starts?
Well, yeah, as you guys saw, a lot of the players are in South now. OJ's in Wildcard, Body's in Chiefs, Wettabull's in Ground Zero. And I don't know where Hotshot's gone. He's gone kind of MIA. I think he's just sitting playing Elden Ring. But yeah, it was a bit difficult, especially that a lot of the OCN talent of previous days weren't really like wanting to play OCN again. They were kind of looking for South and above. So there wasn't much on the market. So obviously at the start, I didn't try to rebuild. I tried to go LFT, you know, do all the normal stuff. But at a point I thought, you know what? I might as well try and build a team because I've got the OCN spot. You know, everything sort of fell into place. I did do a couple of trials with teams and I saw like, it was a bit of a poachery, but you know, I think I disbanded a team in the process, but you know, we got a full 5 together. And you know, it's been a good time. It's really just, I think this is the best decision I could have made out of all the choices, or otherwise I'd probably be in Challenger League. Honestly, yeah.
Turtle?
Yeah, well, you kind of just answered my question for me, but I guess, what do you expect from this roster? Like, they are obviously CL players. Are you having to teach them quite a bit? Or are they up to the par, you reckon? Up to standard?
Well, yeah, I think everyone on this team is pretty experienced. Inexperienced, myself included. Especially because most of them have only had 1 or 2 stages of Challenger League. Supremacist had 2 stages of OCN, but it was kind of mishmash. One season wasn't really a season for him. So, you know, I gained a lot of experience from Rufflecopter, like a lot of experience. I became a completely different player with my playstyle. And I think Rufflecopter actually, you know, taught me a lot of good habits. So I'm kind of bringing that down and giving it to these guys as well. So, yeah, so I've taken more of an IGL role and I'm trying to just like, it's a bit difficult because, you know, everyone's used to playing this really aggressive style. We played pretty aggressive today, but you know, it was more about teamwork, communication, all the like basic stuff, but elevated to a next level just because of the Rufflecopter experience that I have.
Big brain and a big play there from you, Kin. Look, we'll give you the floor here. Any final words before we let you go?
You know, thanks to Vertex for picking us up with such short notice. You know, I think they picked us up because they wanted to do a lot of content. But you know, we want to put on a good show for them. We want to put a good show on for everyone else. And yeah, like, I don't know. I just thank you everyone for like watching OCN because, you know, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys. And we're looking to make some damage in OCN, definitely. Yeah.
Wonderful. It's great talking to you, Kin, and we look forward to whatever you've got in store for us for the rest of the play days. Best of luck next week.
Thank you guys. See you later.
Very clear picture that, you know, Vertex are bringing some of the tomfoolery of Rufflecopter. We knew them to be kind of larrikins in their former state. And Vast doesn't look like too much has changed.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's good that he has, you know, high spirits despite, you know, what's happened. I mean, pretty unfortunate situation to be put in. I mean, I've been there as well. I mean, there was a point of time where it was just me and God Legion left and we literally had to, you know, rebuild our team as well. And sometimes that happens, you know, in that situation where we thought, you know, there's not much options left, you know, things happen, players become available and you can, you know, find a way to turn it around. So, you know, it's cool to see that happen again for him.
And Turtle, any final comments before we head to our first break of the night?
No, not really. Just glad to see it was close. I kind of expected.
Yeah, look, I'm very happy that it was a close game. It was an entertaining game nonetheless. Don't go anywhere. On the other side of this break, OCN continues.
Defender is exposed. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Go. 10 seconds left. Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Oh no! My VLOOKUP function! It's fixed! Thank for OCN.
Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife safeguards our wilderness now and for the future. Our bushlands, our mountains, our valleys, our rivers are our responsibility. Whether you're just discovering the world or have built rich memories within it, together we are one generation, and what we conserve today will be there for those tomorrow. There is no bigger legacy than the planet we share. Donate now.
Hey guys, it's Joshua from Banks Arcade. We are super excited to announce that we will be teaming up with the Oceanic Nationals for our new song, Chosen, which comes out on March 31st. You can pre-save the song now via Spotify.
Thank for OCN.
He never counts them out. Both players are going to swing it right now. What have they done? They've just given
Welcome back, an explosive start. Vertex take 3 points. We now move on to our second game of the night. And welcoming, I'm going to say this personally, welcoming Ground Zero as an organization into the Rainbow Six scene, picking up what was X-Fury. They now come in and take on Wildcard, a roster that has really cemented themselves and definitely looking a lot more dangerous in 2022. And to do so, let's start talking about them first. Turtle, I'll give you the floor here because I know you've got something in store for the conversation with Wildcard, so I'll let you take place.
Sounds good. Yeah, so OJ coming in from Rockall, solid support player, good understanding of the game, and he's just able to bring that another voice to Wildcard, help them really flesh things out. Because last year they're pretty slow and methodical. They stuck to a playstyle like pretty standard. That gave them success during 2020, but last year they were sort of playing catch up the whole year. They also managed to bring in Cairo. He was the highest rated player on Overt with 1.3 KD, and he had the most kills on Overt despite him not being a main entry fragger. Overall, these bringing in OJ, Cairo, I think they're a solid addition to the team, and yeah, keen to see what they do. They're on fire right now in South, and I think it's got to be a bit of a stomp.
Yeah, Vast, would you agree with that? I mean, holy moly, that's a statement and a half. Are we thinking this team can perform the stomp here? I mean, he's making big calls there. OJ and Cairo have been tremendous additions to this roster.
I mean, from their first couple APAC South games, I already saw dramatic improvements to their playstyle and their team play. I was honestly really impressed, and I felt like this is what Wildcard needed. So it is good to see, but we have seen a few games where perhaps they are slipping into those old habits, a little bit inconsistent, but you know, very workable issues. They're definitely not big issues, and you know, they've definitely addressed them, and I'm sure they're working on them.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is really refreshing for them to make this change. I think this is, yeah, as I said before, very important and very needed for this roster.
Yep, and a debut, not only for Ground Zero as an org, but also the team. They were the team that pushed through relegations of 2021. They've now made their way into OCN, and very much a deserved position here. Turtle, what are you making of this lineup? Do you think that they've got the power to take down something like Wildcard?
I think, yeah, they've definitely got some young gunners on that team. They've got the firepower. It's just whether they have the fundamentals to back it up, the basics. I think if they have any gaps in their roster, like they leave any flanks open, they're just going to be abused by Wildcard. It's all about just leaving as many mistakes out as possible for these guys. And if they do that, I reckon they stand an alright chance, but I don't know. Big unknowns here again.
Yeah, and look, Vas, we've seen a couple of these players in OCN before, or even earlier iterations. Maybe we probably would have to look back to Pro League, I think, for the likes of President. But, you know, Noveix coming back in, Boat sitting in as the coach. There is a fair bit of experience, but is there enough to hold their own?
I think it's going to take a lot more than experience to hold their own, but it is good to see that, you know, bringing in Noveix and Wettables, it does give them that experience. You know, these players can definitely, you know, teach these new players like Tuhan and Brendo, who I think are players with potential. They can kind of nurture them and give them that experience to kind of boost the team a bit forward. I do believe, you know, they lost Quiz to the roster changes, the roster mania of OCN.
Yeah.
Quiz has gone to Knights, as some of you probably have seen. And they lost Deptra. Well, not lost. I guess he moved to a coaching position. So they've made two changes. Yeah, I'm kind of interested to see how Wettables and Noveix fit. I always thought Noveix was that player that kind of deserved to be in a better team. And I don't know if that's kind of rude to say or something, but I don't know. I always felt like he was a standout player in Rhythm and had like a lot of really clutch plays, and I don't know, just was always making plays. So I always thought he was a player definitely that could you know, play at a lot higher level. And Wettables, I mean, he's a player that's made dramatic improvements. He's come from OCL or ranked or something.
Yeah.
Over the years, well, the year, we've seen him develop as a pretty good player on Ruffle. So, you know, definitely I think that the experience will help this team. I mean, we saw you know, these guys, they actually beat teams like Overt in the relegations match, and you know, they've been dominating OCL for a while. So I definitely feel like they're ready to take the next step.
Well, we're ready to take the next step into the map vetoes. Let's have a look where we're going. Maybe a new map, maybe much of the old same kind of nuisance. It is Chalet. Turtle, what do you make of this one?
Not expected. Chalet's a pretty standard map, pretty good map for wildcard. Last year in stage 3, I believe they were 3-1 in it, so one of their better maps. And I don't know, think this kind of cements what I reckon 7-2, 7-3 for wildcard.
7. Wow, that much of a difference. You are really confident in this, and I love that. What about you, Vast? Are you feeling like it will just be a wildcard run over?
No, I don't think it's going to be a run over. Like, I think it'll be pretty close. It is kind of expected to see as well in the videos. You can see like wildcard banning kind of pretty much literally all the new maps, border, theme park, skyscraper. Kind of looks like to them they don't want to take any risk on anything unknown. They just want to play the maps that they know, which I think is the smart decision here because, you know, they are probably more experienced on those default maps, which makes sense.
Yep, certainly is. Turtle, final kind of summary points here. If we are to see Ground Zero take anything away from this game, what have they got to do?
They just got to make wildcard uncomfortable. Like, traditionally, they struggle to adapt to teams, but I think that it's yet to see. Yeah, they got to... Not ideal.
No.
Somebody else take it.
Nah, look, it wasn't ideal. That's all right, mate. Look, we'll give you a break. You know what? We'll give you both a break. How about that? Because we've got a game coming up.
Thank you so much.
And for the very first time for her cast, we're welcoming in Mandy to the broadcast. And I couldn't be more excited. Mandy, fantastic to have you with us. How are you feeling coming into your first cast?
I'm feeling super nervous. My heart is pounding. Just then, I was like holding my heart, and my producer was like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "Yep, I got this." I'm super excited. Thank you so much for having me.
No, it's an absolute pleasure. Don't worry, it's not me that's having you. It's the entire broadcast. But it is special because I do get to be your co-caster for this one. But look, I think coming into this matchup, love to get your thoughts. And for those, of course, that don't actually know Mandy, she's been working tirelessly in the back of the scene, working on becoming the best possible observer that I think we've had in Australia for such a long time, or actually ever, for Rainbow Six. You've told incredible storylines. You've been there for some of the biggest games, not just in Australia, but also in the wider APAC region. I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts on this one as we get underway. Wildcard and Ground Zero. Who have you got picked?
So I've got wildcard picked to my predictions. I think most of the panel has also got wildcard predicted. I think that they've just come into it with 3 days of APAC South experience, so they should be coming into it feeling a little more fluent with the game compared to Ground Zero. We haven't seen them since the relegations, and I just want to see how the new roster plays out, what the team dynamic looks like, and whether they can overcome the challenge of a more experienced team.
Well, that's really a bigger question, isn't it? How will they go up against a team with a wealth, a fountain of experience and knowledge? I do want to talk about these bans because these are quite interesting. Thatcher and Flores, what do you make of these ones?
Both Thatcher and Flores coming through the ban phase here probably means the defenders are going to be leaning into a really heavy shield, like an anchor-centric type hold, so we'll probably see like bar games with the classic like dual shields, probably mute to support that. Same thing with Master and Office clearing shields like the one in Piano is going to be a lot harder with Flores and Thatcher both taken off the board.
Keen to see how that unfolds. Valkyrie, a little bit of intel denial gone. And Wamai, the final piece of the puzzle to depart as we head to Chalet. And where we go first, obviously Ground Zero start out on the defense. They will have their kind of pick of the lot as to where we will see them play. Kitchen Dining. I don't know, I feel like that one's a bit of a spicy pick to start with.
I would agree. I think Kitchen and Dining is a pretty spicy pick to start. By the way, I just want to say I love the matching backgrounds, the 2022 ISO background from
nice.
Ground Zero. That is very satisfying and nice to look at. But yeah, Kitchen Dining coming out first, typically a tertiary site for most defending teams, so it'd be interesting to see how they play out. We can see Vertex is going to be taking a shield on the smoke with more bulletproof utility coming out from the Maestro as well, so both those going to be difficult to clear out again with no Thatcher and no Flores.
65% to wildcard. I mean, maybe it is just the recent kind of surge that we've seen from wildcard's performance. It has really doubled since what was 2021. I mean, Mandy, we could probably sit here and talk about 2021 for wildcard, the entire broadcast, because it was so disappointing. It was so I mean, I don't want to say abysmal, but it kind of was. However, they've really turned the tides here, and I think maybe that would be a fair estimate. 65%, are you agreeing with that?
I would agree with that. I was actually thinking the word abysmal as well, trying to think about how Wildcard had performed back in 2021, but it seems like the reformed Wildcard with OJ on the board for the extra IGLing power and Cairo for the extra gun power has really started to work for them, particularly in APAC South.
Now, very quickly, I didn't know this. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's not the start you want if you're Wildcard, nor if you're Ground Zero. Oh, that's so unfortunate. No Vex. Oh, departs the server right after an incredible opening. Now, I was actually going to make a comment. I didn't know this. Brendo is actually Sage's brother. So, I actually know that Sage is probably one of your favorite players. Isn't that right?
Yeah, yeah, that's right. I'm a fan of Sage. He's a very good IGL. So, yeah. It's very interesting to see Brendo come in. I wonder what it's like playing in like the same household as like one of your siblings. I've always wondered what that dynamic might be like. But we should probably get back into the game. So Wildcard's starting to attack. Looks like they're going to go for a solo side attack here. Unfortunately, losing a pair of grenades on OJ, but that's okay. They have a lot of redundancy with Vinny as well on the Finker. Unfortunately, Ground Zero losing out on their pick as well to a disconnect. So yeah, we'll have to see whether Wildcard can make use of the extra pick that they've got, now hopping into bathroom and starting to get control of that top floor.
As devastating as it might be, Ground Zero definitely need to kind of dust off and get back up, because this is where we see a lot of attention put for the majority of rounds in terms of, you know, kitchen dining. Verticality, like, I mean, there's nothing from Ground Zero. There is no one even showing face in that top floor, so I'm a little bit concerned here, Mandy.
I think that Ground Zero were able to hold off the top floor for a little bit. We saw them fall off through the fireplace side, and now Pat's starting to get that hatch open. On the side of Wildcard, we can actually say the same. They really don't have that much vertical power aside from the impacts on Velocitica, but I assume he'll want to use those for a shield or some other piece of utility or something like that. So really the only way that they're getting a look into the site from above is through this one hatch here. We're going to have to see that hard breach start to get down into trophy, see what walls they can get open and prep for an execute while Milo holds down on that top floor.
Pat making his way back down Solarium stairs now, but this is interesting. Wedables. He's made his way back up. Have they been able to spot him? Where is the droning? How has he been able to do this? That is devastating for Wildcard. Noveix rejoins the server, but he may well just be there to see the first win of the round go the way of Ground Zero here. Things not looking good.
Only 20 seconds left on the clock here, and Wildcard have to get this execute down.
Pat sticking it. President, can he swing at the right time? Looks like no! They've held on. It's now down, and it looks like this may well be a much tougher round for Ground Zero than we first gave them credit for. Waiting patiently up above Wedables. But Pat and Cairo, two very sharp players, they're going to be playing almost shoulder to shoulder. Where is this information coming from? Cairo being able to at least take down Tuhan. Can't get any more done for Wedables. First round goes the way of Wildcard, and it feels a little confusing.
I gotta say, I think that was a fairly impressive execute coming through from Wildcard there. They identified that they left the top floor presence pretty quickly, and they had to fall off through fireplace. Unfortunately, slight slip up on the flank watch there for Molostica, but that's okay. And instead, they opted to go straight in for a flood. They knew they were down members. They needed picks before they could get that diffuser on the ground. So having Pat go all the way in and able to plant the bomb right in the nook and cranny of the door on the other side was, I think, an excellent play from Wildcard.
And look, that's a hallmark of a very, very long time ago. I mean, I'm sure you'd remember, Mandy, the Wildcard of old were really good at those late round executes. You know, like last 30 seconds, that's where they used to thrive. And now we're really starting to see that come back in. I mean, APAC South has kind of been a little bit hard to judge as to where Wildcard are at, just because there are so many new rosters and so many shuffles that have happened. But that right there for me, I mean, I don't know if you agree with me, but it really felt like that was the Wildcard of old, setting themselves up for the entire round and executing to perfection in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, I agree. I think the new IGLing power combo of OJ and also Pat has really started to come into fruition here for Wildcard, particularly, as you said, in that late round, which they really shined in last year as well. I think what did help as well was the one that disconnected from Ground Zero was the smoke, so getting into that site was a little easier for them. But nevertheless, we'll have to see whether they can do the same on this round, now having to attack the top floor bomb site.
See how this adapts for ground zero, obviously. First round, started off in the right fashion, tapered off toward the end. Just is the way it is sometimes, and do look to the power that Wildcard can have. Big question would be for me, if Novaix is still alive in that last round, is that even close for Wildcard? Is it even a possibility? He's now back in the server, well and truly ready for this one.
Wildcard now starting to work from the master side. They've changed their approach. They're not going to go for a direct solo attack like they had in the previous round. They're going to go for a roam clear instead. Their first obstacle, now having to get this electrical off the wall with OJ chucking in a nade. Perfect. That's the electrical gone, and the wall can get open.
I really didn't think that was going to reach. I thought that was far too extended on that nade, but obviously just close enough. It's the mark.
A bomb has been located.
It's kind of slowed down a little bit here, which I like. Well, ground zero not really being too forward in their approach, in their defenses, sorry. And Wildcard are just laying waste to all this utility on the southern side of the map.
Wildcard now are going to have to approach this site here. Again, no Flores, no Thatcher. So clearing these shields is going to be hard, but it seems like they're just going to push straight in. Kairos just jumped through the bathroom window.
It's big. That's very big. And now, oh my word, I actually hadn't even realized that Pat had been sticking it for that long. I thought maybe there was still 5 seconds on it. And now, 40 seconds left. Cairo holds from bathroom, but it's Brendo that starts to find President with the perfect timing. Cairo couldn't get the melee back in time. President has made ground, but now ground zero have to make up for it. They have to be able to hit these shots. Vinny with a nice long line. OJ with a quick double, or rather single. Brendo coming in from the side, has now taken control of desk, continues to push here, needs to be so careful. I'm really worried about this time. Only 10 seconds left, and with Brendo going down, it's all on too hard. There are too many angles to deal with, and Wildcard have played it again to perfection.
I think that was an excellent execute from Wildcard there. They droned the site in the mid-round, realized, hey, that utility is way too far back, guys. We can just walk into the site. And so they did. And they had Cairo manage to cut off from bathroom and find 2 picks from there as well. I think just excellently read by Wildcard, and again shows the in-game leading prowess of OJ and of Pat.
And that was really, I mean, that's been a huge discussion for us, Mandy, is the addition that OJ has had to this roster has just been, it's almost improved where they were from last year, leaps and bounds. And I mean, that's by no means to, you know, have a dig at Geo or Emo Rin, who have since departed this roster. But I mean, would you agree that this is the best that they've looked?
I agree. I think this is definitely the best that Wildcard have looked so far. I think the team dynamic, when you get someone else that's kind of bossing people around, it changes. You know, like the respect between each of the players becomes different, right? Beforehand, you had Emo. He was quite a linear player. He did his job, and he did it well.
Yeah.
Now you have someone like OJ that's come through, who is full of ideas, has that problem-solving kind of mindset. It's a completely different approach to the game that we didn't see Wildcard have before.
Scary. It's a very scary prospect. I mean, I would imagine for a lot of the teams, you know, probably looking to more toward like Chiefs and Knights. Knights kind of really did fall off in 2021, and with this new resurgence of Wildcard, I do worry for that roster. You know, what's it going to look like when you've got Bliss kind of reinforcing their team with 2 members of Chiefs? You know, you're talking about God Legion and Fisho, 2 of the best players for their roles in Australia, and then you've got Wildcard pulling together what is seeming to be such a fantastic team. It's all round, I think it's looking like a pretty decent year in Australia.
It is an extremely exciting year in OS for Rainbow Six. We can see now Ground Zero, they've moved on to the bar and gaming bomb site, but Wildcard changing their approach once again. They're not going to sweep, they're going to go for a direct bottom-up attack this time, with Cairo already taking control of Snowmobile Garage.
Where do they go from there? OJ now extending that grab. Really like this from Wildcard. A lot of time on these defenses, we see teams really put that emphasis over toward the double window and taking library control. This time with a really clear opening. This is a lot of information that Wildcard have been able to gain early, especially with a minute 40 left on the clock. I'm quite impressed.
I'm also impressed by what Wildcard have done so far. It also seems like Ground Zero haven't really keyed into what Wildcard are doing quite yet, aside from Brendo, who's been watching the bottom stairs waiting for that entry to come through eagerly. On top of that, top floor control has still not been forfeited, but Vinny is able to put some control from the library double. So Wildcard not really committing to anything yet, more going for sort of a probe attack. Oh no, and that's Kara going down.
Yeah, that's Brendo stepping up for the first time. OJ with a quick trade. No, Brendo finds the kill. How on earth has he been able to fix his aim there? That is absolutely nutty. But all that matters is the fact that it was a trade with OJ being able to take him down. Milo has now doubled down. Vinny trying to find this kill. But if he overextends, it's going to get really dangerous. Wettables stays alive, which is a huge piece of the puzzle for Ground Zero.
Wildcard now starting to take that top floor control, looking for other avenues since they lost 2 of their players in the basement. But there's only 40 seconds left to go, and President is the last one alive.
This is just an absolute performance, a display of supremacy for Wildcard. President with a nice down. A lot of time here to try and make this work. But, oh no, the adrenal surge has been able to pick him back up. Unreal from Wildcard. Really, Mandy, they are not missing a beat right now.
Wildcard don't miss. Even though they lost the 2 players on the bottom floor, the other players were still able to make space from where they were at. So Milo came through lobby there. We had Vinny come through the top floor. They were able to win their ones and find picks and open up the round for Wildcard. I think what we're missing here from Ground Zero is just a little bit of the basics. They're not trading each other out, for example. Like Cairo and OJ, they lost that double kill in the basement, but at least they tried to make that trade happen, right? Milo and Pat trying to come through the ground floor, they were holding crossfires on the horizontal. We're not really seeing that kind of play from Ground Zero. It doesn't feel like the players are together. It doesn't feel like they're in on the same strategy. They're all just trying to win their own ones. I'd like to see Ground Zero maybe shake it up a little bit. Try and key in on the same defensive idea to try and stop Wildcard from taking the ground.
Oh, I think what they did in round 1 was really good. You know, like just the very first contact from Brendo. Just, I mean, look, it's a little bit cheesy, right? There's no doubt about it. But they were very happy to take those early engagements, those early fights, where definitely, I think I would concur with you completely. They have fallen back into a very defensive mind state. And here we go. Now you're going to see a much more extended hold up above for Ground Zero. Where they faltered last time, it seems like they're doubling down this time. Wettables may not be able to retake, but he certainly will be able to hold if the kind of right situation unfolds. Very keen to see how Wildcard start out their attack, knowing that this top floor is held.
Wildcard seemingly going for the same approach as they did last time they attacked this bomb site, going for a solar side take with Milo cutting off that double window. No one playing in piano or that hallway, so he's free to hold that while OJ entries through solar.
Not near the contact yet. Phase 1, once again. This really is just giving me reminiscence of old Wildcard. Very methodical on their approach. OJ with a lot of information that he's being able to gain. No one really else on drones for all that I can see, so they're really relying on OJ on that upper side to, at the very least, translate what's happening. But here we go. They're now starting to take a little bit more control.
This time, we've noticed that Wildcard are also bringing along the sledge. So the attacker repick coming into fruition as well here, knowing that it's going to be a dining kitchen. And so this time, they do have vertical pressure. That isn't just Zofia impacts. So they can start making use of that top floor much better than they could last round. I think Wet has also just fallen back from his position in office as well. So now Wildcard have got free reign of the top floor.
Just, I'll wait and see to make my comment on whether I think that, you know, the Ground Zero are just giving Wildcard too much permission right now, but I really think they're almost handing a permission slip to them as if they were their teacher and allowing them to kind of have all the freedom in the world to deal with all of this utility on site. Really detrimental right now. However, nothing's really unfolded in terms of, you know, impact yet. It's just space being gained for Wildcard.
Wildcard now having to rotate the hard breach down into Trophy to get those walls open and start planning out what their late round plan is going to be, what the execute's going to be. Now this time with Novaics up in the server, we'll have to see how Wildcard deal with that smoke.
Tuhan retaking, this is huge. This would be absolutely nuclear for Ground Zero. Not only that, Brendo had already taken down Vinny. Things falling apart here, but Pat He gives them a small moment, and OJ gives them a breath. Now they've got something behind this attack. Cairo on the long line deletes President, no head remaining, and still waiting for the opportunity. Pat pulls off the diffuser for half a second as Tuhan backs on the top side. OJ with a quick trade. Now, Brendo, does he go in? Finds the kill onto Cairo. OJ nowhere to be seen, and that is the round done and dusted in the pocket for Ground Zero.
That was an incredible impact frag onto Pat. That was the planner. That was the planner going down in the last 10 seconds. There was no redundancy on the side of Wildcard to be able to pick up that kit and get it back on the ground again, even though they had won their ones both on the top floor and the underside entry. Just such unfortunate timing coming through from Wildcard and an excellent play from Ground Zero to be able to shut down the planter.
Really impressive stuff. A lot of back and forth in that round. A lot of ground given up. A retake up above from Tuhan. And I wouldn't go as far to say that that kind of turns the tides there, but really you cannot be allowing that vertical control. You've got to be throwing something toward it. And of course, my opinion is just that of a mere play-by-play caster, so take of it what you will, but it certainly does feel like every time Wildcard have space to do what they want, they're really making, I mean, they're not making a meal out of it. Ground Zero are making a meal out of it. Wildcard are simply just bringing the knife and fork and picking it apart. So very keen to have a look at these repicks at the moment. Sledge on OJ has moved into the Maverick, and Pat, well, that's disappointing. Just Habana to Habana, but regardless, we don't see any soft breacher here. So maybe, Mandy, they were looking for that potential bottom site over toward Bar and Games, but nevertheless, cross toward Master.
The thing about attacker repick is that you're always going to be bringing the correct hard breach.
Yeah.
And you're always going to be bringing the right amount of nades you need. When you don't need soft breach, then you don't bring it. This is a top floor site. You don't need Sledge. You can pick Buck, you can pick whoever you want to pick. So this attacker repick is really playing well, especially into the way that Wildcard keeps switching the way that they attack each site. The first time, they went for a direct attack onto Dining Kitchen. Now they're going, oh, okay, we can bring the Maverick on the board and just clear off the utility of the wall. Easy as that. So they're going to do a sweep instead. I think attacker repick is really working into the way that Wildcard is reading into the defensive setup of Ground Zero. With Ground Zero, they're just putting their utility so far back and like really far out of reach to be able to stop these attackers.
Which had such an incredible effect on Cafe in that last match. So great to see it kind of having a resurgence. Turtle also mentioned the fact that he thinks that it's really starting to have quite the impact, not just in Australia, but obviously elsewhere in other regions. So we will surely see, almost as if it's Wildcard's playstyle, Wildcard's momentum. It really is just coming back into meta, and it could well be quite the impactful little operator to be bringing on these attacks, especially when you consider what lies ahead for Wildcard's attack.
Seems like Wildcard this time around struggling to get that wall open. The first Electric Claw was naded off, but there seems to be a second one electrifying the wall now. Cairo just narrowly missing a kill onto the smoke player in bathroom there. That was very unfortunate, but Wildcard now seemingly have to find other avenues into the building. OJ making a tiny little crouch hole to get that bomb through.
Still got denial as well. This is the really dangerous thing. Novaics with 3 smoke bays left in the pocket. 1 C4 onto Brendo. So unless Wildcards start to test this utility, they are going to be met with quite the task. No one in position to deny this. No one in position to deny this. Pat's been able to stick it. The smoke came out a little bit too little too late. So now Pat being able to back away. Wildcard, 4 versus 3. Holding on to the moment that they have. Lovely shot from Wettables on the jump out. OJ knew nothing about it. Novaics has now been given the room. He's moved forward a little bit further from Piano. But still, 3 players left for Wildcard here. It doesn't seem achievable for Ground Zero. They continue to take space, but it's met by the brick wall of Vincere. Just missing the shots onto Wettables. It's nothing but warning signs here for Ground Zero. 3 seconds left till they have to be on the kit, and all of a sudden, things have fallen apart. Wildcard do a phenomenal job in the latter stages of that round.
A wonderful attack from Wildcard. Ground Zero making the same mistakes. They're putting that utility far back. The shields, they're not really impacting the execute that Wildcard are trying to do. Rather than having the shield on the piano itself, they have it on the piano single wall, for example. it's just not utility that's impacting the attack so far. And Wildcard really reading into that super well, finding the space that they can take for free and playing straight into it. I think that Ground Zero, they need to change something up. They've made the same mistake a couple times now. I want to see a new setup. Maybe go for a roam. Maybe try and extend that lurk a little bit further for some of the players that have been very successful on the flanks, because Wildcard are watching their flank drones with 5 people alive, for example. Something like that.
Yeah.
I would like to see Ground Zero try something different.
And I guess that's probably a big part of the conversation that we have a lot of the times, is finding holes in the attack, right? Especially when you're coming up against Wildcard. There are so many things that they have to get right in their attack to actually make sure they've got time to go for it and they've got the space to do it. If you throw a little spanner in the works, like, I mean, I'm going to say something really brazen right now. Chuck in a Vigil, for example. Have him roam down in the basement. Ensure that Wildcard are forced to check every single corner, cross their T's, dot their I's. You're going to slow down everything significantly, but you're 100%, you're spot on. The more they retract onto the site, the more they kind of turtle in, the worse this is getting for them. And Wildcard, they are looking at a 5-1 half, and although this is Chalet and it's probably not the worst thing ever, you still don't want to be giving Wildcard that much respect and that much room to move, which just doesn't really seem to be anything that Ground Zero can do about it right now. This is good, though. No, it's not.
I got a little excited there for Brendo after that double kill he managed to land onto Kyra and OJ the previous time they tried to attack this. But yeah, I agree. I think Ground Zero, they're giving Wildcard a lot of space, a lot of wiggle room, and I'd really like to see them capitalize on timings. Brendo seeming to go for the same pick again, but no one's there to trade out Cairo.
There we go. Now we might start to see something form from this. Brendo has been the opening pick 3 out of the 6 rounds that we've had. So he's done a phenomenal job of really taking the fight to Wildcard, but it's then that phase 2, the first minute to second minute of the round, where things really start to fall apart. But this time it looks, for me, it just looks a little bit more in concrete.
Oh, doing the thing.
Oh, no!
Oh, no.
Oh, Mandy, they've definitely done a thing. In fact, they've opened the round completely up.
Wildcard, I think that was their trademark move last time we watched them play Chalet back in APAC South. They always went from the basement up, they played the Maverick, and they opened up the free wall into storage and got a free pick out of it. I think we saw that over and over and over again last year when they played this map, and we're seeing it again. Sometimes it's a pretty easy thing to forget if you're on the defense. Now Wildcard's starting to probe out that site, trying to choke out the defenders. OJ now in the site as well, with only a whole minute left to go.
Brendo, he's going to be quite sharp here. Doesn't know that the player's gone to the back store, but he's getting the pings. Cannot find any more than a double kill. However, OJ does go down. No, in fact, sorry, OJ stays alive. It was, in fact, Milo that was taken down by President. A 1 versus 2 now. SMG-11 in hand, trying to reconfigure and resort this play. Nice C4, it's not going to land, though. In fact, it was shot out. I thought it wasn't going to land. It just got shot out completely. But SMG-11 feels like this is starting to kind of run away in favor of Wildcard. Have they been able to make it out of the double window? They have. Vinny runs away, tail between legs, and for good reason. You do not want to be giving any 1v1s to a defender looking to defuse. However, he's going to stick this right now. OJ, are you close to the window? OJ won't need to do anything because Vinny comes back in from behind. A nice flank and a fantastic half for Wildcard.
I don't mind that from Ground Zero. This time it came down to a 2v1 as opposed to, well, a big flood that Wildcard had done before and Ground Zero just weren't able to retake. This time it did come down to those trades at the end there. We saw, like you said, Milo getting taken out as a refrag, even when the execute was going down. So I think Ground Zero is starting to key into their teammates trying to play together a little bit more, on top of Brendo getting that entry pick. So all things considered, I don't mind that from them. But now they have to switch over to the attack half and see if they can replicate what Wildcard were able to replicate.
And really, I just don't think they will be able to. If I'm being completely honest here, if I'm being blunt, I do not know whether they will be able to. But at the very least, we have to give them the credit that is due. They have fought their way from relegations into this year of APAC, of OCN. They definitely deserve to be here, but it's just looking a bit abysmal, if we were using that word again, Mandy, if we were going to double down on that storyline. For Ground Zero, this is probably not the map that we were looking for. I think Turtle put it really nicely, just in the fact that this is such a comfort for Wildcard. especially in their play style. This is just an absolute playground for them. And even worse when we bring your points into it of Ground Zero just being so inverted. I'm not a fan of how this has gone for them. Their first Playday has not panned out too well.
I think to give Ground Zero a little bit of credit, this is a very tough match. This is a very tough first match for them to be in. The previous match that we saw was two even teams with experience, right? This is a very veteran team versus brand new team type situation. It's always going to be tough for them, and I think this will be a good VOD for them to look back on, try and figure out what they've done wrong, fix up the scrapbook a little bit, and then move forwards.
Nah, don't give them that credit. Woefully playing.
Don't give them that credit?
No, of course. It's always good to bring context into it because it is certainly a titan of Australian Siege going up against, I mean, I want to say the young gunners, but, you know, like Wettables and Novaics have had a lot of experience on their respectable rosters. And then when you looked more so to, you know, the likes of President, he's been around for such a long time. It's more so Tuhan and Brendo that I don't know a hell of a lot about. But regardless, how has Cairo only got one there? Novaics was very sharp to react. At the very least, they find an important trade.
Ground Zero going out for a solo push as well, very similar to what Wildcard have done, but definitely not going the same way. Wildcard able to trade some picks back with contention on the top floor and even with a run out, something that we didn't see from Ground Zero when they defended it in the same.
Pat, seen him in this position before. He is phenomenal at holding on.
Oh, OJ.
To the Solarian windows. No, come on. I mean, at this point, it wouldn't really surprise you, would you? OJ, you need to stay alive here. You cannot throw your life away willy-nilly. You need to ensure that you give Pat time. I didn't think time to go up the Solarium stairs, but in fact, that works an absolute treat. Andy, there's still a minute left on the board.
There is a minute left on the board, but Wildcard have, oh my god, Wildcard have played this extremely well. OJ's just found an incredible timing onto Ground Zero, but now it's a 1v1 with Pat against Novaics. 45 seconds left on the clock. Plenty of time for Novaics to figure out what he wants to do.
No more surges for Novaics, but he has been sharp. Pat, don't give him more than the first. Don't give him too much more of an opportunity from here. Repositions perfectly. Novaics can't do anything about it. It was on for the quad kill, on for a huge clutch, and instead, we're on for match point.
Pat had some excellent positioning there in that 1v1. He realized, oh no, I'm not going to win that fight at that range with the SMG-11. Got to move a little bit closer, and he wins that out for Wildcard. Now it's 6-1. Wildcard played that much better than Ground Zero did on their half. Ground Zero, they fell off really quickly. They didn't play the shields or any of the utility on the site as effectively as Wildcard did. Wildcard, they were able to contest the top floor. They were fighting Ground Zero every step of the way in that solar attack. Now Ground Zero having to take their attack timeout, try and figure out what's going wrong. Obviously, we can give a lot of these criticisms from the observer point of view, but Ground Zero, they have to figure it out. What's going wrong? They're just dropping bodies left, right, and center. What can we do to fix it?
Yeah, and I guess it really does go to show the complete polarity between the two teams on their defense. You know, you see Wildcard from literal minute one up in the face as Cairo goes out for a double run out, finds one, unfortunately gets traded, but it's then very quickly, again, retraded by Milo. Within seconds, he's finding a kill outside of the top floor bathroom. Unfortunately, he then gets traded, but it's just the fact that Wildcard are so much in the face of Ground Zero on this defense. They're having no time whatsoever to utilize that utility. Not only that, another piece to this, Wettables was on the buck, and he was the first player to go down on that run out from Cairo. So there goes your vertical control up above. Ground Zero have to completely rethink their approach and their attack, which, look, maybe that plays an even bigger dividend than what it could have should Cairo have killed, who was it, the Novaics, and taken out Finker, but I don't know. I like to just put a lot of theoreticals out there. Doesn't really make sense, but we get there in the end.
10 seconds to go.
You know what? I think you're right. I think it goes back to what you said back when Wildcard were on their attacking half. Ground Zero, they're giving Wildcard way too much respect. Wildcard have heaps of wiggle room on the attack. Now they have heaps of wiggle room on the defense as well. We don't see Ground Zero getting in the building, getting in the face of Wildcard, taking map control that they need to. They're just sitting outside the windows, maybe like in one room having hopped in. But yeah, like you said, the Buck wasn't even in the building, wasn't even able to use the vertical. We need to see Ground Zero put themselves in a position where they can use their utility, where they can put their fraggers at the best possible position to get those kills.
Themselves in the forefront now. It's important that Ground Zero find this opening pick because it really does feel like that's been a huge story. Every time. Oh, God, Cairo. That is gnarly. And right now you're seeing the the universal scopes coming through the gun scopes. I'm really enjoying seeing the customization for a lot of these players, what they prefer to sit on. In fact, Cairo is sitting on library stairs. He's backed away. This is just a horrible start for Ground Zero.
I think that's again another example of the point that we keep honing in on, that wildcard are given a lot of wiggle room. Cairo is only able to rotate back there because no one's covering this window that leads into library.
No!
Oh my god, I can't believe Milo has just won that one out as well. But yeah, Cairo able to rotate through to this shield because no one was left on that window and no one was ready to cut off on the double window of Fluke Balcony.
Oh my!
Vinny now coming out with another kill. There's a whole minute and 30 seconds left here, Rob. And it's a 1v5.
What is going on? I cannot put my finger on it. President, well, I mean, we can. We definitely know what's going on. It is certainly a speed run here for Wildcard. Ground Zero not starting out their debut in the way they would have wanted to, but 3 points on the board nonetheless for a team that has very much come back into the forefront of our minds.
Wildcard look like they're absolutely having a chuckle to themselves right now over that one. They must be very happy with how that result has panned out for them and even how that veto panned out for them. Chalet proving to be ever such a strong map for Wildcard, and they'll be very happy with that victory on their debut into OCN Stage 1.
That's certainly so. 7-1. I mean, that is just an outrageous performance. And even the one round that Ground Zero were able to sneak away, I believe it was like a 1v1 in the end. So even that, we could have been done 7-0. 3 minutes earlier than what we are right now. Regardless, it is a certain... it's a step in the right direction for Wildcard. They continue to just compound all of these things that have come together for them.
Absolutely. I think for that game, Wildcard, they had to win that. That was Wildcard's game to lose if they'd lost that, honestly. Them, the more experienced team, we expected them to win. And yeah, I think that they just showed they're meant to be an OCN.
Well...
They are... They are definitely an OCN team. They're not going to lose out to players like Ground Zero.
You know what? I'm about to do like a no cap moment. Not only are they proving they're meant to be an OCN, but so are you, Mandy. That was a fantastic... That's probably, not a word of a lie, that's probably the very best first cast I've ever seen from anyone. I mean, that is not a word of a lie. That was absolutely unbelievable from you. What we'll do, we'll give you a break. We'll let you go away and sort yourself out because obviously you're coming up for the next cast. So we'll let you go and we'll bring back in our local analysts. Gentlemen, it's been a very, very firm kind of statement that have been made. Turtle, you called it 7-1, 7-2. That was going to be the score line. It was a clean sweep from Wildcard.
Yeah, like honestly, like I said earlier, like Ground Zero needed to make Wildcard feel uncomfortable, but by the time they figured that out, it was just too little, too late. Like I don't know, they just didn't give them the respect. They didn't give them respect, and they gave them too much respect, I should say, and it showed.
Way too much respect. Vars, would you agree with that? It felt like Wildcard just had the pick of the lot there.
Oh, way too much respect is an understatement, to be honest. I can't even think of the word to describe what they just gave Wildcard. But yeah, I mean, I feel like they should know this. I feel like as well, Brendo was probably the only player in Ground Zero that was actually in Wildcard's face. I feel like he had a pretty good game. I think he was doing the right things. I think his teammates just kind of needed to do what he was doing. Because, yeah, we've seen it in the past. In 2021, Wildcard really struggled to verse aggression when people are in their face. And, you know, when you're not doing that, when you're giving them, you know, so much room, they're good enough to be able to take those rounds. I mean, how many times did Ground Zero allow Wildcard to be able to just plant and they're playing for retakes? It's kind of really strange. I mean, look, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. I should say, like, it is the first game. Nerves could be, you know, a factor, who knows. But yeah, I think if Ground Zero really want to, you know, step up to the big teams, they just need to not show much respect. They need to be in, you know, their opponent's face a lot more.
Yeah, and Turtle, I gotta ask you, do you think that there's an element when you're coming up against Wildcard that teams may almost be expecting kind of an easier challenge, if you will. You know, you think about 2021. It was an entire year of kind of missteps from Wildcard, a couple of close games, but things never seem to come together. But 2022 has just been an unbelievable start for them.
Yeah, like last year, you definitely go into that with that mentality, like they're an easy game, they're not really performing well. This year, they're firing on all cylinders.
Yeah.
If you look at their performance in South, you look at tonight, they're just on point, and teams need to really take them seriously now.
And Vast, when we look at Wildcard's game, I mean, maybe I'm probably reading a little bit too much into it, but it doesn't seem like Wildcard's approach in terms of, you know, their methodical attacks have really changed all that much. It just seems to be tidying up a lot more of what was going wrong.
That's 100% exactly what I was thinking. Like, you can still see their step-by-step, kind of like that slow checklist kind of play style they play. But then you also saw, yeah, that like the explosiveness as well. When they're in man disadvantage, they're taking more risk. You know, they're not planning at 20 seconds left. I think they were planning sometimes with a minute left. Like, you know, that's really impressive. You can see that they've tidied up their gameplay in those areas. Bringing in 2 new players has definitely helped them. I really like what Mandy said actually about the dynamic shift as well. I think, you know, Emo and Jir were really good players. You know, we know that. But I think the way she talked about Emo is exactly how I feel. You know, he's that player that does his job really well, gets those kills, but doesn't really offer a lot outside of that, whereas OJ offers another voice, another opinion. You know, I think Cairo was helping out IGLing on Overt, so he, you know, maybe is, you know, another voice. And I think when you have, like, a lot more voices, opinions, and help, like, it relieves stress off some of the other players that are IGLing and stuff like that.
Well, I'll tell you one player that's going to be stress-free right now. That's Milo. Let's bring him in for an interview, get his thoughts on how the very first game of OCN, their campaign, went. Milo, fantastic to see you again. It's always a pleasure to see that that smirk coming up on the screen. Yeah, good, mate, good. I'm going to ask you, do you think that Ground Zero were giving you far too much space? It just looked like you were running all over them.
Yeah, that was a bit of a fun match. Yeah, look, I don't know. We very good on their chalet attacks. They seemed very, very nervous. This honestly isn't the Ground Zero that should have showed up today. They are a lot better in scrims. They're a lot better just individually, but today we were just absolutely destroying them. And I don't know what else to say. Everything just went our way.
You replaced 2 historically impactful players on your roster. Most people would consider that move risky. What was the aim with bringing in OJ and Cairo?
New voices. Cairo does a lot of good things. He's got a lot of good ideas. So does OJ. And we just really wanted to just fill in all the checkbooks because we actually needed a bit more flexibility, a bit more aggression, and we thought this would be the kind of like the recipe to make a really good team.
Yeah, kind of leading to my question, touching a bit on about that. You know, we talked about kind of how maybe these changes may have changed the team dynamic a bit. Just kind of wanted to get your opinion, how you feel this has changed, you know, your team dynamic.
The old roster that we had was very, very slow, predictable, and it would stall out a lot. And so we just wanted more players to kind of bring in a lot more firepower and playmaking, which is something that I think we lacked. We're too one-dimensional with our pushes, and I'm really liking the sort of flexibility that comes here and what OJ and Kara can bring to the table.
Milo, I mean, this might be one of the most insightful interviews I think I've ever had, so I appreciate you giving us all of the dirty, nitty-gritty information. It's something that we always ponder on the desk, and we're never completely sure of, because, of course, we can only see it from our eyes, but getting an insight from the team is fantastic. As per usual, we'll always give you the floor here. Anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Yeah, just the usual, you know, thanks to the fans that support us, and yeah, like, watch us on Apex South tomorrow, and we'll hopefully put a really good performance for everyone.
No doubt you will. It seems like it's trending that way, mate. We will see you tomorrow.
All right, catch you guys later.
Great start. Great interview. Good insight. Turtle, a wild card going to turn to the team we thought they were going to be for 2021?
Honestly, if they keep it up, I reckon top 3, maybe even winning a championship at this stage.
It really feels vast, like things have completely flipped on its head. Like watching the way that both Vinny and Milo have talked about, you know, the way that this team's come together, this is the championship team of 2020, but with not a completely new outlook, but like just a refreshed outlook on the game.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's all it can take. Me and Teto have been in those situations where, you know, you just make a simple roster change and it just completely freshens up everything. You know, it sparks, you know, motivation into, you know, players. You know, especially 2021 is it was lackluster for them. It was really poor for them. So, yeah, I think going into 2022, they needed that kind of spark of motivation. And I don't know, it's kind of cool to hear that literally everything we were talking about, like literally Milo confirmed it. So I feel like, yeah, we've got a good understanding of them. They're understanding where they're at. Sure, they are gonna face issues. Everyone does, and I think if they're able to, you know, quickly fix their issues and they're able to stay on top of them, I feel like they're in a good trajectory to really, you know, make playoffs and, you know, maybe even win something this year.
Yeah, a new season, a new wild card, who knows, a new hope for those two, well, not those two teams, that team in particular. However, two teams that have had so much hope, have had such a great performance in 2021. It's Team Bliss, it's the Chiefs, it's a rivalry that runs deep, and it's up after this.
Thank for OCN.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
That's a good question.
Hey guys, it's Joshua from Banks Arcade. We are super excited to announce that we are teaming up with the Oceanic Nationals for our new single, Chosen, which comes out on March 31st. You can pre-save it now via Apple Music.
Thank for OCN.
Voice of the streets, man, I hold it down. Man, I hold it this sound. Reach into the world right now. This sound. Voice of the streets, man, I hold it down. This sound. This one for my people now. Listen up, better hear the sound. This one for my people now. Listen up, better hear the sound.
A matchup that has always been highly anticipated, a matchup that has always delivered. It is Team Bliss, it is the Chiefs, and they are going head to head. This one has been talked about, has been debated for so long. Turtle, I mean, both of you really have been a part of the Chiefs roster for such a long time. But coming into this match specifically, Turtle, I want to ask you, what are you making of this one?
I think this is going to be a bit of a grudge match. Fisher, God Legion on Bliss, old roster of the Chiefs. I think it's going to be, everything's on the table tonight for both teams.
Let's have a look at Bliss, because Vast, there's a lot that we could talk about with this roster. Losing such formidable players, you know, Jigsaw, Todd, both gone now. Jigsaw obviously was such a talked about player coming into this year. However, they've picked up, I say, this is just my opinion, and I'd love to hear your opinion, they've picked up Fisho Guy and God Legion, who are two of the best at what they do.
God Legion don't know about, but Fisher is definitely a very good player.
I'm a band not going to be happy with that one.
Definitely be getting some DMs tonight, but yeah, look, Bliss, you know, losing Jigsaw and Todd, I guess specifically Jigsaw, you know, a lot of people be like, you know, what is Bliss without Jigsaw? And I think that it actually opens a lot of space for a player like Repix and, you know, God to really fill that void. Repix is a player I think has, you know, kind of been in the shadow of Jigsaw a bit, so I think he's definitely got the potential to definitely be up there. He's got the mechanics, he's got the ability, so, you know, I guess we'll just see how he progresses in that role. But yeah, definitely, like, Fisho and God is a really good pickup. It's like, with Fisho, I think that he's what Bliss need. I mean, we have talked about last year. I know Bliss are going to hate us for saying, but, you know, they do struggle in BO3s. You know, it's just a fact. It's a fact. You know, I only talk facts, and they struggle in BO3s, whereas, you know, Fisho, God, they know how to play BO3s, they know how to play BO5s. They've got that experience, and they're going to bring it along to Bliss. I think Fisho will really be able to, yeah, just help these guys just really improve. And, I mean, they're already playing really good Siege. I just think they were just missing that little bit extra to get them along the lines of, you know, winning a playoffs and whatnot.
Well, here's another fact for you. God Legion out, Golden in. Players, well, a lot of people would remember Golden from a very long time ago. He now reprises his old role as God Legion. Unfortunately, is sick tonight. But we move over to the sickest, the illest roster in OCE. It's the Chiefs. Turtle, do we still think that they are the illest? Do we still think that they are the best?
I reckon they picked up two of the best fraggers in OCN last year. Bouncin, Boydie. Bouncin, Stage 2, had the highest opening kills and opening kill KD. Arguably the best fragger on Roffle. He missed Stage 3, but the Boydie was there to pick up the slack. He shined when Boydie wasn't there. Bouncin wasn't there. Losing Fisho, dropping Fisho, it's clear they want to go and pick up these two fraggers. It's clear they want to play a bit more loose and bring a bit more firepower. And I think the game's going that way, and I think they're definitely the team that can, you know, take advantage of it.
And Honestly, from where they've come, Vast, again, you've been on this roster for such a long... I mean, it's hard to talk to both of you about this because you have the insider information up until recently. But, you know, they've come from such a long kind of drought up until 2021 and really, you know, just broke down so many barriers, became the best team in O's, performed well when we looked at them in the APAC South League. Are they going to be that same team? Are they going to be that same beast as 2021?
I think they definitely have the skill and the teamwork. Like, my opinion about this, how the Chiefs are playing right now and kind of this lineup, like, I think they'll definitely still be good. We always talked about in the past that if, you know, one of us ever got dropped or whatever, like, the team, you know, function and is good not just because of one particular player. I know that you know you have standout players like Worthy that is always in, you know, the spotlight and always doing well, but it truly is, you know, the success of Chiefs is truly a team effort, and it's, you know, because of the work we're putting in and kind of the foundation and structure that we set up into place. I still think they'll do good. I just kind of worry that if they kind of slip into a slump, you know, maybe Worthy kind of slips into a slump or, you know, etc. That I'm kind of curious to see how they'll be able to function, how they'll be able to get over those hurdles is what I'm more looking out for this team.
Well, our final hurdle of this head-to-head is the veto. Let's have a look at what map we're going to be heading to. Turtle, I'll give you the chance, to decipher. We're going to Chalet.
Chalet, love to see it, love to see it. Chalet towards the end of last year was a traditionally pretty strong map for the Chiefs. I don't remember the record, but we did 7-0 Direwolves in APAC playoffs to make it to Sweden. So, pretty strong map. It's a bit of a... In memory, we did also beat Bliss in the grand finals on it as well.
Yes, yeah. So this is if I actually remember correctly, Chalet was the map that you guys won, I think, all of the titles of OCN on. Maybe I'm going... No, there was definitely a coastline victory in there, I think in Stage 2. But regardless, Chalet has been a pretty good bout for both of these teams. Vast, final thoughts? Are we leaning toward, you know, the Chiefs kind of repeating their success of 21, or are we finally going to start to see Bliss break through?
I think I mean, if Bliss had God, I would say that it's a pretty even matchup. I mean, Bliss can play Chalet, even though in the past the Chiefs have got the better of them on that map. They still can play it. They've had really good success on that map. So it's definitely not far-fetched to say that it's going to be, you know, automatically a Chiefs win. I just think in the circumstances and also, I guess, the way the Chiefs have been playing in South, they've got a lot of momentum kind of building up right now, which could, you know, be kind of a factor.
Certainly could be, and I guess we'll wait and see where that kind of trajectory goes. But for now, it's time for us to allow the commentators to come back in. It's Dev and it's Mandy. We're headed to Chalet.
Thank you so much, Rob. It's time to get into the best rivalry in Oceania. It's the grand final rematch from last year. Man, do we have some stories to tell about Bliss and Chiefs. Mandy, it's our first cast together. I couldn't be more stoked.
I'm so excited. Yeah, I can't believe it. First cast ever. And it's going to be on Chalet again. So we're all warmed up for this map already.
Yeah, you're definitely going to be seeing a lot of Chalet tonight, it seems, Mandy. And look, you've been there throughout all of 2021 on the observer sticks, watching, keeping a keen eye on Bliss and Chiefs. How do you see these two teams showing up? It is the back-to-back champions in the Chiefs versus their fiercest rivals and two of their former players on Team Bliss.
I think this is going to be a very interesting matchup. Again, a very grudge match. I think the desk has put it perfectly. Bliss down one player, so it's going to be pretty tough for them bringing out the firepower on the defense half even. We'll have to see Chiefs and see if they can catch all of those attack wins.
Straight out of the gate, we see that Hibana ban come on through. And of course, we also see the players. It is strange, I admit, seeing that man second from the bottom on the right-hand side. Not on the side of the blue, but the side of the pink. Fisho guy with his debut match in a Bliss jersey. That is something I never thought I would see.
I also never thought I'd see the day. I'm really interested to see how these teams' roster shuffle is going to play out. I think Chiefs are losing Fisher Guy as the IGL has moved Ethan onto the IGL role. So I think that the difference in game philosophy is something that we'll see coming out in the debut match here. And I think this is honestly the perfect match to compare it, right? You have Fisher Guy that's come in, probably the new IGL for Team Bliss, from my understanding, who's bringing an old philosophy into his new team, and the Chiefs with a brand new game philosophy on Ethan. And I would really be interested to see how these IGLing styles, I guess, face off against each other.
And unfortunately, on top of everything, we do have an asterisk on this game, and that is Golden, who will be subbing in for God Legion. God Legion was one of the standout players on the Chiefs last year. He is an insane entry fragger, and Golden is just Bliss's manager. Like, he's not even the coach. And I was having a brief chat over text to him before this game started, and he said, like, man, I feel so rusty. I haven't played the game competitively in a very, very long time. And he's put on the entry role as well. That is going to shake up everything for Team Bliss. Can they even play their normal stock standard gameplay with this curveball thrown their way?
I think it'll be very, very tough for Bliss to come back into it with a player that they don't normally play with, but hopefully a friend that they know quite well. I think for Fisher Guy in the IGL, it's easiest for him to have a Golden jump straight onto that entry frag role to replace God Legion. God Legion is, I suppose, Fisher Guy's duo at this point. They always play together. Fisher is God Legion's droner, God Legion being the chess piece entry for the old Chiefs roster as well. I think Golden will slip pretty well into that role. It's a very fortunate substitute that they've made for Bliss, although it will still be hard not having the entire 5. The band's coming out now, and these are pretty spicy bands, honestly.
Yeah, okay. Not every day you get to see the Clash Aruni bands come out. We've seen a couple of Hibana bands today already. Any theory crafting to be done on the Aruni band particularly? I mean, anything that you want to dig into for here? Because I'm at a loss.
I'm also at a loss for the Aruni ban. After I saw the Clash ban come out, I was like, oh yeah, surely they'll ban something that plays into their defense setup in some way. I don't know, like maybe it's a crutch ban. Maybe they think that the P10 Rooney is just someone's favorite gun and they want to ban it out or something like that. I don't really see how this plays strategically, to be honest.
You know what's funny is, I mean, both of these teams featured heavily in the OCN Awards at the end of the 2021 season because when we were looking at awarding team or players from OCN Awards, it's naturally players on Chiefs and Bliss who were going to get them. Worthy, of course, got the MVP, Most Valuable Player of the Year, Digital Entertainer of the Year, and Fisho, when he was on Chiefs, got Support Player of the Year. Now, I'm thinking back and remembering the clip that was used as the example of his support, and it was on this very map against Team Bliss playing Clash in Solarium. And Chiefs have now banned the Clash against their former support player, knowing how good Fisho is with that operator.
How is it the storylines have already built up in the operator ban phase? It's just a testament to how incredibly spicy this game is going to be. Chiefs now starting to attack the basement site. Typically not even a tertiary site for any defenders, but they're going to get this wall fairly easily with Fisher Guy. I don't think he's got a second electro claw, so that exothermic charge is going to go down nice and easy. Getting that wall open, already an entryway into the site. Seems like Bliss, they've gone for a pretty extended roam here, leaving Fisher Guy to babysit the site.
Basement snowmobile wine cellar might be seen a lot in your ranked or casual games, but in comp, I'm going to admit, I'm a cynic. I don't think this is the strongest site to defend, so Bliss have taken a huge risk, and you can see that they are really, really relying on this roam game. There is just Fisho Guy on the site. Everyone else from Bliss is a hell of a long way away. You've got 2-3 players on the top floor. Golden is even roaming. So honestly, it's really Fisho against the world on site, and they need to make sure that Chiefs aren't able to pull the rug from out underneath them.
So far it looked like that Chiefs were going to go for that roam clear, but now we're seeing them transition down towards the back trench side. I think they've read into this roam. They're going, we're not going to contest this, let's just start working the back instead. So we see Digital in the back with the hard breach. He's going to start getting that wall open. Boydie already prepped and ready on the west main cutoff. And there it is, the wall just getting open straight away with no contestant. Oh, never mind.
That is 2 gaping holes. What, did you see something I didn't there? Because
I thought it got tricked there from Fisher Guy, but it was only half the wall that was electrified, so I got real baited there.
That's unfortunate.
Yep.
You just missed the panel that the exothermic charge was actually on. Digital's now droned out wine. Chiefs are calling right now in Discord. I tell you right now, Chiefs are like, Guys, site is free. Are we going to
Let's
make a
go.
move?
Oh, Golden does have the hatch control though, up and dining. So if they do want to make this entry, they're going to have to be a little more careful than that. I think Chiefs right now poised for cutoffs. So you can see Worthy outside the front door, anticipating players are going to rotate back through lobby. Oh, there it is. I think the execute's coming out. Ethan going into connector with the first entry.
Yeah, but that said, Bliss managed to stay on top of it. It's trades back and forth. As we expect from these two teams, Worthy now, star player, and Digital backline support for the Chiefs to try and clutch out. But just Golden and Repix, the two entries to hold on. Worthy going for the peak now. He's got a fantastic gun, but it's all on him. All down to the MVP of OCN 2021. He's got a fantastic gun at his way, but there's the sub, the super manager. Golden to find a 2K and claim the first round for Team Bliss.
I don't think that was a bad round for Team Bliss, honestly. I think that the Chiefs, they identified the weakness in that defense pretty late on into the round. And even though they had gotten that wall open, they weren't able to make the safe entry into the site without being traded off by the roamers. The roamers also realizing, oh no, guys, they've fallen off this roam clear. We need to start coming back to the site as well and helping out poor Fisher guy left all alone in connector. Thankfully, they were able to trade it out. Like you said, Golden, the super sub, coming in with a 3K actually in that last round and eventually able to win the round out for Bliss.
A great start for Bliss, particularly because that is the less picked bomb site. You want to get that out of the way nice and early. Also because we know from experience that Chalet is one of the maps in the pool that favors towards the attack. I'm not wrong, right, that Wildcard went 5-1 on their attack?
You're absolutely right
the
about
last
that.
Map? We've seen then in very, very recent history, fresh in our minds, just how potent teams are on attack. Well, Bliss has already done just as well as Wildcard's opponents did in the previous map, so they could be happy about that. Now they move on to Bar, which is a much more commonly picked bomb site, and one that, honestly, like I would back them into this as 50-50. Like, I think that they would, if they can win downstairs, like what's to say they can't win all the other sites on the map too?
I agree. I think winning that tertiary site has opened up a lot of strategic advantage for Bliss here. They can go to a lot more comfortable sites for them now, having that one round up in the bag, in their pocket. Now Chiefs are going to have to really find a win on one of these primary sites to be able to come back into this round, particularly on their attacking half.
Exciting time for Golden, no doubt a nerve-wracking time as well. First time back in the server for a very, very long time. He's not even a coach, he's a manager. But he's already found a 3K, so that's a bolster of confidence right there. He was telling me he had to do a bit of a warm-up to learn Jaeger's new recall because all these operators he used to play have had different recall patterns. Bliss on for this heavy roam. What are the Chiefs going to do about it?
Chiefs looking like they're doing... Oh my gosh, that was a beautiful pick from Worthy. That is an incredible upside-down rappel angle that he's got onto the connector there. But it seems like Chiefs looking for a sort of probe sort of attack. They're going through the top floor. They've also got some players in the basement. They're not entirely sure whether they want to do a top-down or whether they want to do a bottom-up, I suppose. They're just starting to drone out through the mid-round now, what kind of utility they've got on the site. This Wamai is very protected by his 3 ADSs here that Boydie's now got to clear with his nade. I think that one nade hasn't quite done the cut for him, and Oda will stay alive here in the corner of Library.
Question is, how many more magnets can Oda use? There's still one on the wall there. And no more nades for Boydie on the window. Info droned out. Digital on the cutoff. Chiefs left with a lot of questions. Ethan now rotates over. He's the player with nades now to fill this position. The Wamai magnet burned with the Selma. Cheeky from Chiefs. Ethan's cooking a nade. Does it land? Oda survives.
Oh no. Oda being able to hold on to this library corner for his dear life. The final Wamai magnet now coming out for him. They've had to burn a Selma charge to try and kill him, and it still hasn't worked out that well for Chiefs. Now only with no grenades left in the pocket, they're going to have to go for some kind of crotch play entering into the site.
Bouncin receiving a bit of friendly fire from his teammate Ethan, but they do sneak into that objective. What are Bliss going to do about it? Numbers advantage for the Chiefs. Boydie furthers that now as Fisho goes down, worried about the vertical presence. But as of now, Chiefs have full control of the site. Bouncing down, but not out as of yet. And traded now by both Worthy and Ethan, who spring into action. It's all on the sub. Golden, a 1v4. And it's going to be very, very difficult. Caught in the crossfire. I mean, that didn't start so well for Chiefs, but they certainly turned it around. A flawless at the end of it.
I think Chiefs have played that out very well. I think that they've started out on the top floor, but they still had some players probing into the bottom floor that we saw early in the round from the top-down view. They realized, oh no guys, this top floor hasn't really gone out the way we wanted to. We weren't able to play that utility very well. But then you had players like, I think it was Boydie, was able to probe in from the ground floor, able to make some space through lobby and eventually get into the site, and the rest of the team immediately followed up on that plan. I think the strength in Chiefs as a team is that they're very coherent. Once one person has an idea or they see an opening, all the other players immediately jump on board. And we'll have to see whether Bliss in their new roster plus a sub is able to reflect that coherence that Chiefs have got.
Especially when one plan goes out the window, right? Like Chiefs, I mean, pun intended, Chiefs was trying to throw so many nades and Selmas through that window, they couldn't deal with it. And they just, I mean, at that point was Ethan like, oh, well, this ain't working, let's try something else. Finds his way walking into sight. How does that happen? Very nice result, nonetheless. We're actually going to see the Nomad 6 pick off of Worthy's played it so far every round. Brings out the Yana, and most importantly, we're seeing Ethan on the Osa. That's a very rare operator. I wonder what he's looking to achieve with that.
Chiefs now looking to attack the the kitchen and dining bomb sites now. Another.
So Ethan makes his way on through with that Talon shield. Starting to face check these angles. In fact, this is a dining and kitchen defense for the Chiefs. Sorry, for Bliss, as the Chiefs start to make their way forward. Not a heavy presence upstairs. We've got Oda and Repix, the primary players to hold on for Bliss. But the Chiefs, they have a lot of work to do here. Likely, Digital will be wanting to get some hard breach on, not only to the office wall where he's deploying it right now, but later onto that dining wall below. And he does jump down. Good drone work from the Chiefs to enable this, and Dig, surely before too long, will swiftly open both of these angles. I mean, this is just the legwork that a team needs to do. C4, hello, and goodbye to Boydie. Wiped across the floor by Fisho guy and say, hey, mate, you take my spot, I'm going to take your life.
Bomb located by attackers.
Chiefs now prepping for that mid-round into the Bliss defense, starting to get open the ground floor wall and playing into the Osa for this execute here. Very interested to see how this comes out for the defense, especially against actually no C4s left for Fisher guys. So this execute might come out fairly easy for the Chiefs.
And it may well hinge on what Ethan can do with the Talon shields. Still info for Bliss on site. Here goes one of those shields. Enabling a two-way angle, but an angle that Ethan can peek off nice and easily. 45 seconds left.
Uh-oh.
What's the strat here for Chiefs? Where are they going to plan?
I think that gap is just a little bit too small for Ethan to move through with the shield. Oh, he's just managed to squeeze through. But I think the top floor is being retaken at the moment, unless Fisher guys just found that kill from a very long angle on the ground floor. Smoke's now going out for the execute as well. Oda still managed to creep through the top floor. Can he make anything happen from this?
Fisho finally shut down by Bouncin. Dig wants to come in and get that plan down, but he goes and drops onto the floor. Shade.
Oh, Oda.
Now on for the line. 3v1. Bouncin gone. Oda had the flank of his life, and Bliss have once again taken the advantage.
That felt like a Chiefs round at the end there. They had both walls open, they had top floor control, they had ground floor control as well, but they weren't able to make that execute work for them. I think that they'd lost that top floor control with Oda able to creep through the top. They also were not quite able to get the kit into the site, despite Bliss not having any plant null as well. I was wondering what might be going through the Chiefs' comms at that point. Were they really distracted between the two halves of the push, perhaps? They couldn't get a grip on the top floor control or the flank watch, perhaps. Not sure, but that really looked like a Chiefs round that Bliss were able to come back through. Excellent retake in the top floor.
I love that this is getting close. I love that it's spicy. I love that every time a kill comes out, I can't help but thinking, oh, Fisho just got one of his former teammates. That must have stung a little bit. I mean, I know maybe I'm embellishing a little bit too much. I get carried away sometimes. But I mean, it's so exciting. These are the teams that the two teams of OCN last year that unexpectedly were the teams we were talking about all year. I think we came into 2021 thinking that it was going to be all Wildcard and all Knights and all Akami Order, who are now gone, by the way. But no, it was Chiefs and Bliss who absolutely stole the spotlight of 2021. And despite having some pretty cracking games already, they've already stolen the spotlight here in the 2022 season in our debut Playday.
Yeah, they're definitely stealing the spotlight here with this matchup. Every kill feels like it's impactful in this match. It doesn't feel like a one kill goes one way and it doesn't change the way that the round goes at all. I think both teams are really playing into the weaknesses of each setup, particularly Bliss now. They've gone for the basement site again, I believe. And now they're doing, again, this extended roam. Upstairs, playing on their lonesome, and Chiefs have got to figure out how they're going to approach this. Are they going to clear or are they going to do a direct attack? Oh, poor Fisher guy. Left on the site all on his own.
I just find it so funny. Like, if you told me that you had one player on site and everyone else roaming, what's your answer to that? Most, like 99 times out of 100, Mandy, it's okay, let's just push site, right? It's a 5v1. But Chiefs are insistent on clearing this roam, for better or for worse.
I'm starting to think perhaps Chiefs aren't too insistent on clearing the roam itself, but perhaps setting up their attackers to play the right cutoff once the execute comes through. It doesn't seem like they're going to push all the way up to Oda here. I think they're going to let him have this library control and be able to fall off, but I do think that they want Bouncin watching this hatch now into West Main, anticipating that Golden or maybe Oda will start to fall through and start playing that hatch control. I think Bouncin has just dropped there as well. So yeah, now they're starting to get control of the ground floor. Oda, I think, is now stuck inside Bar Games. Oh no.
Oh, Shade comes to try and support, but good cutoff from Bouncin. Excellent work now from the Chiefs. They found the lead-off kill. And, well, Fisho, unfortunately for Chiefs, doesn't let that man advantage last for very long. Boyd, he's struggling to get in the game. And most importantly, that's one of your main vertical operators as well.
I think it's really interesting to see that even though Fisho, the lonesome guy on the site, is still able to have an impact into the roam play here. Typically, you don't see those SMG-11 kills mid-round, but it's happened for Fisho guy. Just goes to show how experienced and how great of an anchor play he is.
Time's really ticking off this clock, isn't it, Mandy? Just 30 seconds left.
30 seconds.
And it makes you wonder, like, what is the plan for Chiefs?
Chiefs now looking like they're going to do a back take, but only 20 seconds left to go. They haven't droned the site. It's really starting to look like a Bliss round.
Fisho guy, of course, is that first line of defense for the Chiefs. That said, the super sub steps up once again. Golden and Repix on for the retake of the roam. Chiefs fall to pieces. And Bliss have somehow managed to take a 3-1 lead on their defense, no less.
I think that the Bliss philosophy coming to this game is seriously working out for them, Dev. I think them taking 2 tertiary sites into Chiefs has made Chiefs go, what? What are we doing? Like, what are they doing? How do we attack this?
Isn't it astonishing, right? Like, Chiefs, a year ago now, brought on Fisho guy to... And when they brought on Fisho guy, they said themselves, like, they needed a mastermind behind the team. That's what they were looking for in that player. Like, Fisho guy, yeah, I mean, he's got his FPS OSU records or whatever, but he's not known as a mechanical player, as a fragger. He's known for his brain. And that was why he was picked up by Chiefs. And ironically, I think in the end, that was probably part of the reason why he departed from the Chiefs, why they decided that they wanted to move on from him, is because they wanted someone with more mechanics. You look at who they picked up, Bouncin and Boydie. And yet right here, it seems like this game is not being won by mechanics, but being won by the masterminds behind them. And for Chiefs, I mean, it's Ethan who is often looked to as that. And for Bliss, I mean, they've got Shade, yeah, who's plenty of experience in that supportive role, but Fisho guy is undoubtedly like the brain in the server right now.
Absolutely. I think Bliss went into this with a plan. They had a very clear plan. They went, okay, we're down 1 player. We need to play with a sub. This is Chiefs. They know how Fisher guy plays as well. We need to bring out something special, something that they won't expect. And with the sites that they've currently played, I think their plan is working out beautifully for them. Chiefs, they haven't really quite cracked the puzzle yet. Now they have to attack Bar Gaming, which is typically a primary site. Chiefs might know how to attack this one a little better than the last 2 that they did. Seems like they're going to go for a bottom-up clear. Bouncin now taking control of the basement.
There's a lot you can do with the basement on this side, of course. We saw last round on this bomb site how Chiefs were able to, despite not gaining reading control, do a surprise push directly into bar. And man, that worked out so well for them. So Bliss is going to have to be extra careful with any sneaky plays from the Chiefs.
Absolutely. I think you can see Fisher Guy a little wary about that now, looking at the possible entry points from that dungeon window just underneath the stairs. Chiefs not seeming to make that much progress, but similar to their last attack, they're probing the top floor. They're trying to work on getting Oda out of that library corner. It feels like a big deja vu right now.
But will it work out better this time for Chiefs? I mean, considering that, I don't think there's any ADSs for Oda. I mean, the thing is, like, even then, Ethan managed to get his nade past all the magnets, but it didn't drop down, and it didn't take down Oda. I mean, look, he's still got more than half his health left. This is really troublesome for Chiefs.
Chiefs are going to need to pull something out of their pocket, something different to be able to win this round just like they did in the last. But I think they're still pretty committed to clearing out Oda here. Voidy's just rotated up with another set of nades, but still not taking out Oda. What on earth is going on for the Chiefs? Oh, fine, there we go.
Thank God for Digital. He found Oda eventually. Makes you wonder, did Oda really need to peek there? Perhaps he felt forced by Voidy's grenades, but eventually Chiefs can be satisfied that they have ticked off that first step in the list, and in fact a second pick now with Golden going down, and Bliss really feeling that pressure.
45 seconds left, and Chiefs have really only made work in the top floor, but even Shade is still sitting in the top floor. It's starting to really look like a Bliss round.
Oh,
They're still holding on to a lot of these anchor positions. Fisher Guy taking a very scary engagement there.
And not winning the fight somehow. I mean, the fact that neither player connected a bullet there is astonishing. But here goes Fisher once again, getting very aggressive, but walking straight to the LMG is a scary prospect. The player walks into sight. Ethan goes down. And Fisher looks for another. It's back and forth, 2v2 now. Repix on for the flank, Fisher to hold sight. And the Chiefs, they need to execute. There's info on for them. Fisher traded out, and bouncing. We'll have to find a Repix with 2 seconds left. He's got the right read, but there's no time. Bliss, hold on and win thanks to the clock striking midnight. 4 rounds to 1 in the advantage.
Bliss have just played this so masterfully, with also the combination of Chiefs having a misplay in the top floor there. They were so caught up on that micro minigame trying to clear out Oda that they didn't leave enough time in the late round to be able to drone out the site and figure out what the execute plan was going to be. We also saw Shade still able to hold onto that top floor, and I also want to point out, someone we don't point out much, is how masterfully Fisher Guy played that anchor. He didn't just sit in one spot and wait for the Chiefs to do that same rush that they did the previous round. He was taking those engagements on each window, knowing that the Chiefs were still scrambling upstairs. It's just going to be a 1v1. He's looking out for those entry plays, and I think at the end there we saw him take like 2 or 3 near-miss engagements, and that's just such masterful anchor play coming out from Fisher.
Yeah, the way he was just so mobile. But it was funny, wasn't it? Like, there are a couple of instances there that probably could have been kills, either for him or against him. But, you know, at the end of the day, a win is a win. And Bliss are going to be very happy. I mean, Golden told me that Bliss were very satisfied when the map went to Chalet. So this was the map that they wanted. This was the map they were gunning for. Of course, they certainly didn't want to be playing with their sub. That said, I mean, Golden's got, what, the best KD in the server right now, if I'm not wrong.
Not bad.
6 and 3. And, I mean, he's come to life on the entry, or particularly the roam role. So you got to be impressed by him.
I'm very impressed with how Bliss have played this. If you told me that the scoreline was going to be 4-1 to Bliss, playing with a sub, on the defending half, I would call you stupid. I wouldn't believe what you just said to me. But Bliss have just done the impossible, I think. Chiefs now having to attack the top floor, also another primary site, looking to do a direct execute. Voidy starting to open up that basement, looking into the solar stairs, getting ready to clear Fisher Guy, of all people.
Classic position to clear, isn't it? On the solar stairs. Now look, the scoreline may be 4-1, and yes, Bliss may be on the defense, the in theory unfavored side on this map. But let's not get too excited. Chiefs can well and truly bring it back here. If Chiefs are able to win this round, a 4-2, I mean, that's not such a big deal. A 5-1, a bit grim, but a 4-2, more than achievable for the comeback for Chiefs. That said, it ain't going to be easy. Look at that. Repic's already taken down Boydie, who is just having a shocking game so far. Died in almost every single round.
Chiefs now having to clear out Fisher Guy on the solar stairs, starting to burn out that utility, but they have lost one set of nades in Boydie. First nade goes out, actually second nade from
God.
Ethan, and they're still not able to find a pick, and Repix has just found his second down in the basement. And a third.
Jeez, this is just so grim. Ethan desperately goes for the refrag, and he gets it, but now Fisher Guy's feeling the pressure, whips out the shotgun. Ethan there with the 1x on the finger, looks the wrong way, and Fisher for the second round in a row finds Ethan. Digital now versus the world. Doesn't matter how good you are on the interviews, you need to earn the right to get to those interviews, and you need to do that by beating your opponent. Fisher Guy waiting for his former teammate as the E1D screams out, and Digital desperately waits for a pick on these solar stairs. It feels but inevitable that the Bliss side will find themselves with yet another round here and a 5-1 scoreline at the end of the half.
20 seconds left now for Digital. It seemed fairly impossible, and there we go. Shade coming out with the last kill to give Bliss their 5th round, I believe, on the defense. And that is absolutely incredible what they've just managed to achieve there.
Isn't it just unthinkable? I mean, 5-1 to Bliss on the defense. I picked Chiefs, and I think, as much as I hate to admit it, the only one of us who predicted Bliss... sorry, I picked Chiefs. The only one I believe who predicted Bliss was Guz, sadly. That damn man always tends to get things right. But
That's not what you want to hear.
I was very tempted to pick Bliss because I've actually gone against Chiefs for a lot of the APAC South games so far, and I'll be the first to admit that they have exceeded my expectations. I was really concerned for Chiefs with the success they managed to garnish last year and foster as they grew, and all of these players started to become legends. They dropped 2 of those players. And yes, Boydie and Bouncin are great in their own right, but Chiefs was already so perfect that, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's the saying, right? And yet they did really well in APAC South. So I wondered maybe I judged them too harshly, and I gave them the prediction today against Bliss, so they wouldn't hate me. But maybe I didn't give Bliss enough credit. Maybe Fisher Guy joining the roster has really changed that much for them.
In my opinion, I think this match is a pretty strong showing of the counterplay ability of Fisher Guy. I think that by dropping Fisher Guy and God Legion, Chiefs have said, okay, we're going to go for a different game philosophy. We're going to change our philosophy from methodical, step-by-step, we know what we're going to do in advance, to let's problem solve. Let's see what they have and try and figure it out on the fly. Fisher Guy, we know him. He's always got a plan, and he always tells his team the plan before that. And I think that it's really come into fruition in this game. Fisher Guy goes, I know exactly how the Chiefs are going to play. They dropped me. But I know the IGL that they picked up, and I know exactly how to beat them, and it's totally working here against the Chiefs.
And once again, Ethan, the first to fall. Man, it has been a rough ride for the Chiefs, and the momentum has really just started to slip beneath them. I think that no one can refute that Chiefs have one of the most stacked rosters in terms of fraggers. But as soon as that falls through, I mean, this is what we saw with Bliss in the grand final last year, right? Jigsaw, their star fragger, did not perform in that grand final. And when the player you always need to perform doesn't perform, your team suffers an enormous blow, one that often cannot be recovered from. Boydie right now has really been struggling. We haven't seen Ethan really be popping off. And you know, the best players on the team, Bouncin and Worthy, have merely met even. In goes Shade, immediately met by Digital. Maybe not such a good plan after all for Bliss. Chiefs can recompose.
Chiefs now given a second chance here in this round with the mistake that Shade has made, rushing onto site. Thought he had an opening, but Digital had his number. Now Bliss having to reconvene on the other side of the map, rotating over towards the north side. Let's see what they have to approach. 1 minute left.
Oh,
There's still
Bouncin!
time for them. Oh no.
Wow, very risky jump out there. Reveals his position, but does not get punished as of yet. Worthy still on for a roam. Chiefs have managed to maintain the balance for their side. They managed to get the advantage. 40 seconds left as the Lion scan roars out. Repix on for this top floor is going to have to land some long angles. Can he achieve here? A nade to go through. Golden there to support.
Only 30 seconds left here for Bliss. They're going to have to come up with something really big to be able to take down this Chiefs defense.
Repix may not know that there is still a player upstairs. There's also a player on the blue stairs, and that was bouncing, and well, it's over really before it starts. The Chiefs can recompose and get their second round of the match, a much needed one at that, and they're going to have to continue this on their defense. They are looking pretty well fired up, so you've got to give them that.
It's good to see the Chiefs back in that happy form again. Digital doing a little, let's go, on the cams right at the end there. Great to see him with that energy back again. I think Bliss, I think they took a little bit too long there trying to decide exactly what they wanted to do. They only had 1 minute when they made their decision to reconvene over on the north side of the map and try and go for a sweep across. That's just not enough time to be able to clear out the shields, be able to take top floor control, and still be able to do the execute. Chiefs playing positions they hadn't been droned down to, good anchor positions, and just able to play the crossfires and stop the attack of Bliss right at the end there. Now they're able to go onto another primary site at the top floor, and should be pretty comfortable for the Chiefs here.
Yeah, well, for Bliss, we saw them try all 4 bomb sites, right? We saw Snowmobile Wine straight out of the gate, we saw Bar Games, we saw Kitchen Dining, and eventually we saw Master Office. They were successful on all of those bomb sites at least once, but forfeited Bar Games just the one time. Now the Chiefs, well, actually, looks to have a pretty significant roam. Was Bouncing even putting utility downstairs? It seems so. I wonder what's the go with this Frost pick, though? Like, pretty common for Bar Games what we just saw. But now on Master, Digital getting a bit cheeky.
I suppose the shield and the shotgun combination is always fairly good on Chalet. With the ban of Floras as well coming out, shields is going to be a big staple on the defense half here on Chalet. Chiefs, though, going for an extended roam. Oh, very nice double frost mat there on the bathroom, anticipating a late round entry. And Bouncin also roaming down below. So I think we'll have to see what the approach for Bliss is here. It seems like they're going to go for a direct attack, so not really directly addressing the roam that Chiefs have put up here for them. Both a combination of grenades and flashbangs out on the solo rappel, but no one to contest it on the stairs, so they're going to be able to get that control for free.
Oh.
Bouncin finding the first pick, though, onto Golden.
And that's it. Bliss does indeed need to address this roam, particularly Bouncin is loitering on the west main stairs. If Bliss want to try and go for this Solarium take, they need Presence and Trophy, which is of course held by Bouncin at the moment. First line scan goes out. Boydie can peek through the kill holes, and Murder Fisher guy straight off that rappel. Repix has found his way onto the stairs, but essentially trapped, caught between a rock and a hard place. Players on site and Bouncin on the roam.
It feels like Bliss have really cut a few corners here. Like you said, in order to do this push, they did need trophy control first. And Shade, although he is able to find a very nice vertical kill from there onto Boydie. That's your player in closet gone, but there's still heaps and heaps of anchors left for redundancy.
Oh, and Repix just really feeling that pressure. Ethan, a great read to take on that solo player before his teammates can come and support. And Chiefs have well and truly got back on the horse after that 5-1 half, and they're starting to build this momentum. A 2v4 now for Oda and Shade, with options really limited at this point in the round.
It is not every day that you see a defender-sided Chalet, but it does feel like what we're about to see here in this match, Dev. It could not get any spicier than this. Now, Bliss looking to start attacking the bottom floor, maybe look for some picks before they try and take the fights on the top floor. They do have a roamer pinged out, it seems like, somewhere in dining. Looks like Digital there on his lonesome. Shade now pushing in for the kill.
Oh, Shade, no, he just doesn't check the angle right. Digital can drop that diffuser down. Oda's got a refrag, and well, he's got to do a hell of a lot more than that. Digital knows where he is, wall bangs, and you know, that's all it is. The Chiefs are starting this comeback well and truly. They didn't break a sweat when they were down 5-1. They made it 5-3, a much less scary scoreline.
I think that was well played there from the Chiefs, and a little bit of a misplay from Bliss. They wanted to do a solo attack, yes, but they didn't try and take control of anywhere else on the map. They didn't try and go for trophy control. They didn't enter from the basement to try and cut off some of those roamers. Bouncin was able to get free reign there and find exactly the picks that he needed to support Boydie up in closet. able to take the peaks onto the solo rappels with that Wamai. He's very safe from all the grenades and whatever he needs to defend himself. And yeah, I think that all just worked out beautifully for the Chiefs. Big misplay from Bliss there. Now they're going to go onto Dining Kitchen, another primary, actually tertiary bomb site. And Chiefs should be fairly comfortable with this. This is a fairly common bomb site we see every day.
Yeah, and the one that we saw Bliss manage to have some success on despite the OSA pick from Chiefs. And one thing I'm starting to wonder now, I mean, on defense, Bliss obviously playing with the sub. Golden had his license to basically just roam and do what you can on the roam. And yeah, he had some responsibilities a little bit more than that, but when it boils down to it, that was it. And I think that roaming is typically easier than entry. And now Golden, he's put on that entry role. He might have found the opening pick in the previous round, well, 2 rounds ago now. But he was the first death against Bouncin. And I think this is where he's really going to be tested. Remember, he was 6-3 at one point. Since then, he's got 2 kills and 3 deaths. So he's struggling a little bit more on the attack than he was on the defense. And I think this is really where Bliss is going to perhaps struggle. And maybe why you're seeing Shade here switch onto the Ash, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, he was already on the sledge, so I guess an entry to some degree. But I think Bliss is definitely going to need to tighten up their entries to have some success on these attacks.
I agree. I think that Bliss need to start taking this a little more methodically against the Chiefs. They can't cut corners like they did in the last round. They need to address what Chiefs have put in front of them. And they need to solve these problems. I guess the one that's put straight in front of them, with Golden on board as well as the entry to make room for the attackers. Whirly now roaming on his lonesome on the other side of the map. I think he has been droned out, so Golden now entering in through Mudroom to try and cut him off. But Bliss, we're going to have to see them work together to fight someone like Worthy.
We know the damage Worthy can do. A lot of drones coming out and some presence in the building now from Bliss. Keeping in mind, Dining and Kitchen is the bomb site. Bliss typically, any attack typically, you'd want to clear out that top floor. Oh my god, wow. Worthy wins that. Fully droned out and Toda goes as well. And this is grim. You got to call it that. Bliss fell to pieces. The Chiefs stepped up massively. I mean, the fact that Worthy won that fight is insane. He was already low HP. He'd been spotted out. Quick spray to the barricade, and I mean, that's the end of Shade.
I think that's the reason why Worthy is given MVP, right? We saw Bliss there. They actually had pretty excellent teamwork. They had already set up Shade down in Trench. We saw a little earlier on the round, ready to cut off the basement because they knew Worthy was roaming down there. They sent in Golden to try and flush him out of his position. It worked perfectly. But Shade just unable to win out against the MVP of 2021, I suppose. Now they've only got 45 seconds left of the round. They have to go for an execute. Smoke canisters still on the board for Digital. It's looking pretty grim for Bliss.
The fewer players alive for Bliss, the fewer players can hold the flank. We saw what Oda was able to do when he was defending this site and went for a flank. Chiefs just fell apart. Now Bliss are going to have to make an execute happen, whether that's via kills or the plant. You're yet to see. Golden now on the entry, replacing God Legion. He's going to have to embody the name of his teammate who he will be subbing in for. Fisher Guy goes for a spray, likely to find a pick. No, he is not. Golden left alone and finished off without too much trouble. The Chiefs have well and truly made this comeback train possible, and a 5-4 scoreline means that Bliss's lead has well and truly dissipated.
The momentum definitely starting to amount for the Chiefs here, and particularly for Worthy. We can see the individual prowess of each of the Chiefs players starting to come to fruition. The round before that, we saw Boydie finding some excellent timings on the solo rappel players. This round, we see Worthy. Excellent roam and a supposedly unwinnable gunfight. Now Team Bliss are going to have to reconvene in this tag timeout. Talk about what's going wrong. Try and get that morale back up. Facel's looking pretty long there on Team Bliss as well, so hopefully someone to bring in a little bit of sunshine and happiness into that team.
I mean, you can just see immediately who's doing all the talking here. It is Fisher Guy, the man himself, giving his 2 cents, giving his opinion, as everyone shuts up and listens to the man that's just beaten them in every single championship last year. And tries to see what insights he can have against his former team. When it hits the fan, when times get tough, when you've just lost 3 rounds in a row and your 5-1 lead has fallen apart to a 5-4, Bliss still have the advantage here. They can see what can they take from the 3 rounds they've lost. Bar Games, Master Office, and Kitchen Dining, the 3 bomb sites they've just lost on the attack. I mean, knowing now that they're likely going back to Bar Games, they need to really hone in on what they can achieve.
See, I think this is where the IGLing style of Fisher Guy is really going to be challenged and will really struggle, because it's way easier to plan out what you're going to do on the defense than what you're going to do on the attack in advance. On the defense, you know what rears are going to do, you know what ops you're going to do, and there's no repick anyway, so you have to know. On the attack, you have to solve the problem that is set out in front of you, and that is not the strength of Fisher's IGLing. In comparison, we have Ethan on the other side, who's IGLing for Chiefs. And it's much easier to bring across a fluent defense into an attack, especially like Team Bliss, where they're now starting to struggle to win their ones, and you can send people out like Worthy to go and mess with them.
It does feel like as the game goes on, Bliss on their attack are looking less coordinated, looking more disjointed, struggling to actually sink their teeth into any of these Chiefs attacks. Looks like Oda's going for a bio break. Good to take that. And for those who aren't aware, usually tactical timeouts just last for 60 seconds, but this has now turned into a technical timeout, so it's actually just lasting a little bit longer. But if anything, that just gives both of these teams a real chance to talk it out, a chance to go for a quick bathroom break, which I think it was Chiefs actually who said in grand finals last year, in their tactical timeouts, they wouldn't really talk about the game. They would just say, all right, guys, everyone go to the bathroom, do what you need to do, grab another bottle of water, and we'll be back and feeling refreshed and ready to go.
I think that is what you need sometimes on these tactical timeouts. You need to release a little bit of that tension. This game is starting to get very, very close. I'd be feeling very knotted if I was one of those players sitting in their chairs right now. Very, very nervous. And so it's a good time to just take a breath, relax a little bit, figure out what they want to do next.
It's been a long game so far. Chiefs looking to make a comeback from 5-1 down. If I'm not wrong, they experienced a pretty rough comeback already when they played against Direwolves and APAC South. Now they're looking to achieve that against Team Bliss. And, well, on the attacking side, Chiefs struggled quite a lot. Bliss looked very, very good. Their roams, Capital Unbreakable, Fisher, as the anchor on site, was immovable.
Oh my god, this is incredible. This is from the round where Fisher Guy was just everywhere in the bomb site. He was 2 or 3 anchors to himself, I think, down there in Bar Games, taking every possible engagement. Super impressive to see from the defense half of Bliss.
And I feel like Shade sprinting into the bomb site on the very first Bliss attack kind of embodies and summarizes what we've seen from Bliss on their attack so far. Not really a clear idea, not a good idea. They seem to be just pulling at straws. I gotta say, I'm really impressed at how lively Chiefs seem to be. I mean, yeah, we got some serious faces here. I don't know whether they're doing some warm-ups or whatever, but Digital's always there to have a laugh. Unfortunately, can't see the Cookie Monster anywhere in frame, but you see that big smile dawning on his face. That's just the Digital we know.
It is definitely the Chiefs we know. They are very happy. They're very animated as well on their player cams, so it's very exciting to see them back in their new form, especially their new roster as well.
You need that, don't you? When you're down 5-1, you need to be able to have a laugh. And when you're sitting there through a technical pause, told that you have to wait for a bit longer before you can continue this, and no doubt that interrupts the momentum, you need to try and preserve that as much as possible with some bants, with a laugh. I gotta say, with the focus that Bouncer and Worthy are putting into their monitors right now, they've got to be doing something. I don't know whether it's warm-ups or something.
Maybe just trying to keep their head in the game, you know?
Yeah.
Don't want to be too relaxed. It is the Team Bliss that you are facing off.
In
Can't be
contrast,
too giggly.
Ethan and Boydie look like they're sitting there and they don't know the answer to the maths exam. That's all I see. That's all I'm seeing right now. They're just like, oh my god, another lecture. God damn. Oh. Well, the Chiefs have already done a lot of work. They're going to do a bit more. But the Bliss side is really where I'm thinking right now. I mean, these are the ones who have to step up. Yeah, they have just lost 3 attacks in a row. We haven't seen them win a single one yet. What do they need to do, really? And we talked about their lack of direction. What if you were in the call right now, Mandy? What are you saying to them? What are you saying, Bliss? This is what you need to do.
I definitely don't want to be in putting words into Fisher Guy's mouth right now, for sure. So I'm just going to try and stay out of that one. But I really think that Fisher Guy, he's probably the strongest IGL that we've ever seen in OS. The most successful, right? Especially in the last year. I'm sure that in this time that he's got, especially with the extended tech, he's going to come up with some sort of plan that we're going to see against the Chiefs. I'm really excited to come out of this break and see what they have in store for us.
Better have something, because I'm not sure if he can live up to that accolade if they're not able to persevere here. A lot of work to be done for the Bliss guys. Chiefs bringing some new faces to their championship roster. Last year, they were consistently the best team in OCN, winning every single stage and the grand final, the season finals at the end of the year. Of course, Bouncin and Boydie, two on the bottom rank here, they weren't a part of that. They were playing on other rosters at the time. Haven't felt that success, but they've certainly stepped into these big shoes impressively with their matches in APAC South and now their debut match in OCN. I will say, we got pretty lucky, Mandy, with the first Playday of OCN for the year, having the two best teams in the league going head-to-head, and with all of the incredible storylines fueling behind this match.
Absolutely, and back into the match we go. Seems like the tech issue has been sorted. And we go back to bar games for the Chiefs. This is the one that we saw Bliss on their defense. Again, we're going to highlight Fisher Guy on the anchor. That was incredible from him. I want to see how the Chiefs are able to hold out on this bomb site. Flores here is banned out for them. So they are going to bring the combination of Wamai Jaeger with the shields, 2 shields in fact, to be able to hold out on that top floor. On the other side of Team Bliss, they have pretty much everything that they need to be able to clear these shields. Lots of flashbangs for the burn, 2 sets of grenades, and Zofia impacts. So I think it'll be a game of utility here on bar games.
Well, it wasn't a game of utility last time when Bliss attacked this, because that was when Shade just yeeted into the bomb site and died earlier, wasn't it? It looks like for the most part, though, this is just about the exact same lineup that we saw from these teams before. The only operator who's changed is Shade. Now on the Yana instead of the Maverick. Not a huge amount of difference. I guess it just means they can't open that line of sight in the back of stock from the bottom of main stairs. But you do get the extra gun 6 and arguably the better gun of the Yana, plus the utility if you want to get really technical. But it's Repix on the Nook that I really want to see an impact from. An operator and a player that can make waves.
Seems like Bliss going for a sweep attack this time. I don't mind this from them. Last time, the approach was let's just take minimal map control we can and see if we can find an opening and run into the bomb site. This time, it seems to be let's do what needs to be done. Let's sweep the map, get into positions where we can use our utility. Oh my gosh, that was a beautiful entry pick there from Fisher Guy on the cutoff.
You could see the information came out from Bliss and the way that those players rotated to try and hunt down Bouncin, who has been a bit of a menace so far. Unfortunately, the kills have reset on the scoreboard, but he has been in so many early engagements and on the front of them, opening kills, 2 in the series so far, and no opening deaths. So, well, except for now. So a really good opening pick for Bliss. They can now turn their attention to the site.
I really like this approach from Bliss. I think that they're putting themselves in prime position to be able to use all the utility that they've brought on board. Unfortunately, Boydie winning out that fight on Mezzanine, but the shield does go down. So they are taking this step by step, 1 casualty along the way, and they're also forcing Boydie off of his position. 1 minute and 20 left to go. I don't mind this timing from Bliss. I think they're doing all right.
Yeah, and in fact, Bliss should be aware that Boydie forfeited back to the site because he moved during the E1D scan from Lion. Bliss should be fairly aware now that they have full top floor control. Look at that, all 4 Chiefs players downstairs except for Worthy, toying with the idea of loitering on the library stairs. Needs to be extra careful so he falls back, but Bliss now have full control above the bomb site. They need to open up some lines of sight and start pressuring these anchors.
45 seconds left to go for this late round for Bliss. They're going to have to get drones into the bomb site, figure out where these anchors are. Maybe try and choke them out, like you said, through some vertical lines, through some grenades, something like that, but they're going to have to make this plan work quickly for them. 30 seconds left to go. Shade just starting to get control of library.
And that time ticks away. Bliss still worried about their flank. ever so worried about their flank, but Chiefs just holding on the site. Shade nades out one of the players, but Worthy steps up once again. The last 2 defenders on the Chiefs, both on site. Boydie, a big hitter in the past, but hasn't shown up this game. Worthy down. It's just Boydie left. Bliss may find match points. After a drought for 3 rounds in a row, the momentum is gone for the Chiefs. And Bliss have guaranteed at least 1 point on the scoreboard in their first match of OCN for the year.
Team Bliss there on the player cams looking really happy, and honestly, I'm just as happy for them. I think that Fisher guy in that tech timeout has really cracked the puzzle. He went, all right guys, we need to stop doing silly things. We need to stop trying to cut the corners and face what's been put in front of us, and that is Chiefs. I know how these guys play. Let's just do it. Let's do what needs to be done properly, methodically, and step by step. I'm really happy with how Bliss had played that out, and I think that Chiefs, they gave them a little bit too much wiggle room. 1:20 for Bliss getting into that top floor, perfect timing, I think. Chiefs haven't really got the full fruition of that top floor setup. Now they're going to be moving into Master and Office. Similar kind of approach, dual shields, or my Jaeger, yada-da, but now Worthy instead hopping onto the Vigil, trying to put a spanner in the works for the Bliss attack.
That's it. I think Chiefs have identified that they really need to drain more time from Bliss. You mentioned that Chiefs fell back with, I don't know how much time was left on the board, but like 40 seconds, a minute maybe, and Bliss had full top floor control. Chiefs just gave it to him. Instead of trying to continue contesting, they fell back. They were worried. They were scared about losing their lives. And as a result, they gifted Bliss enough time for Bliss to eventually pull off a strong execute. My God, a scary time to be a Chiefs fan, knowing that playing against Bliss, their longtime rivals, with their former IGL, but also with a sub. Like, we don't even have God Legion playing. Imagine how good Bliss will be with him. Chiefs, their reign in OCN is starting to be called into question if they can't come back here.
So we can see Worthy now trying to drain out time on that top floor, but getting choked out by some of the attackers. The double window now open and ready to sweep from library, and like, look at that, Worthy's just fallen back off into the site, so that's all the roam pressure gone. 2 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock for Bliss. This is excellent timing again.
And Ethan finds the opener. Golden goes down. A fantastic early pick. That said, Bouncin goes down very, very early to Shade. Bouncin not having an impact since the rehost whatsoever.
A bomb has been located.
Chiefs now changing up where the utility is. Originally, that shield was facing Closet, anticipating a solo take. Now that shield is starting to face Piano because they know, okay, the wall's going to get open. We need to start facing this side of the map. Worthy ever so elusive as well in the basement. If they don't have flank drones, that could be dangerous. Fisher now ready to get that wall open. No denial, so should be able to get that open nice and easy.
You can see that Worthy was worried, Fisher was worried about Worthy flanking up the main stairs because any player down there can shoot the thermite straight off that wall and the player along with it. Worthy could make or break this defense though. I mean, he's so down. No! He certainly won't make it. He may have well just broken it. Shade, careful of the run out. Digital's looking to double down. Chiefs desperate to find the player on this main window. Is there information? That's the thing that Digital wants to know. Shade knows for damn sure. Can't finish him off. But Digital goes low. Bliss take that as a cue to flood the site. And oh, do they do that so well. Ethan can find Oda. 2v2 now with Repex on the ground, but Shade stepped up. A triple kill. Fisher guy to close. Of course it is. Against his former team. Bliss ecstatic. Just look at Fisher's flags. Bliss have taken down the champions in their opening match.
They are absolutely ecstatic. Look at Fisher guy. He cannot believe it. He cannot believe what he's just achieved. I think that tech timeout is exactly what Team Bliss needed to be able to crack the puzzle of the Chiefs. Golden, even though he didn't quite show up as well in the attacking half, still did his job on the entry. He made the space that he needed, played that chess piece entry, exactly what they needed. And yeah, I think that they came into it with a plan on the defense. Really threw off the momentum of the Chiefs. And then come in on the attack half, lose a few rounds, but able to bring it back strategically. And it was just so brilliant. I love to see that from them.
Astonishing. And Fisher, he could not wipe that smile off his face. I mean, you've seen players be pretty ecstatic after wins. And then you've seen Fisher and his expression right there. That was something different. I feel like we really hyped him up, and I was worried that we were going to be overhyping him and over pushing this narrative a little bit, but it really feels like that was the tail of that match. It was Fisher guy versus his former team. It was Chiefs looking to prove themselves with this new roster, and Bliss, I mean, they were the better team despite playing with their manager.
Yeah, I think Bliss came into that really prepared. They were ready for that. They were ready for the Chiefs of last year even. They were ready for the new Chiefs actually with the game philosophy of Ethan. And they were able to just put some counterplay into the works that we haven't seen from any other team yet, albeit it is just day one of OCN. But yeah, I think it's just excellent counterplay from Bliss. I think it'll be a one-off. I don't know if we'll see any other team be able to replicate it like Fisher Guy has just done there. I think it's just such an amazing game 3 for match day 1.
Absolutely. Well, the rivalry between the two best teams in OCN only gets hotter. Let's toss it back to Manic and 2 former Chiefs guys on the desk.
Thanks for that, Dev, sorry. Really appreciate that one, mate. So now I'm cracked. Oh god, I'm cracked. I've already cracked now. Very quickly, Vast. What a crazy performance from Bliss. I mean, it just like first half. What was it? 5-1, I think. What an incredible performance.
Yeah, I mean, I really liked what Mandy was talking about. Like their counterplay was just absolutely just brilliant. Like I really liked the way Bliss were picking their moments for their aggression. You could see it was generally around mid to late game is where they just started getting aggressive. They'd kind of play passive at the start, wait Chiefs out a bit and pick their moments. And yeah, it just seemed like they really had a good game plan coming to this game. But that's what you would expect with Fisher. I think the casters were mentioning like his ability to kind of figure out teams and have a good read and good game plan on them is always really good and really consistent. And I feel like it really helped them today. But also it does require a lot of teamwork to be able to execute that. It's not just having the game plan. And I feel like they all really played well together.
And Turtle, I couldn't imagine it would have been easy for Bliss at all. Regardless of the rivalry, regardless of how good the Chiefs have been, it wouldn't have been easy coming into this without God Legion. Golden stepped up at a moment of need.
Yeah, I think it really showed on their attacks that they didn't have God. Like, they were able to play defense, let Golden and just go do his own thing on the roam. But attacks, they really needed that structure, and it really showed. They sort of struggled to get into the building initially. But during that attack, they obviously sorted some things out, and they managed to close it out.
And I think now we start to get that, where we were at the kind of end of last year is that Bliss and Chiefs, they were going back, back and forth in terms of their best of ones. Does this by any means, Vast, kind of put Bliss a step ahead of Chiefs at the moment? What is your takeaway from this game?
I wouldn't go as far to say that. Like, we've seen Bliss beat Chiefs in the past in the BO1 and comes playoffs, and, Chiefs are a different beast. And I feel like Chiefs actually played pretty well today. I just feel like they just got countered really hard. But I think time will tell that Bliss they struggle in BO3s and playoffs. Let's be honest, that's where we need to see their changes come into effect.
And I mean, if the story, if you saying it wasn't enough, it is quite true. You look across the board here, Turtle. It's not like Chiefs did not put up a fight, but Bliss have just responded incredibly.
Yeah, honestly, once Bliss figured out, they don't need to be giving Chiefs opportunities to find kills, that started stalling Chiefs out, and that's where they're just taking those rounds away.
Fisher with 10-7. +3 entry? Is that the right person, Vast? Surely not.
Never seen him online before. I kind of want to mention about Fisher as well, something that I really was impressed by, and I know this is, me kind of going on about him as my old teammate, but just his positioning on defense is you can just see it. It's just really top notch. He knows how to play those anchor positions. I don't know. He just really, you sometimes see him on site by himself, and that's okay. He's comfortable being by himself, and he really knows how to anchor. I don't know. It was just a really good performance, and yeah, he was playing really good Siege tonight.
Certainly was, and so with the rest of Bliss. It's time to bring Oda in, the man, the myth, the legend, the champion, for another interview. The first one of 2022, if I'm not mistaken. Oda, it's great to see you and your smiling face, mate. I've got to ask you, before we get underway with, kind of the salt in the wound of the Chiefs, because I know there's a cheeky comment coming from you, but what has the off-season been like for you guys? You unfortunately missed out on the APAC spot. What's it been like?
The off-season was kind of just like, we took that loss in APAC South, so we had to, bring ourselves back. We lost Jig, we lost Todd, so we had to look at players that could, bring us back and keep us at the top of OCN. Everyone's trying to get into APAC South teams to, be in that league, so it was hard to find people. Thankfully, I'm glad the Chiefs dropped Fisher and God, because they're in Bliss now, baby. They're in Bliss now. But yeah, I don't know. It was kind of just like finding the right people, and as you can see, we found Fisher guy who's just a beast. His brain, he's off the chops, and we didn't see God tonight. But just wait till you see him. He's insane, mate.
Yeah, very quickly, War Turtle has disconnected, so Vas, we'll get you to ask your question first, then we'll go back to War Turtle should he ever rejoin the broadcast.
I thought he was just really angry at Oda or something, just staring at him.
There we go, he's back. Vas still, it's on you, Vas.
Yeah, I mean, my question kind of changed. I don't know, that rehost was just, I feel like something happened there. I really want to know, we saw Fisho talking, something, he had to, what happened in that rehost?
So we took the rehost, and we kind of just talked about the next round, they're going bar. I said to Fisho, because we went over the VOD against them in Fury. I said, one play dining, one play offense, let's cut them off, let's work picks, get man advantage, let's clear top. And I know, me and Fish just communicated that. The rest of the team caught on to the comms, and we executed that round perfectly, to be honest.
Turtle, you there?
You guys had to deal with God Legion not being able to play on such short notice. What was the mentality and game plan with playing with Golden?
So we had Golden for one scrim really late, and it was more just him getting used to how we play, what he can do. We didn't on attacks. We didn't really try to play to our structure. We tried to let Golden kind of do his thing and let us four work all together. And then on defense, we just said, pick a gun. These are your rares, mate. Go do what you want to do.
That's excellent. I absolutely love that. That is just unleash the beast that is Golden, and away you go. Look, Oda, it's got to be said, right? Things didn't look that great for you about a month, 2 months ago. Everyone was a little bit worried, right? We were like, oh no, APAC South gig's gone. They may disband. Jigsaw leaves. We're starting to see it. It's on nose. Then all of a sudden, the Chiefs make either the biggest 5-head move of all time or one of the most disappointing shuffles of all time. Get rid of Fisho and they get rid of God Legion. You pick them both up. So I've got to ask you right now, how good does it feel to beat Chiefs?
Oh, it's always good to get a win over the Chiefs, mate. There's Digital's over there, mate. I love giving it to Dig, He might be a 4-time and a 1-time major attendee, but I'll give it to him after a win, eh?
I love you. I love you, Oda. There's not many like you, mate. Final comments before we let you go.
Just cheers to the fans for supporting us. We got upsetted in our APAC South Relos, but we're here to stay, and we're here to fight for that spot again. So thanks for watching. See you next week in the interview.
Oh, jeez, he's already jumping ahead. Oda, thanks for joining us, mate. We will see you next Friday, no doubt about it.
Cheers, boys. Catch you later.
Chad in the server, Chad out of the server. Vasts, Bliss are on a hunt right now, and they are, I would say they may be able to close this gap. How much are we putting into the weight of their performance tonight?
It really is hard to say how much weight it has. It is, Chiefs. But I still think, there needs to be we need to see a lot more of them. But it's good signs. It's good to see that Fisho's kind of integrated really easily with this team. It seems like him and Oda are kind of bouncing off each other, sharing ideas. And it's always good when you're picking up a new player and it just kind of fits and it just works. You don't have to go through those hurdles of having synergy problems or just maybe it's not the best fit. So, it's kind of good to see, I guess.
Yeah, and I feel like we will now start to kind of move forward with that in mind for Bliss. They've started off in a fantastic fashion, taking down the back-to-back-to-back champion in the Chiefs, their biggest rival so far. We're going to go to a break, and on the other side, it's our fourth and final match of the night. It's Knights taking on Exovert. Don't go anywhere.
And it's going to be very, very difficult.
Thank f for OCN.
Light me up.
Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife safeguards our wilderness now and for the future. Our bushlands, our mountains, our valleys, our rivers are our responsibility. Whether you're just discovering the world or have built rich memories within it, together we are one generation, and what we conserve today will be there for those tomorrow. There is no bigger legacy than the planet we share. Donate now.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
Day for it, lads. Wow. OCN.
You never count them out. Both players are going to swing it right now. What have they done? They've just given
It's the final game of the night. Knights take on Ludovica. Apparently that is how you say it. I just quickly went onto YouTube and checked out the pronunciation. I thought it might have been Ludovica, who knows. Look, I'm sure we'll be moving through that saying. All I know is in Italian it means famous in war. So there you go. Looking across to a team that has been very famous and formidable throughout 2021, more so at the beginning, Knights. Who's going to take this one? I'll leave this up in the air for you.
Honestly, like, I think Knights have got this one in the bag. They've brought on Stigs, who had a bit of a stint with Fnatic and APAC North. Even though he was unsuccessful there, he's surely brought back a lot of knowledge, and he's just going to help them bring it to a new level. And Quiz, young gun from OCL, what we've seen tonight, OCL gunners, they seem to be going off. He has a high skill ceiling. Can he pair well with Stage on another star talent from the roster?
That's it. They've got a star-studded roster at the moment. We'll have to see how they hold up against what is the Exovert Ludovica, the other team that is going to be going toe-to-toe with the Giants of OS. Exovert, unfortunately knocked out in relegations, have made their way back in due to disbands. I think the only change here we've got is Logic and Shaq are now in, unless I'm mistaken there. But Turtle or Vast, what do you make of this one?
Yeah, I mean, we all know Overt what they did in Stage 3, but unfortunately they fell victim to the roster changes like everyone else. Losing Elements and Cairo, I mean, arguably probably their best players. I think statistically Cairo was Overt's best player.
Yep.
So I think that's pretty tough, losing those two with their playstyle. We all know Overt really love their aggressive, kind of loose playstyle, and I think kind of losing Cairo and Elements, I think maybe they might go for a different approach with their playstyle. I don't really know much about Logic. I know he's from OCL, and I mean, for some of the OGs out there, I'm sure a lot of people know Shaq. He used to play on Dark-Sided, but he's been in OCL for a while. We haven't really seen him in OCN for a long time. So, I mean, does he still have it? That would be a big question. I think, just looking at this on paper, I think Overt will change their playstyle. I just don't think Logic and Shaq are like aggressive players like Cairo and Elements. I think that's the most logical thing they would do, but I mean, who knows? The big question is like, did they pick these two players up because they fit their playstyle, or do they, change their playstyle around these, players?
So I think one way to find out, that is to go to the maps. Let's have a look at the veto and determine whether this is going to play into the Ludovica way of gaming. I feel like Villa is Oregon is a very good map for the Knights. Turtle, maybe I might be reading a little bit too much into it, but I feel like they're quite good.
It is a good map for the Knights, but it's also a really solid map for Ludovica. However you say it, Exovert. Gonna be a tongue twister. But yeah, they took several OCN Apex South teams out last year in Stage 3 on Oregon, and can they do it again?
I think there may be an inkling that there is a good chance that this could be going the distance. What do you think, Vast? Are we going to see this map go to OT? Are we going to see it stretch the limits of regulation? Or do you think maybe one of these teams is going to be able to pull ahead?
I think Knights are going to win this. I mean, both teams can play Oregon quite well. It's definitely a comfort pick for both of them. I just think I don't know. I just think Knights, the way they play Oregon in the past, something about Oregon, they are just like really aggressive. They know how to like play around each other, and like all five of them play aggressive. I think that will be a big struggle for Ludovica. I don't know. However, I think we've all pronounced that team name differently. We've all had a different pronunciation. We'll figure it out eventually. But it's kind of lame not seeing like any of these teams play one of the new maps. Like, as I mentioned earlier, like this is a good opportunity for like, a team like Ludovica to, beat Knights. Like take them on, one of the new maps where everyone's still figuring out how to play it, So I don't know. It's kind of a lame pick in my opinion, but we'll see.
Yeah, look, we were talking about it last night on the desk for APAC South. We were kind of saying like, it has surprised us that more of the, like the Fury type teams, for example, who are XQ confirmed, aren't going into this kind of playstyle of the newer maps. It's obviously something, Turtle, I think maybe you could probably attest to being, an ex-coach. You've got a fairly decent insight as to how these vetoes go. Any thoughts around why we aren't seeing the newer maps?
Typically, it was like teams at the top of the table that would usually favor like not playing the new map. So the teams at the bottom, it is kind of odd to see them not taking these risks, as you guys said. It could be because maybe these are new rosters and they're just not comfortable enough on the base set of maps from last year, the base 7, that they aren't ready to go learn 3 whole new maps.
It's a lot. It's a lot to try and pick up and to try and learn. And I guess, Vast, when we do think about the fact that they're, there are 3 teams that have already been competing. You look to Chiefs, Knights, and Wildcard, who have already been playing in APAC South. But I've actually kind of totally forgotten that most of these teams have not played an official in 2022. And if they have, they were very brief at the very start back in January to determine the relegations. Do you worry about, teams that have had this extended break coming back to competitive play on day one?
Yeah, I think the APAC South teams have that advantage. Sometimes you need that first game to really, just shake off the cobwebs kind of thing. When you're not playing for like months, it's just completely different from scrims. You know, I think you know the pressure and stuff like that, and we're seeing newer teams as well that haven't even played OCN before, and they're I guess versing teams like Wildcard that have played these games forever. So yeah, I think that those South teams having that kind of few buffer games kind of gives them a bit of momentum. Yeah.
I guess for us here, Turtle, are we at all kind of looking for Ludovica to change their playstyle? Vast has already made comment on the fact that with two different kind of players that have different play styles, are we expecting that change? Are we expecting Ludovica to come in with a different game plan to what we saw from 21?
I think they have to. They lost Kyra, they lost Elements. Those were two of their best fraggers, arguably. And now they're bringing in Logic and blanking on the other person. But these guys, Shaq, these guys haven't seen OCN or haven't actually touched it at all. So it's going to be, they need to switch something up. They need to find their new identity.
Yeah.
What works for them, not stick with the old.
And Vast, we've already seen, a game earlier today. It was Ground Zero taking on Wildcard. That did not end at all well for Ground Zero. Do you expect maybe if Ludovica give the Knights that same amount of respect that we'll see a similar scoreline?
Well, I think Ludovica, they have, some players from over, and, we saw over at Stage 3, they really figured out how to get into the face of APAC South teams and, really play comfortable and aggressive against them. So, maybe they've been able to kind of transfer that to, the new players. But again, scrims are completely different to officials. They could be practicing that for ages, and then on game day, they're just a lot more nervous because there's, a stake on the line, I guess. So, I mean, yeah, we'll see. But I think if any team can do it, it should be these guys because they figured it out last stage, how to do it.
Well, that's probably the bigger point here, Turtle, is the fact that, although we've seen quite a lot of roster changes throughout, a lot of these teams still have the remaining core three, and Ludovica being one of those teams, they are already prepared for a game like this and these kind of circumstances. Do you think that the dynamic shift of all these roster shuffles have kind of shaken up OCN in any way?
Yeah, I think it's made it a lot harder to call this stage. Like, I do think this is probably the closest stage of OCN we're going to have in the first time in 2 years.
That's a huge call.
Big one.
Yeah.
But willing to back it.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, at the end of the day, I think that, when we look to, let's just say APAC South right now, it's a really fair kind of comment to the fact that all these roster shuffles have actually changed the way that we look at maps and we look at data. And I think that, coming into today, a lot of us had a preconceived idea of what 21 looked like. We think about the conversations around Chiefs, conversations around Bliss. Things have kind of broken down a little bit more today, especially when you look at the performances of Wildcard, for example, Vast. We're just going to turn this into a quick little podcast while we actually wait, because there are some technical difficulties here for the, I don't know who it's for, but it's for one of the teams as a player that can't connect. So we can kind of kick back a little bit, strip away the formality here, Vast. Where are we thinking that these lesser, if you will, lesser teams will be at toward the end of this stage? Do you think that with this competition tightening up, that there will be an opportunity for one of these teams to kind of sneak into the top 2, top 3?
Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I don't think so. Like, I don't know, just looking on paper, like, I just don't really see any teams that can really be contenders. But I mean, there have been teams in the past that have surprised us, come out of nowhere. But I just think with Knights and Wildcard really stepping it up, making improvements. I mean, Bliss are still showing that they are at the top level. We've got Chiefs, we've got Bliss, we've got Knights, we've got Wildcard. I just don't see any room for these teams right now at stage 1. I mean, look at Vertex. Like, they've only formed as a team, as a 5 in the off-season. And, like, Knights and Chiefs have been, like, the core 3 have been together for years. So, those teams are catching up. They've got to work on their fundamentals, kind of building their identity, building synergy. Like, they've got so many things to catch up on. I just think, yeah, the top 4 right now, are just too far ahead in that sense.
Well, it sounds like we've got a little bit of a divide here. Vast is saying it's going to be top 4, bottom 4. We've got Turtle saying it's going to be somewhere in the middle. Turtle, I'll give you a chance for a rebuttal here because I do find that comment interesting when we think about like where all these teams are at. Are you saying that because like okay, when you're talking about it's going to be the closest stage yet, are you talking about in terms of like the skill level from the bottom 4 getting closer to the top 4, or do you actually think that the shake-up that we've had from the shuffle has almost left teams a little bit more so wounded than maybe, revitalized to the point of bolstering their roster?
Yeah, I think it's teams like being wounded right now. I do think I did say it was going to be close, but I didn't mean like we're going to see Ground Zero coming in and winning the first stage. Like tonight, they do have some stuff to work on. It's pretty clear, but like I do think it's going to be a close season. I don't think it's going to be necessarily top 4, bottom 4, and there's this massive split. I think it's going to be close games and close score lines, and it's going to be a race for the top, bottom, 3rd and 4th get into playoffs.
I mean, that's the best part of this, right, is the fact that we will... I think by Playday 4 is generally when we start to sit into a bit more comfortability in terms of, the conversation around the teams right now. Vast, if you were looking at these rosters, speaking of the bottom 4, top 4, who in that bottom 4 are you really looking at to kind of break the mold, if you will?
Before tonight, I would have said Ground Zero. Like, I don't know. I feel like...
Agreed.
They beat Overt in relegations. They have some pretty good players that have potential, but I mean, again, it's this inexperience that's... it kind of contradicts what I'm saying because I talked about earlier that Wettables and Novak should bring in that experience, but yeah, I don't know. It's just having a leader, like, I feel like these teams are lacking like really strong leaders that can just, I don't know, kind of like your Fisher guys, your Ethans, that can just really read their opponents and like kind of direct the team and kind of bring the team up when they're down, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're definitely the one team that stood out to me that I was like, these guys could probably get top 5, perhaps.
Okay, fair enough. Well, you know what? It's time to end this mini podcast, this mini episode of The Reload. I appreciate it, gentlemen. Thank you for joining me and going through all of your thoughts. I hope I haven't sucked up too much of the thought process. We've still got a last segment to go with you two, but it's time for us to get underway with this game. Dev, come in and join me. Get nice and cozy next to me, my friend, because it's time to break bread over a game that I think would have caused a bit of divide last year, but this year with the newly revitalized Knights, things are looking a little bit more set in stone.
Yeah, honestly, Knights scared us a little bit in their first match of APAC South. They lost really embarrassingly to Wildcard 7-2, but I mean, this is a very different ball game, and since then, they have looked a lot better. Against Ludovica here, it's not going to be easy. Ludovica proved to be a strong team end of last year, but they were the team who were gifted a spot back into OCN thanks to order disbanding. Let's see if they can make good on this second wind.
Time to do so. They're going to need to. Statements have got to be made from the very beginning. Both of these teams rightfully, this map will be theirs. I mean, you're talking about Exovert. Sure, they lost Cairo. Sure, they lost Elements. They have picked up 2, I would say, decently formidable players from OCL. You are looking to Logic. You are looking to Shaq. And I believe, God, it would be a while ago now that Shaq was in Pro League. That's almost 2.5 years ago, I think.
Yeah.
But, he's definitely been a player that's been in the scene for a long time.
I mean, he played back for Mindfreak back in the day, which eventually became Order and Okami after a while, though he was dropped before those installments of that roster. This, in fact, entire Ludovica team has experienced significant highs, but also significant lows. Not only did Overt, who Sawyer, Twent, and Edpan played for, unfortunately get relegated out of OCN at the end of last year, Logic and Shaq played for Big Dogs, who also played in that relegation and were the first team to be knocked out of it. So all of these players know what it means to fall as far. In fact, it was Quiz, playing for at the time Fury, that knocked them out. So they're going to try and get some revenge now against that former opponent.
Certainly so. Full circle does come back around. Lovely to see the Finker band come back into 2022.
Hey.
Yeah, it was definitely starting to reprise quite decently in Stage 3 of last year. looking to the likes of Ethan on Chiefs that really made that such a formidable opponent. But of course, it started getting picked a lot more, and now it has been taken off. No more Finker, no more Adrenal Surges. Also, the Thatcher has gone from the attacking side. Mirror and Valk to follow. I feel like Mirror and Valk may well be the dynamic duo of bands on the defense, no matter what map now. Oh my god,
Wow.
what?
That is one bloody dominant community vote for the Knights. Yeah, fair enough. Like, Knights are the favoured team. I think of all of the matches tonight, I think this match is probably predicted to be the most one-sided, but we know what the Ludovica guys are capable of. Can I just point out, did Edpan change his name to Edamame? Really? Eddie, you did that to us? Man, that's going to be so confusing. That's going to trip me up. I will say, though, Edamame is delicious, so that is an excellent choice of name, and I rate that.
Good size, not bad. Good size, not bad, that's for sure.
Not bad.
Yeah, not bad. Good size, but will Ludovica? Ludovica.
I hit up my girlfriend, who's my resident Italian pronunciation expert, and she told me it was Ludovica.
Oh, I hit up YouTube, which is my resident Italian girlfriend. And said Ludovica, so I don't know which
romantic relationship with YouTube, don't you?
Yeah, well, which one is the better girlfriend? Is it YouTube or is it Lily? You know, that's the real question. I know which one is. I know which one is. Lily, don't kill me. I love you. It's underway already. A little bit of a nuisance here. Josh just sitting over toward Big Tower, just putting some presence over there and ensuring that the Ludovica have to clear this out.
Not sure the stream can hear that, but that's me clapping for you, correctly pronouncing.
No, I don't know about that.
There you go. All right. Good start for you. Good start for Ludovica, but a lot more work to be done. Logic's now taking control of, well, Master, thanks to Twent as well, I guess, in Armory. It's all under control for the attacking side, and Twent can start getting to work with breaching this main games room wall. Ludovica also looking to take control of Big Tower and put some pressure onto Attic. We saw, like you said, early presence from Josh, who is now actually not fallen off. He's still there. Is Ludovica just going to ignore this?
I mean, at this point, what is your decision? Stiggs was on the ground, but not for much longer. Thunderbird coming into full effect. Unfortunately, doesn't get away. Edamame has been able to pick him off on the rotate back.
Stiggs has come into this roster from Fnatic, albeit returning to this roster, a former Knights player himself, and he's been providing a lot of assistance in the support department. Now, in this round on the Wamai, not so much on that role, but no doubt, as a vocal player, he is supporting the likes of Juicy and Sage on the backline. He's been doing a pretty damn good job of it as well, propelling Knights towards the victories. They've had an Apex South, but Eddie, I mean, he's just nuts. Oh, and Logic, what a nice shot there. C4 goes out, doesn't land. And Logic now keenly watching for this angle as well. 2 players for Knights left, Quiz and Josh.
Surely there's nothing left in this for Knights.
There you go.
So we are making sure of it. Josh, seen him do some outrageous things before. Starts off with 1. Can't get through the vault, re-attempts. But it's Logic to close things out. Ludovica with a fantastic first round, only losing 1 player.
Bad from Logic. Or Log, as he is called in game.
Why do they do this to me?
I don't know, man. It's all the Ludovica guys. They're really tripping us up.
Rare.
Even Twent has added a plural to his name. Twents now.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, come on. At least Shaq is being respectable with the Dat Dosh. Dat Dosh. The Dosh. Oh my god.
Wait,
Dat Dot. Oh my god. And a good thing this is the last game of the night, hey?
I know.
I mean, I haven't even been hosting all the segments. I can't imagine what you'd be feeling right now, mate.
Look, that last game was definitely a well-needed kick up of the feet. It's the problem. The problem is we've been treated to Apex South for too long. You know, you get 2 games on, 2 games off. But if you're a host, you've pretty much just got 4 games where you just sit there and simmer and watch the games. But this has certainly been testing the old stamina, the old endurance recently.
Well, I'm glad to have you back on the cast. It's nice to just rest on my laurels and do some color casting, talk about the nerdy stuff, and let you be the hype man.
Yeah, the hype man. I've lost that title. The title is now gone, Dev Mata. There is no hype man.
There is another.
There is another that you have been cheating on me with. So
I'm so sorry, man. It's all right. Well, Ludovico have had a fantastic start to this game. It's funny, Ducky, who writes for Snowball Esports, who do fantastic articles about OCN and obviously our predictions partner. Well, there you go. Just classic Ludovico. I'm just going to shut up because they've already found 2 kills. Like, man.
Stop
They're
talking.
hard.
Just stop talking altogether. Is that 3 players roaming for Knights? Because where have these kills come from? One of them was 100% upstairs. Sage was also just toward Trophy. So 3 players from Knights were off site. And Ludovica have had an absolute day of it. They've taken 2 down. Only 3 to go here. And dare I say, Stigs. Hello. That's a little quality. Good size.
Needs to deliver on this one, though. That's the thing now for Knights. Got to make sure that they can go in with conviction on the back of this deficit. Oh, love the support coming up from Sage. Coming to help out his teammate. If he can even just trade this back, that would be worth it. But it's a massive gamble. And now Ludovica are well aware. Logic is there on the other side. And, I mean, Sage is just absolutely clueless.
It'd be so hard to know as well, because you've literally got all of those windows that you've got to contest with. Juicy's left with the decision. The Don is good, the Don is great, but I don't think the Don is going to be able to do jack all here. Sits at the back of rear stage stairs.
Are activating the bomb diffuser.
And contest you may. The SMG-11, there's only so many bullets that you'll be able to trial with. It's just slowly and surely ending badly.
I mean, we're looking a bit silly, aren't we now, Rob? We were saying that this is looking to be the most cut and dried match of the day. And my God, Ludovica have continued what Overt managed to achieve last year, which is surprise.
Yeah. Oh, Twent's saying hello. There we go. Yep. Hello. Great start. And
Excellent start.
The thing for me is, you know, if Knights aren't quick to stamp this out, we will see a reprisal, of Ludovica's final form at the end of OCN last year. We literally were almost standing on our feet applauding what Exovert were able to achieve. They had done some outrageous things. They came, everyone at home may remember, may forget, they came into stage 3 because of a disband of, was it LFO? Is that?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, geez, it's been so long since I even remember that. But they came in and absolutely shook teams to their core. We're talking some of the best teams in OS were struggling to go toe-to-toe with Exovert. And I think really they've... Yeah, go shoot.
Well, I'm just going to say, like, on top of that, they got 2 of their best players, like, poached or left, right?
Yep.
Like, I mean, particularly Cairo, who's now found a home on Wildcard. Elements also was a pretty highlight player. You know, Shaq and Logic were highlight players on their old team. But, I mean, for everything that Overt managed to achieve, Ludovica has managed to continue the spirit, despite, in theory, having a downgrade in their players.
Yeah, ooh. Of downgrade, we reckon. Well, I mean if you're doing stats,
right?
100%. Oh, 100%. I don't think that it would be fair not to.
You know, Shaq and Logic didn't get picked up by Wildcard, did they?
Very true. Very true.
And maybe they will. Maybe in a couple of months we'll see some of these players get bigger offers. Who knows? But that's the thing. Like when you're a lower ranked team like Ludovica is compared to Wildcard, you don't have as much choice.
No, and look, the choices that they have made obviously are paying off right now, but we've got to be careful not to jump the gun, because, I mean, I tend to do this a lot with Siege. First couple of rounds look fantastic, and you go, oh my God, this team is unbelievable, and then it turns out to just be a pretty lucky roster change. Logic finishing off Josh through the wall, mind you.
I mean,
through the
dude's
wall.
on fire. He's just popping off 5 kills and 0 deaths.
What's that about a downgrade?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm certainly looking silly. He's really popping off. He's got the black ice on the G36.
Yep.
Ludovica is looking great. They found the opening pick every single round. And now Shaq's in sight. Okay, don't worry, Shaq. No one was watching that.
Oh, nothing there, Shaq. Just some preemptive shots. Knights have completely turtled down on site now. They're pretty concerned. Oh, Legion. My God, I have not seen a Legion in a hot minute. Oh!
Logic certainly didn't see him, I'll tell you that much.
Woo! That was really well played from Quiz. Seeing why this former OCL player is on an APAC South team. God, the roster shuffles have been insane. They have just been absolutely absurd.
Made the scoreboard even for these teams. Taking down Logic, so that's something. Went on the back line, see what he can do. Stig's still alive. A lot of players still alive for the Knights, despite Sagen going really down low. Unclear what Ludovica's plan is, but now they have a player in blue. A big stack on the rear stairs. This is going to be a very one-dimensional push. No one Freezer and no one Laundry.
Manpower. There is power in numbers. Twent goes into
Twents.
E-Room first, and it's an absolute mess. Oh, hang on. Hang on a second. Ed doing him dirty. Juicy. Shotgun up close. The Don is good. The Don is great. Shuts down the round at which Ludovica was looking menacing.
Oh, yeah, take a big drink after that one, Juicy. Nice to see the Knights get on the board. But yeah, it certainly looked like Ludovica had something there when old mate Edpan Edamame managed to find a quick 2K at the end. I mean, this was a 4v2 to a 2v2. When you realize that Sage was so low, I mean, that's something astonishing. Juicy did good on the shotgun there. Pulled through for the Knights, and they're going to look to try and come back and take over here on the defense. Rob.
Yeah.
What does this lower third say?
Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife.
No, the other bit.
Exclamation mark FNPW in chat.
Guess we'll just have to. Rewind the VOD.
Or did it say go out and touch some grass, nerds?
I gotta say they nailed it. They nailed that one.
Yeah, they have hit the right market with that.
My favorite insult, like when you lose in ranked. Just put it in the
touch
chat.
grass.
Like, touch grass, mate.
It's a good one. It's a fantastic campaign as well for a
It's my
fantastic
go-to.
point. It is.
It is my go-to.
It is. Yeah, if you didn't see it, obviously, just circle back a little bit there.
Keep your keen eye out, because, I mean, a lot of the time, lower thirds, you just think, oh, that's just advertising, whatever. No, can we click off the X? No, I mean, you know, thank for OCN.
Yes, thank for OCN is indeed a fantastic...
Can we get a live bleep so that I can swear as much as I want? reckon we can handle that, production?
Oh, I don't know about that one. That one will be a bit spicy. I'm waiting for the big fella above us to just... talk in our ears. Absolutely not. Not a chance. Oh, there we go. I was waiting for it. It had to come out eventually. I don't think I'd trust myself with a beeper, that's for sure. I was kind of hoping there would be like some sort of beeper on Knights, but there is no proximity alarm, unfortunately.
That would have been good timing. But hey, Knights have certainly gotten themselves back in the game. Sawyer goes down. That's the Maverick, a big play to lose. And of course, the captain for that roster too. Logic has been the primary entry, though, alongside Eddie. I mean, these guys have both been nuts. Like, you look at them. Everyone else on the squad's got 1 or 0 kills. Knights have done an excellent job in impact tricking this exothermic from Twent. It's just got the one left, and that's all the hard breach Ludovica have. If they're not able to breach, then really Ludovica will be leaning on their 2-star fraggers, Logic and Edamame, to step up.
They're 2-star fraggers or they're 2-star fraggers?
I don't get it.
Are they 2 stars out of 5, or are they 2 stars? Like
they're
incredible.
5 out of 5. Mate.
Yeah, okay. Just wanted to make sure. So they're 2 5-stars.
2,5-star. Let's not get grammatical, all right? Go out and touch some grass, Rob. We've got a game to cast.
We do, but there is still 50 seconds left on that clock, on that timer. It's dwindling a little bit, but Ludovica have done so much in the earlier parts of this round that it's really set them up quite nicely here. They've got games wall open. They've got trophy control, which will allow them to start to push into Attic. You can see Shaq now making the move, but when Stiggs hits his shot, it gets a little bit sticky. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's not what we were hoping for. Well, if you're a Ludovica fan, that is. Knights. They bounce back. They do so very nicely. To be fair, 2-2, I mean, as much as Ludovica had started fantastically, Knights have been able to bounce back, and that is, when we talk about experience, so, I mean, this is the thing, as casters, we talk about experience a lot being important, and it's in these moments, Dev, where it is the most important. It's in these moments where your experience as a team, not only as individuals, but as a team shines most. Even when someone has completely manhandled you in the first 2 rounds, you're able to reset that mentality and come in with a fresh slate.
There's definitely something to be said for the maturity of a team to not get in their heads when they're losing. I mean, I'm sure anyone who's played enough of the game, or I mean, really any competitive sport or video game, any game whatsoever, when you're losing and you have to make a comeback, it's about being cool, it's about being confident, it's about not being stressed, right? You don't want to let that get in your head. And I mean, nice and easy 2 rounds in a row. They figured out what they were doing wrong, stopped forfeiting these entry kills, and in fact, finally got their first opening pick for their side in that round just past. And now, Rob, I'm feeling a lot more confident in their ability to hold on here. They do, however, go to their tertiary site, giving Ludovica an opening.
Curious to see how they hold this meeting site. I am disappointed that dining is no longer the hold for the more formidable of the kitchen sites, because I really did used to enjoy that that showers extension. That really, for me, was like an incredible display of setup and of execution from a team. But regardless, we now move into round number 5. And with meeting on the agenda, you know that hatch and attic is going to be in hot contention.
That's it. A meeting is all about the roam. And it's like you were saying with the kitchen defenses, it was all about the showers, hold the hard aim, because we're in a different meta now, Rob. We need to be able to roam. We need to be able to be fluid. That's why Logic is looking to clear this out, be unpredictable, and move into the building. What's he going to be able to achieve doing that? Oh, the sound call! Get deleted!
Wow.
Sage is just gone! There is a trade, but Twent helps out. And Knights concede that Ludovica have control of the top floor.
Logic. Dare I say the 2 words. The Ash license is in full effect right now. Not on double digits, but very close to it. Pretty damn close. Could well be on double digits by the time we actually trip over this round, or tip over this round, I should say. Shotgun up close with Juicy, which is really dangerous in security. Right now, he's not really being forced out of position, but I'm sure with the time that Ludovica have left, they'll be able to do so.
Patience now for Ludovica as they start to get onto the vert. Exposing horizontal angles with the Hibana, vertical angles with the sledge. And looking for the picks now. Sawyer, but feeling that gas, put pressure on. Juicy certainly feeling that pressure as he takes about half his HP worth of damage. Quiz also so very low. Logic's looking for a pick on the vert. Ludovica, they have the advantage just about every single way.
Oh, no!
But Logic, no! Don't check your corners! Now, it's flipped on its head. Juicy traded.
Josh, Quiz, 2 that remain here for Knights. They want the better half of this half. Twent's going to walk in. Free kill. Josh watching the cross. Actually hits Ed on the backside of the site. C4 doesn't connect. Will it go through the drone hole? Will he be able to see it? No. It's too far to his right, Dev. And now the 1 versus 2. It's going to take place.
Decent position, but credit to Twent. He falls back. The 2 backline players on Ludovica. Can they make sure to get rid of Josh?
He's got it!
He's just going to hold it. Twent, you better run, Forrest, run! No way! Knights, how'd they win that?
Gigabit brain! Josh! He's out here on the terabyte bloody brain. What on earth? What a play! That is unreal.
I'm telling you, mate, pros don't fake. They just don't. They just don't fake.
Oh my god. That's unreal. The vision The foresight there, look at them, they all know. The understanding that that is the time to do it. You cannot teach that. That's unreal.
1v3 with a ninja defuse. You don't see that every day, I'll tell you that much. There were still 2 players up. It's not like he was just baiting out one player, right? Because a lot of the time, depending on the positioning, the defender can be favored. If it's a 1v1 and you're baiting out the diffuser, like, in a way, you can kind of dictate the pace. But that was a 1 versus 2. Ludovica fell way, way too far back. They were scared. And it goes to show how much respect Ludovica gives to a player like Josh. Because they didn't want to take those fights. They wanted to play it passive. Well, joke's on them, isn't it?
Certainly egg on their face at the moment. And look at this, the decision from Ludovica. They've moved away from the Yana and onto... What?
Yeah, I'm a bit confused. It's Amaru and Lion when...
Yeah.
I mean, Laundry Supply is unlocked, but Dorms is not. So usually, if you'd see an Amaru, it'd be for a Dorms attack, because you can get into that kid's window into the site while distracting elsewhere. In this case, it looks like Shaq just wants to get really, really early control of T3, prevent any roamers from rotating up here. Because previously, and you can see here again, Knights are going for... Oh, there you go.
Nice.
Knights are going for a roam strat. They have this rotate here, and Josh didn't expect such early presence in T3 from Ludovica.
That was really well played. I mean, I thought maybe Josh would have been able to hear the sound cue from Shaq just vaulting through the window, but apparently the Amaru was not loud enough. Now, the Lion is also the other repick that we saw coming through. I actually can't remember who that was repicked from, but it's certainly something that, you know, with the way that Knights have been playing, it'd be the perfect operator to have. And yeah, Quiz has just gone and done Sawyer so damn dirty. I'm speechless.
Seeing a lot of Legion out of Quiz. He's done a pretty good job on that roam. I mean, Legion has one of the best guns on defense. I mean, there are a lot of good guns on defense, so it's hard to make that statement. But I'm telling you, like, the T5 SMG is a machine. That thing just, I mean, it just magnetizes to headshots, recoil's insane, good damage. He's still roaming out far west, so he's on for a flank later. Ludovica on careful, but they funnel down the main stairs. Juicy! That shotgun did not back him.
Not this time, Juicy. You've been given 3 up close and personal, but the fourth is where it falters. Quiz would have had to have been one of the gnarliest gunners in the game to hit that shot. That was milliseconds and pixels with no room to move, and he almost gets it. It was probably a millisecond off at that point. Knights inverted back to site. Fantastic work. They've wasted Ludovica's time. 50 seconds left. They're going to get a move on.
Attackers
Shaq
drop the diffuser.
might not have any of the Yana's utility he previously had. Gonna have to rely on the G8 from Amaru this round. The Gyro Hook not useful. This downstairs attack for the remainder of this round. Ludovica, time ticking away. And, well, I mean, plenty of hard breach on Twent, but just haven't utilized it. So this is looking very scary. Just 20 seconds left.
Ed, gonna get done. And might well be needed here. Quiz finds one, gets traded, but it Stiggs that swings! Doesn't find anything! Sage quick on the trade though. Twent with no time left. 5 seconds in it.
Twent?
Don't know what happened there, but Sage clutches up in a 1 versus 2.
Yeah, I also don't know what happened there. I think Twent was, he like killed his downed teammate.
Yep.
So Edamame was on the ground and Twent was like 1 HP. But like, why would you kill him? I don't know. That's very, very strange. Credit to Sage. Well played. I mean, Stiggs might have only found 1 down here, but that was plenty enough. Sage stepped up. And overall, just Ludovica left it way, way, way too late that round. Which is ironic, because Shaq was inside the building in about 10, 15 seconds.
Yep.
And they found a pick bottom laundry stairs. But then they rotate. Like, when you pick off the smoke, you're thinking to yourself, great. We've now bought ourselves 30 seconds, basically, because that's the amount of time that smoke can burn. And yet, Ludovica didn't continue that momentum that they had built. They didn't use that man advantage. They let it get too late. They lost the round because of it.
And look, I'm not a color caster, I'm not an expert by any means, but the way that Ludovica were attacking in the basement was very just one-dimensional. You think both times they went down rear stage stairs to put the pressure on Pillar, E, and Hallway. And both times they faltered with really one player being the player to step up. Originally it was Juicy. That time it was almost going to be Stigs on that swing, but it ended up being Sage in the 1 versus 2. I feel like in the current meta, you can't afford to just put all of your players in one position. That was the 30-second meta. That was where you dump all your utility and you'd run in and try and overwhelm the site. Now, it feels like you have to be able to put pressure at the very least from 2 different areas. And sometimes you'll see teams put pressure from blue, from the back of rear, laundry, and freezer. All 4 positions, they will continuously put pressure. So maybe, like from my perspective, I think that's a fault of Ludovica's there.
It's funny, you preface that with, I'm not a color caster, but, and then you said everything that I was about to say and everything I would want to say. Like, absolutely spot on. Like, the meta has changed so much on this site. And these days, the way teams attack this is they open every single avenue onto the site. So laundry, including the laundry hatch, freezer, including the freezer hatch, the meeting hatch, you want to open the blue external door, and you want to have some presence on rear stairs. And then you decide, are we going to go for a laundry-centric push? We're going to go for a rear push. And both of those pushes, you technically still have at least one player on the opposite side of the map. Like, you go laundry freezer, you still have a guy on rear stairs. Yeah. And that really helps to generate these crossfires, and it allows for backstabs and playmaking as well, which is what this meta is about. And Ludovica absolutely didn't have that. Now Knights, on their own attack, attacking that same bomb site. And it's just like we were talking about just then. Like, they're working this whole map right now, Rob. Like, they have cleared the roam. And, like, they're working lobby. Lobby hatch is open. They've got a player on laundry stairs. Like, they're working the meeting hatch. See, the freezer hatch is open. We've got to play a freezer set. Like, they're not giving Ludovica info about where they're going to push because they're pushing everywhere.
Yeah. And that's what's really dangerous about this is it's just impossible to try and deal with. You know, Ludovica can't get aggressive anywhere because every single angle is cut off. There are drones all over the map right now that are cutting off any type of intel that Ludovica might try to play for. Now the question does become, like, where are they going to put this pressure? Where are Knights going to apply the finishing touch to this? They also have the blue wall open, not to the, not to their own. Are you saying what I seen?
Yeah, the meeting hatch is actually not fully popped yet, and Juicy's all out of canister. So that's really rough. That said, if Knights manage to achieve a front push, it might not matter.
Put their pressure in from freezer, that's for damn sure. This is the ability that you really start to gain.
Josh.
Josh is just making space for the Knights, and the Knights are capitalizing beautifully. Twent, the last to remain, is so quickly traded, it's not even funny. Formidable are the Knights, methodical are the Knights. They are well and truly standing up strong here. 5-2.
And that was a 5 versus 1 at the end of the round as well. I count that as a flawless round, even though Twent found 1 pick before going down. Knights nailed that attack, despite not having the meeting hatch open. And it goes to show the power of those laundry pushes. And in this meta, sometimes it comes down to a single play or a single multi-kill. And it was what we saw in Freezer. It was Josh, that 2K with the L85. Huge. Like, for him to nail both of those shots and not get traded immediately, you're in a 5v2 for Knights. You've got all these crossfires. You've got this position from Freezer where he's just cutting off blue. He's cutting off, like, all of the rotations and supply, and from the pillar as well. Like, just so good. A clean Knights attack, despite them not managing to open that meeting hatch. Versatility is what they just demonstrated. That's what it is.
And you can see now they've gone for that secondary hard breacher, regardless of, you know, whether you're going to stick the Maverick or not. A little bit unfortunate that did happen. But this is a big part of kids' dorms that we talk about all the time, is the need for 2 hard breaches. You cannot rely on a sole hard breacher. I mean, you can. Don't get me wrong, you can, but especially if there's a double reinforcement across toward Attic and they start to cut that rotation off, you can very easily have a player anchoring in pit with no pressure, and you can see this is the point of difference between Knights and Ludovica's defense is Knights extended into Big Tower, which caused a lot of problems for Ludovica. Even though they overcame it in 1 round, they still struggled with it in that secondary attempt. Shaq right now, this will be a really interesting play. If he can really utilize those hatches, he may well be able to catch out Knights, but I just feel like, again, if we're looking at the approach and the kind of way that they took out that final round in basement, I don't know whether Ludovica will be able to stop what is coming, that storm that is inevitably going to hit your doorframe.
Well, it may well come down to opening picks. Like if Shaq can land a nice shot here with the 1.5 on the T5 SMG of Oryx, it could be hugely impactful. But Oryx's utility is not that good on this side. Like maybe he could jump up the armory hatch late, backstab on Josh, but here's a good pick. Sawyer's found one, a very, very long angle. I don't know where Wiz was. Oh, is it outside double window? I couldn't tell you, to be honest. Maybe it was through the hatch below. But regardless, that's a big pick.
There we go. Down in dining is where he was caught. So really going to be, kind of feel like there's a lack of information for both of these teams when they're approaching from the west.
Look, the thing is, usually you would expect Knights to be sending one of their players with nades down below because he could nade out that position that Sawyer was on, and he could do that from a fairly safe spot where he can't be shot like Quiz was. Oh, here it is.
Yeah, hold that thought for a second because it's just the Knights that are going to be sending it in. Stiggs with an incredible adjustment on the twin. The problem is the kit's down on the ground and there's no one to recover it. Stiggs. In a 1 versus 3, everything happened so fast. Ludovica was scrambling to try and find the kills. Unfortunately, Knights were just too slow to win their ones. And with 45 seconds left, Stiggs would have to play out of his mind to find these kills.
And he can't do it. A risky play, a gamble, and a desperate one from the Knights to try and go for that rush, but Ludovica were more than ready. This has been a significant lead that the Knights managed to extend, and Ludovica have finally broken it. Rob, that was 5 rounds in a row that Knights managed to garner after Ludovica started strong with 2. So, I mean, this has been probably feeling like banging their heads against the wall for Ludovica, and finally they got
Attackers
one
need
round.
to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
See if they can do it on the basement now as well.
Well, this is where we saw such success from the Knights, regardless of a small little misstep on the hatch of Electric Room. Still made it work. And really, Ludovica, if they can gain that kind of momentum back, and really it is a team that can work really well with momentum. You think about what Overt were able to achieve at the end of last year. A lot of it came on the back of just a couple of rounds strung together, and then all of a sudden, there was this fire burning around them that just could not be contained. And that may well be the opportunity here. Sawyer is yet to really have an impact on this game in terms of the kills. Sure, he's probably been accurate as all hell, but in terms of maybe his calling, maybe his support, but he certainly is not that same fragger that we saw last stage of 2021. Now, the meeting hatch has been left open this time, meaning Ludovica are probably looking to stay on their own for a little bit.
Could well be the case. We also saw some repicks on the attacking side during prep phase from Knights, mainly Yana from Josh switched to Sledge, and more importantly, we saw the Flores come out from Sage. I believe previously that was a Nomad, and when you see a Flores on basement, 99% of the time that's telling you it's a blue push. Like, Flores is just so good for clearing any elbow presence, and just shields in general. So, of course, we've got the one on Sawyer. We also have the BPC from Logic, the bulletproof camera. And so that's going to be really good. But the thing is, if you want to go for a blue push, you have to full roam clear because, like you said, the hatch is open from Ludovica. And Logic roaming and meeting, I don't know if Knights want to address him head on. At the moment, it doesn't look like it.
Well, not only are they going to have to deal with Logic, Ed as well, that seems to be in kitchen. So it's just a very... It's going to be a hard take for Knights here. Minute 30 off the clock. They haven't got a single thing open. They're taking top floor control, but here's the problem. Top floor is reinforced. That meeting hatch is reinforced, so they're not going to be able to make anything work in terms of flushing out Logic. They might be able to catch someone on the rotate back down, but I feel like Knights have really got to get a move on here.
Yeah, time management is a scare for Knights. I mean, almost just 1 minute left. 5 players from Ludovica back on site. That's not so bad for them. And I mean, Knights just really need to confirm this. They need to get that info that site's clear. Sage has just joined meeting. And fortunately, with meeting hatch pre-open and laundry hatch already open, now Knights can make up for lost time if they're just really, really prompt here. But they need to make a call on what their execute is going to be ASAP so they can start setting up for it, because it's going to be a rough, it's going to be a slug, a chaotic 5v5 execute.
Yeah. Really like this from Ludovica. Get in the faces of Knights, shoot drones, and then back away while you still can. There's only 4 drones up right now, with Ed taking the very first pick of this round. Quiz going out. This sets them up incredibly, but they've got to be able to back it down. Josh now pushing in, trying to find the opening frag that opens the side up. He's just missing. And now Logic has been able to swing, but again, quick trade from Juicy as now it's down and out for Juicy. Sage pushing into the smoke, and things just aren't looking good.
Sawyer uses his last smoke to lock out that player. Josh is going to have a huge one, but he's walking into a 3-way crossfire. Can't even find one. The Sage goes down pretty easy as well. Ludovica played that just perfectly, denying the time, burning it down. And when it came to the eclipse of the round, Knights did not have enough of an entry. Ludovica starting this comeback.
That they are... And again, starts with one round. Starts with a round where maybe Knights are getting a little bit flustered. They're losing time, so they rush onto site. And you win your ones. That's what happened. Kids' dorms. Ludovica take that. They then go to basement and have a much more, I would say a much more convincing round on the defense. Now, we get to see what I was asking for, but I don't know whether it will be an extension into showers. Actually looks like it might be an extension upstairs into small tower.
Oh, this is a little bit edgy, not going to lie, from Ludovica. And this is a bit scary, because if anything, it's quite a contrast to how Ludovica have been playing so far. I think Ludovica have done a really good job of playing like counter-information roams, like that round just passed, right? Counter-information roam where you burn tons of time off of Knights, and then eventually you have like a 5v5 in the execute, and you can make around that when Knights don't have much time, they don't have much info. In contrast, hard holding an area like small tower and office, this is like a hard anchor, and that's really scary for Ludovica. I mean, they have a good setup, 3 ADSs, you've got 3 Frost Mats supporting that position. Also a Mute Jammer on the shield means that Knights aren't going to be able to use Flores, not that they have one, to clear that position. So they're going to have to burn through this ADSs. And with Twent there as well with the Wamai Magnet, I mean, you're going to have up to 5 magnets. That's a lot of projectiles. Like Knights, if they can clear this, it'd be huge. But that's a big if.
An almighty if. And ifs or buts, and buts don't lie. Knights.
I thought it was hips don't lie.
Well, there's another iteration of that song.
Oh. Looks like Knights are actually clearing Blaster across before they try and address small tower, if they will address small tower. The main scary thing about that is they might not have enough utility to burn out small tower later on. Wait a second, there's no one in small tower. What is this? Ludovica have put 3 Frost Mats, 3 ADSs, a shield, and a Mute Jammer, and they don't have anyone playing that position. Where's Twent gone? Oh, he's now in.
He's
all right. All right. Yeah, look, fair enough, I guess.
It's definitely a what is going on here kind of thing, you know?
I mean, I think they're trying to stack the position that they reckon Knights are focusing on. So fair enough. See if Knights can break it.
Kind of feel like they're going to be able to. They've already got a player on big window. Juicy, you got to be so careful there. My word. Out in the open with a nade in hand. Unfortunately, Twent can't find the time to get that kill. Nice nade over the top. Shaq, in the meantime, has been able to find one. Twent as well takes down Juicy. Sage with the nade kill. Things are just chaotic. They are on fire. But it's almost like a calculated fire. It's a relatively safe one at this point. But it's certainly enough to keep our hands warm.
So you got still Sawyer and Eddie with a really strong crossfire. Sawyer's position's really strong. And without the Maverick present, they can't really open up that attic pit wall. Put pressure on his position. Nade's fallen apart as well. None left. But no, it's only 2 flashes on Stig. So not looking great, if I'm honest.
Oh my God. Ludovica, 3 rounds in a row. Knights with No response here on their attack. We know that it can be so defender-sided, but this is looking real damn crisp, real damn good for Ludovico. Stigs to try and clutch up here.
15 seconds left.
With only 10 seconds left, will be shut out by Logic. We go 5 apiece.
Not bad, considering that Ludovica lost 5 rounds in a row against the Knights. 4 of their attacks and then 1 of their defenses. Now they've come back and won all the 3 bomb sites that they need to close out this game in regulation. They've staved off overtime so far. They've prevented Knights from finding that match point. Now we go back to dorms.
Smoke picture is gorgeous. Oof.
Oh, I love that one. It's part of the battle pass this season. It's actually cracked. Like there is
clapping.
There are so many cool card skins. Like I'm kind of a bit of a fiend for the card skins.
Yeah.
But just
Cards
because
are nice.
they're new. Just because they're new.
Yeah.
And I don't have many. And yeah, that smoke one's one of my favorite.
That sounds like Xenox's brain cells there. They're new and he doesn't have many, but
Oh,
I had to get something in.
Yeah,
I had
that's
to
not
get
bad.
something in. There
Not
had to
bad
be.
for you. I mean, it's smart. Do it when he's not on broadcast.
Exactly, he can't defend himself. I did see that he was watching earlier, but I think that was just to see how Mandy went. I don't think he really cared about us.
I doubt it.
Yeah, so no doubt he wouldn't have heard what I've said there. And, it's just our little insider joke with, the 1,000 other viewers that we've got.
Well, Ludovica have pulled off something pretty extraordinary so far. And I think Knights going to be kicking themselves that they let the first 2 rounds go. Because Ludovica started strong the first 2 rounds, right? Knights looked really not present. Knights didn't wake up until round 3. And because of that early lead Ludovica managed to achieve, it was just 3 rounds on their defense, has managed to catch up with Knights, despite Knights finding 5 rounds in a row. That's the only 5 rounds they've found. They need to step up here. And, well, Dorms, they've already attacked once, but that feigned late rush through the breach at the end of the previous attack on this side. Just didn't cut it for Knights. We need to see a lot better than that.
No, and the problem is with a rush like that is if it goes the other way, you sit here and you're like, oh, what a fantastic call that was from Knights. They really were calculated and methodical. But when it goes haywire, you're just like, man, what you doing? Why you do that? And it just is the way it is.
That's the thing, you can't underestimate the gunning potential of Ludovica. I mean, especially Eddie and Logic have been on fire tonight. Shaq's also managed to catch up as well. Logic particularly has really shone during this game. And now for
Bomb located by attack.
Ludovica, they try and hold off this take from the Knights. Half the round gone and a breach has managed to be achieved.
Like they may well have their in, but it really depends. Where are the rest of Knights coming from? What are they trying to achieve? Quiz. Gonna clear out somewhat of these roamers down below. It's not really roamers. These are hard anchors if you think about it. These are the players that if all goes wrong, they are the ones on the retake. So they are down there for probably for the entire round until things really start to get ugly, start to get hairy. It starts to put pressure on. Ed starts to put pressure on his own. Shotgun out for Twin, and it shuts down Stigs coming in. Quiz now finding a quick trade. Oh, that could be perfect, Josh! Oh no, the bullets, they run out, and now they're running out of time, Dev, because there's only 2 of them left and 40 seconds to make something happen.
Unreal aggression from Ludovica. They are loving it. They just keep on pushing. You could see the timing there when Twent was like, all right, 3, 2, 1, go, and we retake. And now he's backed on off. Got that advantage and now fallen back. It's all they need. They're going to take match point for Ludovica.
My word, 4 rounds back to back, and you cannot put a flaw on them so far. They have seriously broken down every attack from the Knights. They've shut them down at every entry point. They have been aggressive. They have been passive. They have really brought this together and are deserving of match point. Tactical timeout called for the Knights.
One that they absolutely need. Got a lot of things to talk about here. The Knights have not lived up to expectation. What was it? 74% on the community vote backed in this team right now. 6 months ago, this team was arguably the best in all of APAC. They topped APAC South, Stage 2, booked their ticket direct to the Mexico Major. Unfortunately, couldn't make it due to travel restrictions, and since then, it's all been downhill. Rejuvenating their roster with Quiz and Stigs was meant to be a promised opportunity for this team to rise back to the top, but now they're struggling against a team that was relegated out of this league and has 2 players from OCL last year. Like, this has absolutely been phenomenal opening of the season for all of these former OCL players, really showing what the power of new blood and rookies can do when it comes to these big games.
Well, you know, not only has it been a revitalization for a lot of squads, but it's also been for OCN. You know, think about how many new players, almost fully new rosters, have joined in this stage. It's an incredible change to what we've seen for really the past 2 years, Dev. I think maybe, like if I'm really thinking about it, for the last 2 years, it's been a lot of the same names. It's been the big players that have really stepped up. And I think that nearly every squad has really had quite a tremendous shakeup. Actually, in fact, definitely the APAC South squads, all 3 of them have changed 40% of their roster. And then when you start to look outside of that, Bliss 2, 40% of its roster. Ludovica, 40% of its roster. Roffle, 80% of its roster. Like, there has been a massive overhaul from these teams.
Yeah, we've had a huge roster shuffle in APAC and OS in the off-season. And a lot of these teams are looking really good for it. Some, not quite so. And Knights is a team that has a bit of work to do. They're attacking basement now. This is the only bomb site they've won on the attack. They've also lost it. They were really, really slow on this roam clear. They're looking to be a bit faster this time. They've got to deal with this aggression from Ludovica that has been really difficult to contend with. Twen actually picks up the ADS he'd placed and falls on back down.
Nice. Like, something as small as that, I know it doesn't seem controversial. It doesn't seem like it'll have a big impact now, but wait until the end of the round. Look at the nades. Look at the flashes. There's still, what's that, 5 nades left on the team. There's also the 3 flashes. Projectiles are really a huge point.
Oh my god.
Logic finds a pick up in meeting and backs through the hatch that has been pre-prepared. This is looking clinical from Ludovica.
5 players now on the defense on the bomb site. Retreated back, become anchors. Knights lost this previously in a 5 versus 5. Now they're going to have to play it in a 4v5. And they're not likely to find any picks here unless if they can make good on those nades. And guess what? Juicy dying, that's 1 more nade gone. So just 2 nades left. Stigs and Quiz need to make sure that they're burning through all of these ADSs. Josh and Sage need to make sure they have info and they are landing these frag grenades.
Well, not like that. That's not how you want to see it happen. Sage is down on the floor and in an irretrievable position. So you're looking at a 3 versus 5. Josh has made a lot of ground here for Ludovica. Nearly finds a double, but Shaq was quick on the trade. Stigs, the only 2 remain. He has been able to pick up Sage. I cannot believe that has happened. But it's done.
God.
It's over. Logic closes it out, and it is a 7-5 performance. 4-5 rounds back-to-back for Ludovica. What a way to kickstart their OCN campaign for 2022.
Welcome back, Ludovica. After being relegated back into OCL, they came straight on back, and Logic, what a debut in OCN. The only player in the server to never play a match at this level before, and he was by far and away the star player of this match. Knights took 5 rounds in a row. Ludovica said, hey, we can do that too.
That they did. Overt came in and shook up the scene in 2021 Ludovica. The name may have changed, but the game has not. An upset that is monumental to kickstart their 2022 campaign. And this is what we have in store for you. Rosters changing, teams changing, names changing. But it's still the same old game, Dev.
Yeah, same old game, but out with the old, in with the new. Knights, what a a team with accolades that you could read out for days.
Yep.
And I mean, they've already had some good wins in APAC South. We've seen this roster not be quite at the strength of the old Knights, but certainly getting there. And Ludovica, I mean, what a dominant end to that game. We can't forget, that was 5 rounds in a row, a nigh flawless defense to eventually win out over the Knights. Ludovica must be ecstatic. We saw it on the player cams. A return to OCN for Shaq, a return to this level of competition for Sawyer, Edpan, and Twent as well, and the debut for Logic. He certainly stole the show.
I certainly did, and I guess it's time for me to steal the show away from you, Dev. Thank you for joining us for the first play day, and it's time to bring in our local and resident analysts. Let's bring back the Turtle and Vast. Guys, what on earth do you make of that, Turtle? What a performance from Ludovica in the second half.
Honestly, an upset to say the least. Like, Ludovica, they just managed to catch Knights off like guard, make them uncomfortable with their aggression. Like, they just don't have an answer. Sage on Knights, usually top performing player, just not showing up tonight. Like, Knights weren't just winning any engagements. They tried to trade out the kills, the deaths they got, but they just couldn't win a gunfight.
Vast, what have we just witnessed?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with what Turtle was saying. It seemed like both teams were trying to play this similar playstyle. And I mean, we've seen them kind of play, that's how they play Oregon. But yeah, it just seemed like Knights were really caught off guard, to be honest, and it just seemed like they struggled to get into the game.
Yeah.
As Turtle said, you know, plays like Sajon, we're used to seeing him really step up. But even some of the other players are really, I don't know, just seemed really flat. Perhaps it could be just the comms just weren't on tonight.
Yeah.
Maybe their heads just weren't in the game, kind of thing.
Well, let's focus on Ludovica, Turtle, because this is a team, you know, the core roster here started out with just an absolute bang in Stage 3 of 2021, and ever since then, you know, we were saying this is a team that could really be pushing to be an OCN top 4 team. Unfortunately, they fall out in relegations, but they're back to fighting spirits now. Are they looking like they could be contesting that top 4?
Maybe. Like, last stage in Stage 3, they were beating South teams at the start, and they did manage to make playoffs. Is this another repeat, even with new roster?
It's got to be, right? Like, at this point, the way that Ludovica have played, and I'd like to get your thoughts on this, Turtle, is the fact that, like, I mean, their defense was pretty much flawless in the end there. 4 rounds back-to-back. I mean, you could probably pick apart little pieces, but overall, seemed like they had, 1, a really good vision, and 2, a really good execution.
Yeah, I'm not particularly surprised they got 4 flawless defense, 4 defenses in a row. I'm kind of surprised they got that many attacks, though. Like, Oregon typically defend-decided. They just managed to pick apart Knights and just managed to, I don't know, win out the rounds.
Well, it can be as simple as that. When you do start to win your ones, it can look a little bit devastating. Logic on his debut, Vast, I mean, could you really ask for much more from a player that's stepping into your team pretty much with a fresh slate?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of talked about in the pre-show, like, we don't really know much about Logic. I mean, we know he's from OCL, but other than that, our knowledge about him is kind of very limited. And we did question as well, like, can these 2 players fit into, you know, Ludovic's play style? And I think Logic in the first, like, 5 rounds, really, he looked like he really slot into that play style. I mean, we saw, you know, the rest of the team kind of joining him in, enabling him. He got a lot of entries, and yeah, he had a really good debut.
All right, well, it's time to bring in Sawyer. As per usual, we like to have a chat with the creative and the charismatic. Sawyer, what a performance. A very big congratulations to you. I've got a 2-part question for you. 1, how the bloody hell do you say your team name? And 2, how does it feel to verse the Knights who bested you in Stage 3 of last year and to completely change that scoreline here in 2022?
Hello. It's good to be back. Ludovica. We thought it sounded cool, so it's the only reason we called that. Same with the logo. We just figured it looks cool. So Twent doesn't even like it, but we vibe with it. Yeah, we're so happy to get the win. We lost Cairo, which is a big loss, but we always knew he was going to go to a South team. But to bring the new boys in, Logic and Shaq, man, fantastic, and to get the win against Knights is very sick. Very happy.
Yeah, I guess let's touch on Shaq and Elements, not Logic. You guys lost Kyra, and that's obviously a huge loss. What was the thought process bringing in these two to fill the role? And have you guys changed much bringing them in, or are you guys still playing the same game as last year?
Yeah, so losing Kyra was very, very big. I mean, it drops numbers every single night. But Logic was always coming in. Bryce left after we got relegated. So he went to Kraken. We trialed about 10 people roughly. Logic was the absolute standout in that. He was a bit of a no-brainer. Doesn't get off the game, so we wanted someone with that. So he's been fantastic. Didn't have to change too much. But then losing Cairo, we brought Shaq in, which Cairo is very difficult to replace. We don't expect anyone to be like Cairo or like replicate him. So we've had to change a few things here and there, but for the most part, they've slotted in pretty well. I know we've got the dubs, so that's what matters.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have gone through a bit of a roller coaster. That's a bit of an understatement. I mean, from getting top 4 in Stage 3 to then getting relegated, but then also getting a spot back. Like, how's kind of the emotions and the morale been on the team the past few months?
Yeah, look, we were pretty hyped finishing 4th last stage. And then going into relegations, we were pretty confident. But we just had a terrible Sunday. We even beat Fury, or Ground Zero now, on the Saturday, but yeah, just had a terrible Sunday. We threw so hard against Wildcard. I don't want to think about it. But yeah, we bounced back. We kind of had a feeling that we might get a spot, so we stayed as a team. We were hoping we'd get one, and yeah, we ended up getting it. So it wasn't too downbeat, but would have preferred to not have that stress, I guess, of like worrying about it.
Yeah, it's been a question that loomed large over the top of what is Exovert now, Ludovica, trying to figure out where things are at. Now, because you do have Ludovica, obviously, you are looking for an organisation to represent. So I'll give you the floor here. Do you have anything you'd like to say for any organisations that are watching? But, of course, any friends, family, and fans. There we go. We got there in the end. You'd think it'd be on repeat by now.
Yeah, of course, we're looking for an organisation. I didn't prepare this, but yes, we're 5 fantastic-looking blokes that want to represent someone. So hopefully we can get an organisation soon. Want to say thank you to all the fans as usual, and everyone that supports us in general. They all know who they are, but yeah, just really grateful for them. And yeah, that's about it. Logic and Shaq's been fantastic, so hopefully we can get a few more wins, and I can be back here.
Who knows, top 4 might be in the scope for now. Thank you very much for joining us, Sawyer, and we look forward to watching you play next Friday.
Thank you very much. Have a good one, lads.
Absolute champion has always been, kind of a formidable opponent, but also a charismatic bloke on the camera. Turtle, we can't ask for much more for a start from Exovert, now Ludovica.
Yeah, is the question, was this an off night for Knights, or was this Ludovica showing up? I think we'll see in the next 1 or 2 Playdays.
Yeah, that's a very big question, because looming larger than that is if this is an off night for Knights, is that going to become like one of those consistent themes where they struggle to get started at the start of any campaign? Because, you look back to APAC South and could have been a little bit better, I think. Maybe I'll have a look and just make sure that I'm not making tomfoolery. Yeah, it was 7-2 to Wildcard that they lost. So there has been a rough start to both APAC South and now OCN. But Vast, surely for Knights, this is one of those shrug-off moments and focus on next week kind of things. Yeah,
I mean, Knights, their mental's pretty good. They're good at, when they're down bad. They're good at resetting themselves. They're kind of similar to Chiefs in that sense. So I don't think this will be, a loss that kind of stays with them. I definitely feel like it will just be something, they're probably a bit annoyed about, but, it will be something that they just kind of review and be like, all right, here's where we went wrong, let's fix it. I believe they're playing South tomorrow night, so,
Correct.
They don't have time to, kind of dwell on, these losses. So they've got to, be able to get past it quickly and be like, all right, tomorrow we need to reset.
Certainly will have to, and we can reset and talk about the starter today, because that's what we're going to be looking at. The results of the matches that were at hand. Vertex with a very hard-fought win over Onami, 7-5 on Cathay. But it's from there where things went a little bit more so unexpected. Turtle, a 7-1 victory for Wildcard. Could we ever have predicted that one?
Well, I did, so I think we could have.
I'm glad you set that up for a little platter there. But when we move further down there, Vast, 7-4 to Bliss. Off night for Chiefs or on par for Bliss?
I'd say a really good night for Bliss. I think as we kind of touched on a little bit, just felt like Bliss were, trying to counter them, and Chiefs were kind of not really trying to counter Bliss, and they were just playing their defaults. So it is a bit of an off night for Chiefs.
Yep. That's fair enough. Let's have a look at the predictions, because that's where we make our money. We get paid per prediction is actually how it works. So I'm not off to a fantastic start. I'm not going to lie. I actually thought I went for Vertex, but I am really off to a rough trot there. So are you, Turtle. Things aren't looking good. But as we do look at this, the only the only one game, I should say, that was flawless across the board outside of Wildcard, the Knights, right? We all predicted the Knights. So too did the audience at home, 78%. And yet it is Ludovica that win that one out in the end. Vast, any comments on these predictions? I mean, some of them are pretty woeful.
Which ones would you say are woeful? Like, I feel like Wildcard, spot on. I kind of understand why everyone went the Knights. I don't know. I would have expected at least one person to go for Ludovica, but I think going for Knights is pretty standard there. And you think the Bliss one, me and Guz, we just kind of see the game a little bit differently from everyone else. It's just talent. You can't really, work on that.
Oh yeah, talent in the predictions, just not on broadcast. I think that's what they say.
Well, you can't have everything, like.
Yeah, no, okay. Settle down. You can have everything, because apparently you do have everything. Another player that seems to have everything, moved from Chiefs, moved to Bliss, and then beat the Chiefs, is Fisho Guy. He is our MVP of the night, and well and truly deserved. I can tell you that much. Fisho has been a phenomenal player for probably, I want to say, the past year. We had doubts on where Fisho was at. Things started to move a little bit more frequently in the direction of him becoming what is a phenomenal standout player. And there you have it, the stats of tonight. Turtle, this does not look like the Fisho that we know.
We occasionally saw this Fisho on Chiefs, and it's just when he's fired up, he really wants something, he goes for it. He becomes that star player.
There's no doubt about it. Star player is the very least that could be said there, Vast. What are you making from Fisho, guys? Is this going to be a repeatable, I would almost say offense? Like, he was just absolutely cracked today.
Yeah, no, he was definitely on something. It could be, just wanted a bit of revenge, but no, I don't think Fisho's the kind of player that, goes out for revenge. He's just really dialed in and focused, and he just simply always wants to win everything and anything. And, I know Turtle can kind of testify that as well. And he is a support player, so he's not always the one that's, top fragging. But when he does, it's just, I don't know, just a cool sight to see, like a support player like that getting, +3 entries.
Yeah, he's certainly, he stood up today, and a game to do it as well. I mean, an important game at that. Let's have a look at how the season is going to be shaping up. Rather than the stage, it's only the first stage at that. We will have a clear divide of teams, 3 and O's for the remaining teams. This is the problem when we look at Playday 1 standings. Unless there's been an overtime win or loss, things are a little bit how you going. But I think the big shock for me here, Turtle, you probably agree with this, is Jason Knights being on the bottom. What's going on?
Yeah, first day, BO1s, you can't win them all, but it is still a shock to see, especially losing to Luvicia.
Luvicia, mate. He told you how to pronounce it before.
No.
I had it before. I had it before, and
yeah.
I've done it now.
I told you how to pronounce it, but it was the incorrect pronunciation. I said Ludovica, then I said I know I'll say Ludovicia, but it is actually Ludovica. So there you go. But anything sticking out here for you, Vast? Anything important that you want to make note of?
To be honest, not really. Like it's day one. It's going to look like this, as you said, like till about Playday 4 is when we'll start seeing, the ladder kind of shape a bit more accurately.
Yeah, and that's just it. We will start to get a much better idea once we've seen a couple of play days, but it's always important to note where we are and where we're going to be coming from, because when we start to talk about these teams, the Knights' performance, the Chiefs' performance, that will all kind of tie in. But for now, I'm going to let you both have your final words here. Turtle, what do you make of the first broadcast? How have you feel? How you felt?
It was an interesting one to say the least. Good one to get a starter on. Nothing really went the way I expected.
It tends to be the way here at OCN, and I think Oceanic Siege in general never tends to really give you exactly what you expected. Vast, how are you feeling after the first one? Bit of rust off the shoulders?
Bit of rust. It's getting the dust off. It's been just too long. I don't know. I'm with Pat here a little bit. Like I'm trying to pick up things, you know, but nah, it honestly just feels like fun just getting back into it.
Well, it has been a lot of fun getting back into it, and I hope the viewers have enjoyed as well. Big shout out to Mandy, who has had a tremendous first day on the broadcast, provided with, I would say, Turtle. You've absolutely knocked it out of the park, my friend. Dev as well, who's sitting in the back lines right now. But that is all we have for Playday number 1. We will be back next Friday doing it all over again from 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. Until then, take care.
G11.
Oh,
goal! What have you got?
Is he too far away from the kit right now? This could get mighty close. 20 seconds, he hears the footsteps, and Gaul looks the wrong way. Zane now steps up. Havix is off the board. 10 seconds left. AFX and Taken still stand. No longer. It is Smacker left, and Zane stands strong.
I got the Frank's Red Hot.
But this time it looks, for me, it just looks a little bit more in concrete.
Doing the thing.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Oh, Mandy, they've definitely done a thing. In fact, they've opened the round completely up.
The Peri Peri Mild.
Both on site. Boydie, a big hitter in the past, but hasn't shown up this game. Worthy down. It's just Boydie left. Bliss may find match points. After a drought for 3 rounds in a row, the momentum is gone for the Chiefs.
What is this? Tomato ketchup?
Power, there is power in numbers. Twent goes into E-Room first, and it's an absolute mass. Oh, hang on a second. Ed doing him dirty. Juicy, shotgun up close. The Don is good. The Don is great.
And the American mustard. Mild. Mild.
Credit to Twent. He falls back. The 2 backline players on Ludovico. Can they make sure to get
He's got
rid
it.
of Josh?
He's got it.
He's just gonna hold it. Twent, you better run, Forrest, run. No way.
Pretty disgusting. What? Don't like it, okay?
Thank OCN.
The Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife safeguards our wilderness now and for the future. Our bushlands, our mountains, our valleys, our rivers are our responsibility. Whether you're just discovering the world or have built rich memories within it. Together we are one generation, and what we conserve today will be there for those tomorrow. There is no bigger legacy than the planet we share. Donate now.
Hey guys, it's Joshua from Banks Arcade. We are super excited to announce that we will be teaming up with the Oceanic Nationals for our new song, Chosen, which comes out on March 31st. You can pre-save the song now via Spotify.
Thank f for OCN.